Morning, good morning, good morning! Don't know me yet, you will get to know me because I'm going to be around. Just follow the hat. I'll be here all 3 days, walking all around the stages. But it's my immense pleasure to be on this stage this morning, opening South Summit 2023. I think we've done 11 years now in a row, so that's pretty impressive. And this year, well, the theme of this year, it's sustainability and reaching our SDGs and how do we achieve that. But it is true that South Summit has been pushing this for a very long time. As someone that goes on stage fairly often, one of the things that I'm starting to realize is how much effect is this having on me when I go to other events. And for example, I see plastic bottles all around the place and stuff like that. It's really changing my way of seeing events, right? So I think it's wonderful that South Summit as a conference is pushing the vision of how we should reach there. And this year's theme, we're trying to push your views towards the end of the decade, 2030. So imagine we're reaching 2030, and at that time, we've achieved the SDG goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 55%. Right? A lot of the companies that we're going to put on stage this year here, a lot of the speakers that we're going to have this year on stage are all working on solutions that hopefully will make us reach that goal by the end of the decade. Do you think we're going to manage it? Yes? No? Yes? No? So-so? Well, the truth is that we're going to have to make a lot of hard decisions to get there. We're going to have to sacrifice a lot of things to get there. But the truth is, as someone, I've been doing technology for more than 20 years. And there's one thing that always shocks me is that a lot of people that are here eventually will come and shift and change and mold the future. So your decisions here today, the people you talk with here today, the companies, I hope we have investors, you invest in today, are going to be the ones that are going to change the future. So please help us make that a reality. And with this, a big applause for all of you being here. Thank you very much. So I want to thank, before anything else, I want to thank our global partners, because for anyone that has done a conference knows that conferences don't get done if there isn't money and if there isn't people pushing and helping for the ecosystem to grow and evolve and improve. And that are our global partners. So give me a big applause for our 7 global partners for South Summit. So Endesa, big applause to Endesa, please. TopTal, Sabadell, keep on going, Mutua Madrileña, Wayra, BBVA, and Google for Startups. And with this, I want to make an announcement. Everyone has the app? Has everyone has the app? Downloaded the app? Yes? Okay. So the app, Fundamental, you're going to be able to reach every single contact. So if there's like a company or a speaker you want to reach out to, you can do it through the app. You can schedule your agenda there. You can actually access VIP meetings that will pop up on the app. So make sure you do have the app. And with this, are we ready for our first talk? Ooh, there you go. Come on, are we ready for our first talk or not? And we're going to talk about something that's, you know, pretty hot right now. So if you haven't been living under a rock, you probably have heard of SEC, which is the regulatory body in the US. And they've been going on a rampage as of lately. They're being suing Binance. And just yesterday, they went and sued Coinbase too. So like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I was with one of the panelists, and we were chatting about this. It's like, yeah, this is eventually going to go down. And it eventually went down. So I'm very, very curious to see what we talk about this, what they talk about. How can companies include Web3 technologies in their stack without getting caught and snared by regulations and law and the changes and the shifts that we're seeing right now on the landscape? So to talk about that, please welcome our first speakers for the panel, Alberto Manzano, co-founder and CPO of Enware. Big applause for Alberto, please. Thank you, Alberto, for joining. And to join him, our local wizard, legal wizard. So please welcome Chris Carrascosa, CEO of ATH21. And to join them and moderate the panel, please big applause to Jessica Childress, managing attorney at the Childress firm PLLC. Stage is yours, ladies.
Good morning, South Summit. How's everyone doing this morning? Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning for a topic that is immensely important in the business landscape today. I'm joined by my esteemed panelists, Alberto Manzano and Cristina Carrascosa, and we're going to talk about a topic that holds immense significance in today's rapidly evolving digital landscape: the power of Web3 technologies and their potential to shape the future of business. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history where AI, blockchain, decentralized platforms, and more are revolutionizing industries across the globe. These emerging technologies offer unprecedented opportunities for business evolution, enabling us to reimagine traditional models and unlock new realms of innovation. So today I'd like my esteemed panelists to introduce themselves, and please tell us, both of you, please tell us one reason why you got involved or how you got involved in the Web3 space.
Okay, sure. Well, first of all, thank you everyone for coming today. I'm Alberto. I'm an engineer. If I get too techie, please stop me. But I got involved in the Web3 space because somewhat our startup, Enware, is a decentralized platform somehow. Since we decentralize computing power to the cloud, we are a cloud gaming platform, and for so we are involved in the Web3 space.
I'm Cristina Carrascosa. I'm a lawyer, and I got involved in the crypto space around 2014. My main goal, or the thing I saw super attractive of this space, was that at the time there was no regulatory framework to get grabbed to. And as I really like innovation, and I think that the world evolves based on innovation, I thought it would maybe be of some help if some lawyers tried to help crypto projects or AI now projects to be able to develop themselves with somehow an evolving regulatory framework. And I've been working in this space since then.
Thank you both, Cristina and Alberto. Let me ask you, how do you see AI, blockchain, and decentralized platforms impacting traditional business models in the next 5 to 10 years?
Okay.
We'll start with Alberto, please.
Sure. Long question. I'll try to be short, but I see different technologies being applied differently in traditional businesses. I think when we are speaking about decentralized platforms, it may usually be related to blockchain, but I think AI, for example, is what it's truly in the word of mouth nowadays because of ChatGPT and everything that's happening right now, and people know about generative AI even more if you go to the United States. And I think we all may agree that AI in general may speed up the developments and also enterprises in the way they behave or they usually operate. I mean, we all even do it in our houses through technology like assistants. So AI, I think it's going to be, in the short term, probably the technology that impacts more in the traditional businesses through maybe even predictive analysis and also querying natural language. And by this, I mean, with ChatGPT, the revolution has come because we all can ask in a natural way what we want to get information about it, or even help in our day-to-day based tasks. But in terms of predictive analysis, I think it's going to be a revolution in the 5 to 10 years. Along with blockchain, I don't have that, opinion, because I think it depends on where the masses has already adopted this technology. And South America, for example, where they use technologies like blockchain on a day-to-day basis, along with centralized platforms, I see that's where more traditional businesses are going to be speed up in the 5 to 10 years. But if I have to hit a hand in the Web3 space, quantum computing too, I think it's going to be the true revolution in the long term of the Web3 space.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I would also add that usually technologies have these different phases, and I did live the blockchain one where there was this super hype, everyone was using blockchain for no matter what, but you had to use blockchain for something. Now maybe we're seeing that with AI, but I think that what corporations need to know is which technologies can help them and in what processes or what sort of new revenues can new technologies help them in. And of course, it's not only a matter of answering those questions, but then comes the how. How are we going to implement this technology inside our business model? And there comes one of the great stoppers, but that's been like that since human is human, which is regulation, which is the only barrier for tech business models to develop. And I would say that in this point, it's more also a matter of jurisdictions. Because we've seen how fragmented crypto regulation is. AI is going to be the same. Some jurisdictions are going to embrace AI. Other jurisdictions, and I am very sad to say, I think the European Union is going to be one, are going to see with a lot of fear these sort of technologies. And innovation will always seek those territories with the highest legal certainty.
Thank
so
you.
It's going to be interesting to see.
Indeed. Christina, and we'll get back to you about what regulations we can expect in this space. But going back to the business experience, Alberto, I want to turn to you. In what ways can businesses leverage AI to enhance the customer experience and drive personalization in their products and services?
Sure. Since I'm more related to product management, I see every product can benefit with AI, for example, through recommendation systems. I mean, we have seen it in the past, even with Netflix, for example. I don't know if you heard about it, but I mean, they choose the thumbnail to show to you based on how do you engage with the platform. So they are improving, let's say, as a feature and using AI, so you get to engage more with the platform and with the product. So AI in general can be applied even with predictive analysis, how you're going to behave in the platform and adapt it to you. So
well, I think that there's just so much opportunity in this space, but I want to go back to Christina and I want to talk about the risk. What challenges and barriers do businesses face when adopting AI, blockchain, or other decentralized platforms? Can you talk about some of the regulatory risk that exists now and also what you expect to come down the pipe?
Yeah, I will speak first about a risk that it's not so much regulatory as to, I would say, security associated, which is cybersecurity and hacks. I've had, I would say, a lot of clients getting hacked when they're using these decentralized technologies. And that takes me to actually having to say that security, technology security, is a risk. If you do not have a good team that can build a strong, resilient platform, then maybe using these new technologies is a high risk for that company. Of course, regulatory risk, I mean, that's there, and that's there for any sort of business model that is using technology, I would say, from pharma to AI. And I wouldn't say that's a risk, because you do have the certainty of what's written in a law. So that's not a risk, that's something you need to comply with. It's a risk if you decide not to comply with it. But you are cooking a cake and you know the ingredients. If you choose not to put one in the cake, then that's your choice. So it's not so much a risk as a condition that you need to comply with.
And Christina, can we just double-click on that? How do we mitigate those risks as business owners? Are there best practices that businesses can employ to mitigate the risk of being hacked or their customers being hacked if they are using these decentralized platforms?
Yes, definitely. And I do approach to your question from two sides. The first one is the technical one. And so I think it's obvious, but if you're trying to build your products on new technologies, Just make sure you're hiring the best profiles, technical profiles, and also, at least in the crypto space, there are a lot of best practices that have been developed from the community. So I do remember, and I think some of you guys in the room maybe lived during the 2017 ICO run, that smart contract audits were not a thing. And the community itself ended up requiring this sort of audits because they thought there were best practices, and now everyone does smart contract auditing. So it's something that wasn't in a law, it's something that the community demanded. And I think that's the first side, and of course the other one is the legal regulatory things of the technical, so the innovation side of things. And there, what you need to know is that some territories will have a law or a regulation, others will not. So that's your choice. I always say that it's a strategic decision where you're going to base your innovative project in. If you're going to choose, and let's say, some sort of tax haven for tax reasons, which is perfectly okay, then you need to know that there are some downsides with that decision. If you're going to choose, for instance, some country in the European Union, you do know that you're going to have to comply with a high regulation, but then you also know that legal certainty is super high as well. So you will need to take decisions beforehand, and those, of course, do have consequences.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for these insights, both of you. Let's turn to inclusivity. How can businesses ensure inclusivity and accessibility when adopting AI, blockchain, or other decentralized platforms to avoid the digital divide? Are there any best practices that businesses can employ to make sure that these platforms are incorporating and enhancing inclusivity?
Yeah, following with what Christina have said, I think it's in the philosophy of Web3. I mean, all open source projects are trying to make more people realize how things operate underneath. And I think it's better for the Web3 space to, I'm trying to get back to what I was saying. The philosophy with Web3, it's enabling this technology to everybody. It's not just about blockchain, but the smart contracts too. I mean, we are trying to make public how it operates, or how it works, so everybody gets to understand how it operates underneath. I want to switch.
Okay, I will
Yeah,
just follow on what you're saying, and because I do agree. The thing is that I have always had the feeling that Web3 technologies are a lot of different functionalities inside a technology. So that per se is super hard to understand, and it was hard for me because I'm not a technical profile, and I'm sure it's super difficult to understand for end users, the mainstream end user. But then again, I also believe that maybe what we are trying to do as society is trying to understand something that we usually don't need to understand with other technologies. And I have a friend who used an example that I copy from him since then, which is how many of us know how our car brakes work?
It's a great example.
I don't know. I just want them to work, but I don't know how they work. That's the same with Web3 or with blockchain or with AI. I do not want to know how they work as a user. I just want to be able to use them in a friendly, easy way, and that's a technical task. So it's the technical guys who need to keep developing products that are more and more user-friendly.
Yeah, totally. That's the key on this.
That's what you wanted to say.
You don't really have to know how it works underneath. We all use a car, but we don't know how an engine works. You know, you just need fuel, but you get to work with it. With the technologies in the Web3 space, it's the same. I mean, by definition, they are allowing more people to get access to technology by not, or even breaking these digital divisions. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask both of you, are there any specific industries or sectors where the application of AI or blockchain or other decentralized platforms have the most transformative potential? Are there any particular industries where you see just being disrupted totally by AI?
I mean, I do have to say it here today because this week has been crazy, but I do believe that especially blockchain technology and tokenization, it's disrupting financial markets. And I mean, that was my thought, but the SEC is confirming it because they're just cracking down every single crypto startup that is trying to do things in the US. So I think that's definitely a thing, even though crypto is a very small sector in the financial market. And then I would say maybe AI and certain crypto assets are also disrupting a lot, in a good way, the gaming industry.
Yeah, totally. I see more disruption through decentralizing computing power. Because, I mean, in the past, we saw it from all enterprises having to create their on-premise servers and moving into the clouds with AWS, GCP, doesn't mind. Like, this kind of decentralization has been disrupting, for example, enabling more startups, even in other countries, to develop their ideas through lowering the cost barrier in order to launch your project through this kind of decentralization of platforms. And also, for example, with blockchain, I saw a disruption in the past, I don't know in the future, but I mean, with ICOs, for example, in order to fundraise like a startup in the blockchain technology, many enterprises use this kind of fundraise in order to avoid dilution, and it was like a good way to start the hype train to get the start running up. So in the future, probably it's going to be AI, more specific in the generative AI. I mean, we'll just have to see what the last batch in the YC community has been. I mean, maybe more than 40% of the startups has been in the generative AI space. We don't know what's going to come next. Probably maybe quantum computing, as I was saying before, but I mean, we just can't do guesses.
And just, we have to bear in mind that I am sure that next year, most of us will be using central bank digital currencies. If that's not a disruption based on blockchain technology, then I don't know what it is.
But we'll all have to be here next year to find out, right? Let me ask you, Christina, what ethical considerations should businesses keep in mind when utilizing AI or blockchain technologies? Are there any major ethical issues that we need to be aware of when employing these new technologies?
I love this question. And I love it because usually I've always practiced in the software sector, and there's, you know, this idea where when you're using a technology that's not specifically regulated, some people tend to think that if it's not regulated, then I can do whatever I want to do. I'm a technical profile, I can code this, it works, then I can do it. And that is a very wrong idea. There are legal barriers and ethical barriers. What sort of ethical barriers I do believe should be applied when you do not have a specific regulation in place? Common sense. That's the best one. I remember when the ICO bull run, we were living in the ICO bull run, and I was seeing so many unethical practices of market manipulation, and we're still seeing those today. With non-transparency, we were seeing privileged information conflicts of interests. All those things are regulated, not in the crypto space, but they are regulated. So what I was doing in those times with projects was telling them, hey guys, you know, life is very long. We do not have an ICO regulation in place, but we know that if you're manipulating prices, that's something that you should not do. So do not do it. Even if you're doing it in crypto, do not do it. And then what's happened? Of course, life is very long, and what you do today may explode in your face in 3 years' time. And regulators came, they approved a new law, and they, of course, investigated those projects that had not followed common sense / ethical limits. So common sense sometimes is the best of the instruments.
Well, let me ask you, is there a way to codify these ethical concerns? Do you see any codification coming out so that businesses can implement the ethical or implements best practices that you've highlighted?
I don't think there is. The European regulation sums up quite a lot of them, but one of the things that I've seen in the crypto space is that community is very, very demanding. So what we've seen is communities punishing projects that did not follow certain basic ethical rules, which the community beforehand had established. So, I mean, it's some sort of auto-regulation.
Okay. So we have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. Well, thank you very much. There's a lot of change here and a lot of risk and opportunities I think you've both highlighted. Alberto, I want to come to you and ask you, what role do you see partnerships and collaborations playing in accelerating the adoption and evolution of these technologies?
I think, again, it depends on the technology we are speaking about. In decentralized platforms, along with blockchain, I see totally playing a big role, partnerships, since you are educating people on the blockchain, or at least you are trying, or you are building a new ecosystem and truly utilities that they can use in a daily basis without really realizing underneath it's blockchain, the technology that it's working. So I see partnerships in that space it's definitely the key, a really big role. In the AI space, for example, I see not being such a key or big role for partnerships, since I think AI models, for example, may overlap between others. I think we see nowadays many enterprises being generated, but they are more like as a middleware. And by middleware, I mean like, let's say, a layer on top of a public, maybe AI model that other enterprises offering. So they may be more competitive in the space of AI, since they can maybe switch into more competitive to another enterprise easily. And for that, I think maybe partnerships are going to be more difficult to realize in the AI space.
So we have about a minute and a half left, and I would like you both just to offer one item that you're most excited about with these technologies in your personal businesses.
Hard question, that one. I would say that for us in the legal sector, the following, so the most recent challenge, or the following challenge that we're going to face, is talent. It's super hard to hire lawyers with a deep technical knowledge. And I do believe that it's impossible to advise well a client in the tech space if you are not a tech freak. So that's the challenge I'm leaving today.
Thank you.
Okay, so in my case, I think these technologies and the key of our startup, let's say, it's enabling more people to get access to, well, in this case, video games. So we are lowering the barrier. So I guess in general, like technology and Web3 revolution, it's going to offer more technologies to people to make their lives easier, or even decrease the costs of trying and getting the same access as maybe other person in the other part of the world may have, but just through technologies. So, yeah.
Thank you.
That's what passionates me more.
Thank you, Alberto and Christina. Well, we've come to the end of our panel discussion, and as you can see, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history where AI, blockchain, and decentralized platforms are revolutionizing industries across the globe. These emerging technologies offer unprecedented opportunities for business evolution, enabling us to reimagine traditional models and unlock new realms of innovation. So thank you for your time and attention this morning.
Big applause. Thank you very much. I must say, thank you, Jay Chill. That was fantastic. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you, guys. Okay, so how is the rain? Is it still raining? Traffic is heavy. Anyway, we're keeping on with the lines on businesses, big companies, and just to give some context, I've been doing startups for more than 20 years. And I remember like 10 years ago, it was really, really hard to get a corporation or any big company to engage with startups. And you would talk to them and say like, look, this is the future. And they would say like, oh, we know better. We know how to do innovation. We know how to do this stuff. Thankfully, this has been changing dramatically in the last decade, right? And it's accelerating through the pandemic, has been accelerating, but now the past few years has been also growing very fast. However, the magic word of doing open innovation for a company is not something, I mean, it's easily said. It's very, very hard to actually deploy it well and at scale. And precisely to talk about this, about 11 years of experience trying to do this, succeeding in getting companies to engage with other corporations, engaging with other open innovation initiatives, we have someone that has more than a decade of experience doing this. So please welcome our next speaker, 11 years of learning how to make corporate innovation possible, with Inés Oliveira, Head of Partnerships at Wayra, Spain.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, South Summit. Welcome. My name is Inés Oliveira, and I'm the Head of Partnerships at Wayra, Spain. And I'm here to tell you the 10 years or 11 years of learnings that we had of how we did open innovation at Telefónica and how we build Wayra. So, if you are considering to set up an open innovation unit, or if you have already one at your organization, I hope you like this content, and I welcome you to sit down and come with me to have a look on these learnings. The first question that you should have in your mind is, why do I need to have an open innovation unit if I have already an internal innovation unit? So the reason is that you need to be stimulated and disrupted by different startups, by different companies, and be stimulated by the competition. And that is why in 2000, the median age of Standard & Poor's in 2000 was 85 years old. 10 years later, we had the median age of 33 years old. We do not have the latest numbers of the listed companies, but we do know that the average age is much recent, and we have younger and younger startups and companies listed at Standard & Poor's, and we need to be stimulated by the others and be disruptive. So either you innovate or you'll not survive. So companies should, and organizations should redefine their role. And that's why we created Wayra in 2011, an open innovation hub of Telefónica, a telecommunication company, which, by the way, next year will be 100 years old. And we decided to combine internal innovation with the work with startups, investment, and business development. I'm sure that you know already our track record. We have years of experience, presence in 14 markets, 7 Wayra hubs, more than 1,000 invested companies, and more than 500 active startups. But the truth is, the running until here was not easy. You can imagine having an open innovation unit in a corporate is not easy at all. And we had a lot of frustrations, but we do also have a lot of happiness and a lot of learnings that we want to share with you today. So come with me and let's have a look to the first learning. Your open innovation organization should be CEO driven. What does this mean? This should be proposed and designed by the top management team. This was exactly what happened in 2011 when we launched Wayra. This gentleman here, José María Álvarez Payete, at the time he was the president of Telefónica Latin America, and right now is the president of Telefónica. He was the one who had the vision of implementing an open innovation unit. He was the one who needed to influence the different management teams, to coordinate all the teams, establish the operations, and coordinate all the countries to have this as a reality. The same mindset had our partner Hotelbeds. Hotelbeds is a travel tech company leader in bed bank. Nicholas Huss, the CEO of Hotelbeds, was very clear on that. He wanted to be present in the very first beginning, and he wanted to be present in the most important activities in order to look for the best B2B travel tech startups and to be disrupted by them. Second learning, involve all the business units. It's true that it is important to have a top-down strategy, but it is also true that you should have a bottom-up strategy, and you should involve all the business units around you. At Telefónica, we knew that we needed to create a dedicated open innovation unit, but we also knew that we needed to spread the innovation word across the different business units. And that's why, during the years that we have worked with Telefónica and with our colleagues, we were able to manage the famous digital transformation, or the cultural change that is so famous to heard of. Here you may find some photos of our activities that we do with our colleagues from Telefónica. When we are presenting demos of our startups to our colleagues, when we are discussing investment opportunities with other VCs in front of our colleagues, and even when we are thinking about the future of a specific technology with our strategy colleagues. Everyone should be involved, even your colleagues from finance or even your colleagues from HR. The same vision had our partner Desigual with Awesome Lab, the open innovation hub of Desigual. Apart from looking for the best startups in the fashion industry and attracted to Desigual, they had a very clear vision of creating a community of employees that could change and have a digital transformation at their organization. They had a community of 25 employees from different business units that every week they receive different content from mentorship, meetups with other startups, meetups with other investors, and they can spread the word of innovation and they can be the ambassadors of Awesome Lab at their organization. Third learning, get to know your buyer startup. Analyze your preferred startup maturity stage. What does this mean? What do you prefer? Pre-seed, seed, growth, scale-up? It's true that throughout these years, at Telefónica, at Wara, we were able to show you today the graph of these different maturity stages that has a full coverage of different maturity stages. But it is also true that we define different strategies for each investment or initiative that we were looking for, with different investment tickets, with direct invest to startups, or even investing directly in funds, or even organizing and establishing a proper fund in collaboration with other organizations, which is the case of Vivo Ventures in Brazil. The same mindset of covering different maturity stages had our partner Fundación Valencia Port, OpenTop, the open innovation hub of the port industry of the Valencia port. They wanted to be closer to the innovation at the very beginning, so that's why they asked us for our help in order to launch a hackathon. But they were also looking for having different maturity stages, having a personalized program dedicated in incubation, acceleration, piloting, and funding. I'm not saying that it is important to have a full coverage. I'm just saying that it's important to have a specific program, personalized program for the preferred maturity stage that you want to work with. Fourth learning, focus on your industry. You are already the leader of your market. You know very well your market. So that's important for your organization. So an open innovation hub that is verticalized, it has a better, stronger value proposition. At Wara, we knew the core strengths at Telefónica. And that's why we invest right now in all these different fields. And this was also very clear to our partner, Zona Franca de Cádiz, in the south of Spain, a public partner that wanted to set up a reference in Spain of a blue tech hub. So it's a hub just focused on the blue tech sector, and we are giving to these startups a verticalized mentorship in blue tech. Right now, we have already more than 40 startups that have been in our program in Cádiz. Fifth learning, set clear goals to your business. What is your main objective? Is it PR? Do you want to invest on the startups and have a financial return on it? Or do you want to do business with the startups and convert it into digital products at your organization? At Telefónica and Wara, we had years of experience, that's true, and that's why we are very proud to show you today these numbers. The way that we do in our investment thesis is that we invest if we have a fit with Telefónica. This means that we can either use the startup as we are the client of the startup as an internal use, that's what we say, or external use when we resell and we are a distribution channel for our startup. These allow us today to have more than 330 startups have worked with Telefonica and more than 450 million euros contracts generated with startups and Telefonica. This was also important for our partner Desigual when he was looking for startups that could make the life easier for their designers. And that's how we found out Fermat, this startup here that you can find. This startup is a Canva tool that uses AI and increases the process of creativity and production for the creators that are using the design moments at Desigual. 6, learning. Use your network. Open innovation is open by its definition. So you have a strong value proposition if you work with your stakeholders and take advantage of them. That's why our positioning at Telefonica was very important to reduce the time to market to our partners, since the positioning that we have right now at the ecosystem. And this was exactly what happened and what they asked us. BNDES is a Brazilian development bank, our Brazilian partner, and asked us to foster the entrepreneurship across the country. So they were looking for mentorship programs and having like this networking effect. So in 2020, we were able to accelerate more than 40 startups, and last year we accelerated 58 startups. In total, we generated more than 240 interactions between startups, foundations, government, and corporates. So networking here was super important. 7th, open your tech assets. Technology is very important. Business development is what the startups are looking for, but they are also looking for technical validation. So if you have technology, open it to your startups. That's what we did with the Wire Activation program. We opened our technology to our startups in these different fields: IoT, blockchain, carrier billing, living apps, 5G, open gateway. We give them easy access, and we also give them expert support. That's what the startups are looking for. This specific mindset had our partner General Electric Healthcare in the UK. They were looking forward to have a verticalized program, a startup verticalized program in AI using their platform, the Edison platform. So they are looking for use cases of startups that could use the platform as use cases. And from now, we have more than 600 applications, 13 startups got on board, and 12 of them had a commercial pilot with the Edison platform. 8th, learning, international DNA. Successful startups are global startups. Successful open innovation units are global open innovation units. So if you have already the footprint of your organization, take advantage of it. If you don't have it, use the footprint that you have with your stakeholders or choose a partner to look for it. This is the footprint of Wayra, taking advantage of Telefónica's footprint. And this was exactly what happened with our partner AstraZeneca. They had it already, digital hubs across the world, which they call the Catalyst Network. And that's why they were looking for startups in the healthcare industry, especially in Spain, and that's why we worked with them. And we are still looking for partnerships in Wayra ISPAM as well, so international by DNA. Right to play. This is important. If you know your market, you have a track record, you know how to play, and you can play it. It's true that we are very lucky today to show you today these numbers after 1,000 investments and show you the Hall of Fame that we can share with you today at this South Summit. This was important for us to have this right to play, and literally our partner was also very important in this case, SportBoost. And literally here's right to play. We were looking forward to co-invest in the best tech and sports startups in this industry. And we gave to our startups an exclusive meeting with Iker Casillas and Chema Alonso to discuss the future of technology and to discuss the future of sports tech. This is the right to play. And we are now proud to say that we have invested in 2 startups together. And finally, and this is the most important one, have fun. This is amazing working with startups. You know, I've been working at Wara for almost 9 years now, and I've never stopped laughing and smiling with my colleagues, with my team, with my projects, and with my partners. And we have never stopped have fun with our partners. These are all the partners that had fun with us, and I hope if you want to have fun in the future as well, you come to see us and we can have this journey together. And remember one thing, this is not an easy journey, so it's important to have the skin in the game. Thank you so much.
Wait. I think we can, I'm going to make some, by the way, I didn't know you were Portuguese. Then it's Ines.
Ines.
There you go, I should have known. I don't know if we have any questions. Anyone wants to ask any questions? We still have a little bit more time with questions. Any questions, anyone? No?
If not, you can see us in the Wara booth over there.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Big applause for Ines. Muito obrigado, Ines. Thank you. And we're going to make a small little break. We're still figuring out our next speaker. 5-minute break, and we'll be right back, okay? See you in a second. By the way, there's plenty of space here at the front row, so no need to stay over there at the back. Okay. So welcome back, everyone. Just quick announcement. We have a slight technical problem with our next speaker, which I was actually going to interview. So we're going to try and relocate the talk at the end of this block right before lunchtime. Okay. I'll keep you updated with what happened. Everything else stays the same. So we're going to give a little break, and we will do the road panel in a second, in a couple of minutes. Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, 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 we're back. How are we doing? Good? Good, right? Okay, so we're going to be talking about something I'm personally quite interested, because we always talk about technology, right? Oh, the new AI thing, ChatGPT, autonomous vehicles, this and that, space technology. But we rarely talk about the infrastructures that are needed for that to actually scale. It's great to have it on in a lab, but then you do need to scale this so that everyone in a country can actually enjoy it. So precisely to talk about that, our next panel is going to be focusing on what do you need to build to really deploy autonomous vehicles? What kind of infrastructure you need to have around that to make it real and have access to everyone to do it? I'm just curious, who thinks here that we're going to have autonomous vehicles in the next 5 years? Raise your hands. Okay, 10 years? 20 years? Oh, wow. You have an interesting audience today. So please welcome our next panelist to talk about the new roads, the digitalization of the digitalizing the future of roads, with Iván Burgos Murillo, head of connected cars at Porsche Ibérica. Big applause, please, for Iván. Thank you for joining. To join him, Fernando Rex, head of network and operations at NTT Data. Big applause for Fernando. Thank you, Fernando. And to final the panel, Fernando Vallejo, Managing Director of OpenVia Mobility and Sustainability. Big applause to Fernando Dos. And to run the panel and moderate and make sure you guys are in line and behave, please welcome Ángela Montánchez, Head of Growth at OpenVia Mobility.
Hello, good morning. What a rainy morning. We're very, very excited to be here today and to host this panel that's going to be exploring how to bring digital roads to life, how to make our lives safer, easier, and that's by transforming the way we drive, the way we get to our families, to our jobs, the way we use information, real-time information, and we communicate connected cars and digital infrastructure. He asked, who of those think that autonomous cars are going to be here in 5, 10 years? But I have another question. Who of you already have a connected car? A car that receives information? You also might have a subscription? Some hands, raising hands. Ooh, we have some hands there. And I'm pretty sure that most of you already have some kind of connected services already going on. Actually, all those services that we have and that we're already using will enable the future of roads, will enable the way cars and infrastructure will communicate. And OpenVia, the innovation and technological platform from the Global Via Group, wants to be part of this vision and has recently launched New Roads, a program or a vision that wants to enable digital roads to connect services, people, cars, infrastructure, and to improve, at the end of the day, safety, the way we drive by receiving information of what's happening ahead. The only possible way of doing this is through collaboration, through co-creation, and through having such interesting conversations as the ones that we're going to have right now, having all the agents from ecosystems, OEMs like Porsche, tech vendors like NTT and ourselves, infrastructure is critical. It's critical to make things happen. So let me introduce you to this exceptional panel that we're having today. We're having Iván Burgos from Porsche Ibérica. He's an expert in connected car services, social media strategies. He's been working for luxury brands, consumer goods, Nokia, Samsung, so he knows a lot about user services. We also have Fernando Rex from NTT Data. He's an expert in networks, operations, and lately, obviously focusing in 5G deployments, our enabling technology. And also Fernando Vallejo, he's the head of innovation and sustainability and IT from Global Via, and also the CEO of OpenVia, a mobility enthusiast, crazy about connected and autonomous vehicles. And gentlemen, I have some questions for you. Let's start with you, Iván. What do you? Ah, sorry. I'm not putting the interesting part, and I always wanted to say something, and I'm going to say it in Spanish. Dentro vídeo.
Imagine a future where our roads are even safer, more sustainable, and smarter. At OpenVia, we are already making this happen. With our NeoRoads initiative, we apply technologies such as 5G communications, IoT devices and sensors, and artificial intelligence to digitalize roads, improving the ecosystem of connected vehicles. NeoRoads helps road operators optimize operations and speed up response times to increase service quality. It also improves maintenance efficiency, enabling better use of resources and anticipating potential flaws in the infrastructure elements. The safety and experience of their users are key for road operators, so NeoRoads creates a communication channel between the two, enabling new services to be defined and delivered to connected vehicle users. At OpenVia, we are committed to transforming and digitalizing roads, preparing them for emerging demands, offering new value and services. Discover how NeoRoads is making the future of mobility a reality, improving the lives of millions worldwide.
And now we're with the questions. Ivan, let's start with you. So, what type of services is Porsche working in, or do you foresee that they're going to be coming in the next years?
We are working, developing services since maybe 8 years ago, and we already have in the market a number of services. We have two kinds of services. Security service, let's say to remotely stop thieves of stealing your car, this kind of security services. We have remote functionality services. So this is key for electric vehicles, because when your car is on a charging station, you need to know with your smartphone if this is working, the level of charge you already have, and these kind of things. And we are selling these products with every car for 8 years, and we have, let's say, we are on our way to have 1 million users, active users on a monthly basis, which is huge for a brand so small as Porsche is. On the other hand, every car is a device today. It's a 3G or 5G device, and is creating data every second. It's data about behavior, and it's data coming from sensors on the vehicle. So it's data about take it on the road. So we have an ecosystem of services. We have third parties like Google and many others, and we have common services. We are running third-party services on our devices, and in the other hand, we are developing our own services with third parties. So it's a huge ecosystem. Everybody can imagine the car as a new device. So you have a full ecosystem. We have our services store, the Connect store. This is what is happening today. But in the future, well, I think it's not only for Porsche, but works with the whole industry. The ecosystem is going to be probably a huge business, because third party, they are going to be able to create their own apps based on the data the devices are getting from the roads, and then create services to improve not only safety, but the brand experience and the driving experience. So the future, I think, is going to be, let's say, increasing ecosystem of third parties and service providers, and also maybe hardware providers, creating apps to be run on the cars.
I love the way you talk about ecosystems, because life is about ecosystems, services. But technology plays a big role, isn't it, Fernando? What do you think are the main challenges regarding connectivity, how to connect cars, people, infrastructure?
Okay. As you say, there are several challenges, no a single one in this context. No? Ivan was talking about the data that we need to manage, the complexity of processing all of this information. This will require a new infrastructure to support this. No? We need to deploy new and dedicated networks to support these new requirements in order to support the autonomous driving and other features that are related with the connected car. And this requires a huge deployment, thinking the deployment of new connectivity, new network through all the roads, all the infrastructures that we have globally. This represents a huge investment as well, no? A huge effort of all the companies related with this, also the public sector, in terms of investing on this infrastructure. In terms of technology, we have the solution. And the problem here is basically the money, no? We need to find a way to monetize the investment we have to do. And in order to do that, we are working all together in a co-creation environment in order to define an innovative set of services that could provide enough value to the users to make possible the generation of revenue that will make possible this new business. No? On the other hand, it's important to remark that this is only possible also if we have innovation as part of the equation. No? We need startups, we need new ideas, new developments that will be part of this ecosystem to provide this value. This requires also, and this is very relevant from a system integrator perspective, we need standardization, we need interoperability, we need to make possible that all these pieces together, coming from different sources, work together, providing value to the final user. And this is actually one of the main challenges that from the system integration perspective we have at this moment.
Sorry, don't you think that this infrastructure that is being created right now has the risk of being absolutely different in the US, for instance, and in Europe, or different from Europe to Asia? Mm-hmm. Because today it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Regulation is different depending on the country where you are, and the behavior of each government is different. In some places they are opening the door for the private companies to deploy their own networks. In others, is not allowed. The management of the frequencies, the spectrum, is also different. Is another issue to manage in this business. So there is an additional complexity. You are right.
I think there is a three-speed development, which is the North America, US, Canada, maybe Mexico, maybe another one is Europe, and the third one is Asia. Mm-hmm. And it's getting complex because Asia is so different from the US, for instance. For instance, in our case, services are different from Asia to US.
Absolutely.
And from different because the infrastructure is different. In Europe, we rely, I'm giving an example, on Vodafone Automotive and Vodafone Network, which is running in whole Europe, which is not 16 anymore in Asia. So there is a different infrastructure and it's different hardware on the cars. Mm-hmm. So the services based on the data on the sensors on the car are different, based on different hardware. Yeah. So it's so complex that means I expect in the future maybe Asia or Europe having tens or hundreds of services running, and maybe US only 10. So let's see what's happened, but it's going to be complex.
Yeah, in this sense, on the services that we provide from Neo Roads, that's a complexity that is taken into account, meaning that when we call it the Neo Roads kit, where you have different modules that you can apply depending on the road that you are operating. And this means that the kit that we will have for Europe will be different to the kit that we have for the US. And that's very important because we have like a toolbox where we can select those tools that are applicable to each scenario. For example, you were talking about the US. In fact, we think that the US is one of the leaders in terms of smart infrastructure. They have one thing that we don't have here. It's, for example, public spectrum to be used by private networks.
Yeah.
So in Europe, when you want to develop a smart infrastructure using 5G telecommunications, you have to talk to Vodafone or to Telefonica or to another player in order to get bandwidth to provide these services that we have seen in the video. What happens in the US? In the US, the picture is different. In the US, you can ask for a certain spectrum where you can deploy your services, and you don't need a mobile network operator already running. This really creates an incentive for the industry to develop new services and these sets of things that can create new businesses. At the end, our target in Neo Roads is to change the color of roads. That's the simple thing. So we don't want to have gray roads. We want to have blue roads. Why blue? Because if you ask ChatGPT and you ask what's the color of digital, ChatGPT tells you that it's blue. So we want to change roads from gray to blue. And this is a challenge. And the main challenge that we have here is who is going to pay for this? Because everything is really nice, innovation is really nice, but at the end, when you have to go there, somebody has to pay for that. So the challenge that we are facing with NeoRoads is getting with all the partners, trying to look for services that the user will pay for that. Will you pay for safety? We have very successful brands from OEMs that has based its campaigns and marketing in safety, and we think that safety is another value to those users who has a connected car already that want to add a service like safety. And how the future will look like. I guess that next time, I guess many people here are from startups, so when you are a founder, you want two things. You want your project to be done, it's your passion, and the second thing is you want to get rich, because you want to have a unicorn. So when you have this money, the next thing that you do is to buy a Porsche.
Yeah.
So you buy a Porsche, and then you, in the Porsche concessionaire, they tell you, what services do you want? I want this service, this many really nice services from Porsche, and then they tell you, and do you want a Safety Plus service? Why not? So this is where we want to reach. This Service Plus, so when you go through a highway, which is under the NeoRoads initiative, the Safety Plus is activated and the infrastructure is providing information to the car so that you know that something is happening, that there is a wild pig crossing the highway at that moment, and the Porsche automatically will decrease the speed to stop and not to hit the wild pig and not to have an accident. So is this the way that we are going to have in the future and the services? I don't know, but we have to try. If we don't put these services in place, if we don't put these vehicles with these capabilities, if we don't put the technology, the telecommunications that can provide these low latency services, if we don't prepare the roads to have these services ready, we will not have the possibility to test it. And this is why we are here, and we cannot do it alone. We have to do it all together.
On the other hand, this transport industry is changing so fast in the past 5 years and changing so fast in the next 5 years that it really scares, because it was almost the same for 50 years. Same cars, same quality, same safety regulation, same thing for 50 years. And 5 years ago, it started a deep transformation, including the technology, which is impacting the way we design product. On the other hand, we have some regulation about emissions, which is changing the way we design products. So, and on the other hand, we have safety regulations. You know, for instance, in Europe, every car needs to have an ECM. In the case of a crash, they call 911. So they have a safety call in case of crash, which is safety regulation, and is based on telecommunication infrastructure. So this is changing so fast that it's impossible to know which services will be really a customer need. Because today all the services we have are based on regulation, or they are services nice to have. But how will be the services in the next year for customers?
That's a good question.
Picking your point, Ivan, you were talking about the huge impact that technology is having over the past years. So I would like to ask Fernando, what do you think, Fernando from Entity, what do you think are the main transforming technologies that will impact this ecosystem?
Well, you say the right word from my perspective, the ecosystem. No? This is an ecosystem of technologies that all together will provide the value that we need, no? Something that we are still looking for. In terms of connectivity, the requirement is clear. No? We need to manage a huge amount of data. I said before, in low latency, high capacity of the network. This is today, the answer to that in a mobility environment is 5G. 5G is the solution to get today. Tomorrow will be 6G and maybe other technology. We have also CV2X. We have already developed the technology that will permit the communication between vehicles and the infrastructure. And this connectivity altogether will permit the transfer of data that is required to support the new services. But we need also the capacity to process all this amount of data. No? We need an enormous infrastructure in the cloud, in the edge, able to manage all this data and provide the value to the users. I repeat value because it's the most relevant topic. This is not about technology, about an exercise of theoretical possibilities. It's about providing value to the final users. And once we are talking about cloud and edge, there we could have anything. No? We can use the existing engines for artificial intelligence. We can use analytics, we can use IoT, we can use all the technologies that are available, and combining all of them, we will have these new services available for the users, and then we will start making a profitable business around this. Obviously, this opens the door also to all the startups, as I said before, to be part of the ecosystem of solutions that will provide features required for specific functions in this context.
And
so we've seen that Porsche is doing lots of digital services since 8 years ago, which is a great deal. Fernando Rex has explained us how technology is impacting. Are we going to see the next generation infrastructure operators? Are traditional infrastructure operators going to change? I mean, is it in their DNA to become more digital, or what's going to be their role?
It's not in our DNA, but it's becoming part of our DNA. So we have to change. Everybody has to change. We have to change ourselves every day. And this represents a challenge. But I can tell you more. I think we have to address the vision that we want to achieve. If we don't have a vision, we will not get it. So first thing, we are here in Europe. Now, with your cars, you can have hands-free mode in your vehicles. In the US, you can be driving with these long, straight roads for hours without touching your steering wheel. This is done now. This is not done in Europe because maybe legislation of different countries, we are experts in regulation, you know, all this stuff. But this is happening already in the US. It's not the future, it's the present. So what's the future? The future is that in not many years from now, it will not be only that you will not have hands on the steering wheel. You will not look at the road. It will be hands off, eyes off. I know you like Instagram and TikTok, so you will be able to look at the TikTok while you are driving. Because it's easier, it's better, you enjoy it. Why should you go and see all the time the road?
Because of the passion of driving.
Yeah, it's the passion. Yeah, maybe with the Porsche. Yeah, I understand that.
I think we will keep the wheel. We will keep the wheel for a while.
Yeah, so it's not be 0 or 1. Obviously, you will have a certain.
Maybe if you are in a traffic jam, you can check your email, which is good, or take a nap.
Yeah, so you will have the chance of doing that, but and this is the future that would come, so that you will be able just to completely do something else while you are driving, maybe talking to your children or whatever. So this will be available in the coming years. This is not very far away in time. So infrastructure will play a critical role here because some OEMs, I will not tell every OEM because there are different OEMs, some OEMs, they feel that they want to be autonomous in 2 ways. They want to be autonomous from the autonomous car, and also they want to be autonomous in providing a solution to the user. We believe that this solution is so complex that it needs the collaboration of many companies around the challenge. And this is where we are. And I think we can do it. And I think that we can do it soon.
So we're heading to the last remarks and last thoughts. Ivan, I would like to ask you, with the crystal ball, where driver is not so fashionable anymore, what are the key services you think users, drivers will experience?
I think next 10 years, from the point of view of a car manufacturer, and a luxury sport car manufacturer, we will have, I'm guessing, we'll have two kind of services. Few services will be based on electric cars, because this is going to be huge. In next 10 years, we need the whole industry needs to move to electric cars. So there's going to be a gap of charging infrastructure, and we will need technology and services to manage the existing infrastructure, to book services, to book, and to keep it efficient. So electric infrastructure services will be key. On the other hand, luxury sport car manufacturer, luxury cars, high-end cars, premium cars, they will create services for Joy to improve the brand experience. So you will have some services out of your car to increase the value of the brand and the experience, make you happy about the brand and your car, but not only in the car. So doing more things. I'm talking about related to everything that makes us happy.
Driving. And Fernando, question for you. This is a difficult one. One, transforming...
Alex is looking at us with a very...
1 second left. Just one transforming technology that's going to change the world in the way we drive and we move.
The technology is artificial intelligence from a perspective. Obviously, is the basis to manage all the complexity that brings this new universe of services that we are defining. So we need these autonomous decisions. We need this intelligence in the network and in the cars in order to manage this complexity. So this is what will change everything.
Thank you. Fernando, final remark.
Final remark is, see you everybody here in 5 years' time with your connected and autonomous car. Maybe you will not have to drive, so we'll wait for the next 5 years for you to come and see.
Thank you very much for joining us in this exceptional panel, and see you in stand 143. We have some sweets and chuches and arcade to play. Thank you so much.
Big applause, please. Thank you very much, all four, for joining us. I love it because most people said, like, it's going to happen in 20 years. So I hope they convince you that it's going to happen in 5. Thank you very much, everyone. And speaking of AI, by the way, now we have the transitions. This is a room that's complicated because when everyone goes up, then there's a clogging there. Plenty of free space here at the front rows, especially this side here, so you can keep coming. And meanwhile, we'll be speaking about artificial intelligence, there's a lot that's been going on right now, both in terms of technology, but also in terms of regulation. Like, there's now the European regulation that's being pushed. There's a push within Congress of the US to try and regulate these technologies. Let me just make a quick survey while everyone is sitting down. Who thinks AI needs to be regulated? Raise your hand. Okay. Who thinks it shouldn't be regulated at all? Wow, we have some free spirits. Who thinks that the current proposal of regulation might be too much? Too much. Okay, some of you. Okay, interesting. Well, the truth is, and we were just talking at the backstage, that AI has been happening for a very long time. Don't get me wrong. I studied AI many years ago. I studied neural networks when no one gave, and if you excuse my language, when no one gave a shit about it, and everyone said, like, AI is dead, AI will never work, and now I'm with my popcorn laughing all the time. But the truth is, it's been there for a very long time, but we all know that it's gone exponential recently. Now, the question is, when things go so fast, and I don't remember a technology being taken by companies and startups and corporations and using it in their day-to-day as fast as what we've seen with certain elements of AI. So the question is, does anyone know how to regulate this? And to talk about that, I want to welcome our next panel to talk about AI regulation and the innovation ecosystem. So please welcome our first speaker of the panel, Alberto Gago, International Affairs Advisor at CEDIA. Big applause to Alberto. Thank you for joining. To join him, a good old friend, Justo Hidalgo, Director of Artificial Intelligence at Digital. Big applause for Justo. Thank you for joining, my friend. And last but not least, I'll tell you a little story. 11 years ago, we went in a room and together changed the name to South Summit. So please welcome my partner in crime, Sofia Benjumea, EMEA Head at Google for Entrepreneurs.
Okay, that was an anecdote you could share. I thought you were bringing something worse. Hello everyone. Crowded space to talk about regulation. I'm actually surprised, to be super honest. So
Amazing.
Definitely is a topic that everyone has in their mind. We all know that AI is now kind of who is not using it on a minute basis overall as the topic of the year. It's the most profound technology that humanity is working on today. A technology with great potential, but of course, how do we regulate this technology is also in everyone's head. And for example, I work for Google, and Sundar Pichai, our CEO, said during his recent visit to Europe that AI is too important not to regulate, and too important not to regulate well. Now, what does that mean? Startups are key to solving the world's biggest challenges, and here we are with many of those. And AI actually can be their sharpest tool to actually tackle some of the world's biggest concerns. And as we were saying, we're in the middle of the discussions in Europe about the future AI Act that our panelists will share a little bit more about. A regulation that holds immense significance in shaping actually the trajectory of artificial intelligence, development, and its impact in society. We're going to talk more because they're considering a risk-based approach, so I would like for you to share a little bit more about this. And also try to see what are going to be the implications for startups. The implications on a positive way, but also the challenges that they will face. As we were saying, in terms of implications and the positive ones, of course, we need some kind of framework, clarity on how their startups will have to operate, and transparency and accountability. But also is what is going to be the resources, the implications, the challenges the startups will have to face to be compliant with those. Let me share some data and we'll jump into the questions. So according to the AI Act Impact Survey, 65 of all startups said that they were familiarized with the AI Act. How many of you actually know the AI Act? Have you really gone deep in understanding how is the Commission's approach? Raise your hand. Okay, so yeah, not very accurate. Nearly 50% of the respondents would classify their AI system as high-risk system. And 45% of the surveyed startups consider their AI system to be GPAI, which is general purpose AI, making them subject to some of the obligations for general purpose AI providers. But let's jump into actually the specifics on, could maybe you, Alberto, give you a 2 minutes super brief on what is the proposed approach now from the Commission that will soon start on trilogues? What is the Commission today proposal to the AI Act?
Okay, yeah, thank you. I can do that very quickly. First of all, just to let you know that the European Union has been working on AI development of ethical AI since 2018 with a high-level expert group that developed recommendations. Those recommendations were put into a white paper that was published in 2020 with the new Commission. And after that, the Commission in 2021 proposed a regulation for artificial intelligence, which is a regulation that doesn't regulate the technology itself, but it regulates the applications of that technology that may affect fundamental rights of citizens. citizens. So the approach of the Commission is a balanced approach between ensuring that we can still innovate with the production of artificial intelligence when it doesn't affect fundamental rights. But when it does affect fundamental rights, we put the necessary safeguards or the guardrails to ensure that citizens are protected against, for example, discriminatory decisions that are taken by an artificial intelligence system because the data is biased, or by potential problems to the privacy of your data, which are fundamental rights that we all enjoy in the European Union. That was a proposal by the European Commission that I don't know if you guys understand how we legislate at the European Union, but the Commission proposes something and then it goes to the Council where we are member states debating how to change that proposal in line with our position. For example, Spain was one of the countries that included the necessity early, before ChatGPT outbreak, to talk about general purpose AI, to see whether we need to set up a number of minimum obligations for general purpose that then will become high-risk AI systems. At the same time, the Council, where the member states are represented, has its own position. The European Parliament does the same process in the committees, and they agree on a position. So at the moment, we have a definite position on the Council, and the European Parliament is going to vote their final position on the 14th of June, so next week on Wednesday, right? So that we can start trilogues. The first trilogue, as established by the European presidency, which is now held by the Swedish colleagues, will take place on the very 14th at night. So we are really ready to start discussing what are the consensus or the compromises between the two positions so that we get to a final text, which is basically a consensus view of the Parliament and the Council, with always the help of the Commission.
Okay. So I think this was key to get kind of the audience to understand, because I think one of the key questions that Justo and I were discussing is like, to what extent is as we're here at South Summit, kind of in the heart of the startup ecosystem, to what extent is the ecosystem aware of what Alberto was just sharing, and the implications, and also to what extent the institutions are considering startups as part of creators or enablers or developers of AI?
You've seen the answer here, I think. I think the ecosystem in general is not cognizant on the evolution and the work that is being done. Of course, there's some bigger startups, scale-ups that already have the resources and the staff and the team, and I'm working already on that. There can be some other startups that are already regulated, and they already know what are the steps towards, in this case, the AI Act. But in general, I would say that first, startups, and I've been an entrepreneur myself, typically don't have the resources, and that means since you don't have the resources, you don't have the will to actually worry about regulation until it's probably too late in some cases. We saw that with GDPR. Okay, suddenly we had to implement GDPR because we weren't sure as a startups whether that was for us or not, and then we realized it was for us. And I think this is another challenge we have now with the AI Act. The technology goes very quickly, so it's kind of, as Alberto was saying, the first draft of the AI Act didn't take into account generative AI because it didn't exist as a concept. It existed in the state of the art, but not as a concept for startups. And then regulation is going to have to adapt to everything that is going to happen with the technology. That's very difficult for startups to manage in the day-to-day basis when most of us, what we are thinking when we have a startup is to reach the end of the month. So when the regulation comes, okay, will come. But in this case, this is too important to act this way. We need to understand the implications of what a high risk, as probably you will explain later, high risk AI system implies for a startup and for bigger companies as well, but in this forum for startups as well.
Yeah, and actually follow up, maybe for both, maybe Justo can give us more specific examples on startups, but you can definitely kind of applicate it for corporates or other uses. But How are startups in Spain or companies using, you talked about general purpose, like what is this, and what would fall into high risk, low risk? No, so it's setting maybe some examples.
Yeah, so I think most, or many startups, I wouldn't say most, but many startups are definitely using or augmenting general purpose AIs. I won't get technical here, but there's things like transfer learning, which I'm sorry for the technical guys here, I will try. It's kind of reusing pre-trained models, for example, in order to create an AI system much faster. So for that, and of course the usage of generative AIs, either commercial or open source, are something that many startups are starting to grow to at a point. For me, the critical thing is that according to the surveys in the last months, more than what we thought, more startups than what we thought, think that they would become, but they would belong to an AI high-risk system. Okay, I think there was a survey saying that it's about 33%, 35% of the startups think that their AI system would be put as a high-risk system, which represents lots of costs, potential costs, up to $300,000 for some other forecasts. So that's the critical thing here for me. There are startups that are doing that. I can put some examples, specific examples later if you want, but there are startups that are using general purpose AI systems that are creating generative AIs that may believe that since I'm not in health or I'm not in high critical infrastructures, that's not for me. But just to put a very simple example, for a few years I've worked in the talent and employment world. That's one of the high-risk areas according to the AI Act. So any startup that is now trying to create, for example, to match profiles, user profiles with job postings, or is trying to automate the candidate management in a job posting position, may be in a high-risk system, in a high-risk level in the AI Act. This is what we have to think about and to provide more information to startups about what to do with it.
Yeah.
No, indeed. Let me add as well here. I mean, there is 4 categories. So there's the prohibited practices, like for example, what happens in China, which is social scoring, that is prohibited in the AI Act. And then there's the high risk. And the high risk in the regulation, there is an annex that lists, I believe it's 13 categories or sectors where potentially your AI system could be a high risk. One of the aspects is employment. Another one, for example, is education. Another one could be insurance. Another one could be things related to health when you are maybe, the AI system is going to check whether you have a cancer cell or not. And then there is the rest of AI systems that they have, where we ask that there is sufficient transparency that you are using an AI system on this. So there is a human oversight if it's necessary because it affects certain aspects. And with this, I understand that when you have to comply with regulation, that has a cost for big companies. Usually big companies, it's easier for them to adapt than small and medium enterprises. But both the position of the Parliament and the position of the Council, they also foresee a number of extra, let's say, not obligations, but extra dispositions that relate to SMEs. So, for example, fines for SMEs will be a bit lower than for big companies. There is an obligation on member states to ensure that they do awareness raising between SMEs and startups so that they understand where they are. And there is one thing very important in this regulation, which is the proposal to put forward sandboxes for innovation. So every member state is set to put sandboxes so that their innovation ecosystem can go through that sandbox in order to develop AI systems that are compliant with the regulation, so that we ensure that we don't stop innovation and we provide the tools for innovators to go ahead with their business.
Yeah, I'll jump straight to actually, we had it on the, what exactly, because actually this is going to be especially relevant for Spain and for during the presidency, because Spain is going to be kind of launching this first sandbox. Can you explain to the audience a little bit what's the way to interact with those sandbox? And also, you were talking about what Breton has proposed, the AI Pact. Like, what are the next steps, to be honest, that are going to be relevant for Spain?
Okay, well, the sandbox that Spain is developing is not the type of sandboxes that the regulation establishes. It's another type of sandbox because so what you made reference to with the GDPR, we all experienced that drama, that how do we implement the data protection impact assessment, what is a data minimization principle. All that happened for 2 years until everyone understood how we have to comply with this. The Secretary of State saw this as a clear opportunity in order to create a sandbox that would develop implementation guidelines of the principles of the high-risk AI systems that are contained in the regulation, so that SMEs, startups, they have operational guidelines to be able to comply with each of the principles that the regulation contains. So it's a completely different approach. It's a way to test whether we can implement the regulation or not, and if we cannot, what are the tools that we need to put in motion so that people have it easy to comply with the regulation, and we reduce the compliance cost as much as possible, especially for SMEs.
And I think that's critical for startups. I mean, in this forum, because if you read the AI Act, there's so many questions about, the fines that I see here, do they apply to the startup or do they apply to the big company? So this pre-regulation sandbox that enables us to test the system with AI startups that are willing to go to the sandbox in order to talk to the Commission, to the European Union, in order to understand and make the final changes before the Act is ready, and then the post-publication of the law, so that basically Sandbox becomes a place where you can see if there's compliance before you launch your project to the market. I think it's one of the critical aspects in this brand new arena that we're in.
Yeah, because what do you see that are going to be kind of the implications, kind of you taking maybe the representation of startups and you maybe taking the representation of government, kind of, is there a conversation? Like, I know startups at the end of the day remain a niche and remain kind of a small part of our economy, so what do you think are going to be the implications of this AI Act on innovation, kind of on that, and is the government kind of seeing on how do we balance, no? How do we balance innovation, competitiveness with, of course, safety, privacy, and all this crucial topics for us?
I think you just said it. For me, and I think we are all going to be very heavy on that, is the balance between competitiveness and the defense of the fundamental rights. I think there's some pros and cons. For instance, I have some notes here. So the increased regulatory compliance, if we're able to fully define what exactly a high-risk AI system is, if we're able to put some levels, so for example, a startup that participates with our AI model in a high-risk AI system, but in a minimum way, has the same implications as a bigger involvement in that high-risk AI system. If we're able to define that more closely, I think the increased regulatory compliance is fine, because then we will all agree, or mostly agree, that this is definitely a high-risk system. Mm-hmm. And a high-risk system must be regulated so that we are all safe as citizens and with the companies. The ethical and transparency aspects that Alberto mentioned are critical for me. And also the global impact that the European Union can have if we're able together to have something that actually works, mm-hmm. or somehow works, and in a selfish way. I mean, if as happened with the GDPR, no, if the California law is similar, the AI Act in the California law is similar to the European one, it's going to be easier for Spanish and European startups to actually go to other places. The cons that I see, and I think they're quite obvious. First, we need to know the costs of this. What are the challenges that we have if we don't comply? You mentioned, okay, the penalties will be lower. We need to have some more information about that. And then I would differentiate between the law as it is written, as it will be written hopefully at the end of the year or whatever, and how it will be implemented by the different countries. The fragmentation of the implementation, we already suffer as Europeans this fragmentation. If we have another act that is so critical for startups that still increases the fragmentation, that's going to be also a big challenge for us.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of governments, I think we need to talk more. Startups maybe might be a niche of the economy, but SMEs are 99% of the European economy and the Spanish economy. So it's important for us to provide you with the tools that you understand how to comply with regulation. That's why we put the sandbox in motion. It's important that we provide with assessment, with awareness raising and all that, and it's something that it's included in the regulation. But one thing we need to also take a step back, and regulation may also mean innovation. So, for example, when the GDPR entered into force, a lot of startups created what is called personal management information systems, and this was created because we gave the right to citizens to control their data and to be able to share their data with whom they want, but they needed the physical infrastructure or the application to do so, and this has created a new business. And in fact, in the survey that you mentioned, there was a lot of startups that said that we would go abroad. Let me tell you that this is not an issue only of the European Union, but the US is thinking to regulate as well. There is a process as well in the White House to talk to companies to see whether we need to regulate in sectors or not, whether there has to be a federal agency to deal with AI or not. China is also regulating for other reasons, not for protecting fundamental rights, obviously. But I mean, the whole world is thinking that we cannot let the technology go, because this can have implications in our democracies, in our human rights, in our physical even existence that needs to be contained. So this is happening. For example, last week, the European Union and the US got together in Sweden for the Trade and Technology Council, where they agreed to start talking about a code of conduct for generative AI. Before you mentioned Breton, he's proposing an AI pact so that we provide solutions or tools or something so that companies can start complying with the regulation even before it enters into force. Because once there is an adoption by the Council and the Parliament, there is usually a period of 2 years for companies and for everyone to adapt to the new regulation. No? So these conversations are global, and we cannot expect that if you go to another place, you will not face a regulation. There will be something. And let me also mention that GDPR set an international standard for data protection. That is now, many big companies are using that standard in order to apply it everywhere. With the AI, it will be the same. It doesn't matter where you produce your AI system. If you sell it in, or you use it or deploy it in the EU, you will need to comply with the regulation as well. So are you ready to give up to a 500 million people market? I don't know, but maybe it's better to be ahead of the curve, be as ready as possible, and then put it everywhere, because with the AI will be another international standard, I think, for thanks to the European Union action.
Yeah, we definitely also foresee that startups that actually also prioritize ethical and compliance will also get the trust of their users and investors, of course, no? But I think it's more the moment that we're leaving, no? The uncertainties and how to regulate, as you were saying, kind of, it's 3 years, 4 years, I mean, how long has it been while the innovation is rushing? No, it's just changing on a daily basis. No, how do we balance this timings? No, for the innovation.
If I may add, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the act is approved at the end of the year or whatever, doesn't mean that it's going to be active, sorry for the lack of technical term, until 18?
Entry into force, there is a period of 3 years or 2 years, depending on which position. The Council says 3 years, and the
exactly, which is why this is so critical. What's going to happen with AI in 3 years? The law must be done in a way that is flexible enough to accommodate to everything that is happening right now. I mean, whoever of you that are working with AI know that it's almost impossible to know everything that is going on in the technical and regulatory matter every day. So we need to be ready for that. And the self-regulation, I think, is one very good way for bigger companies, but also for startups, to actually start to take a look at this and say, am I ready? Do I need help? Or do I need to push and to talk to the government for help?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Like, startups in the audience, what should they be doing if they're leveraging AI or developing an AI? What would be your recommendation at this point?
Well, my recommendation is to be up to date with how the regulation is progressing. I would say so the sandbox that we are developing, we welcome startups that they are developing their AI system to come into our sandbox. So when we publish the call, I would encourage you, if you are developing a high-risk AI system, to come into the sandbox, and then we can work together with the operational guidelines on how to make sure that this is compliant. And I would say it's pretty much that. I mean, it's also important that we gather in this type of settings as well, that we are able to explain to you from the public sector what this entails for you, and that you tell us as well. I mean, now it's a bit too late in the process to tell us for changes, but it's important because, I mean, every law is revised every 5 years. Or, well, I don't know exactly now how many years is the AI Act, but every 5 years there's a revision, or there is an analysis whether it's still realistic or viable to keep using the same obligations or not. So that is important that SMEs, startups are engaged in the process.
Yeah. You're saying it's too late, but if I understood also the trilogues, kind of this discussion between the three institutions is just about to start. What is the position of Spain, as Spain is also going to have such a leading role, no, in the months ahead?
So the trilogues is basically a negotiation between the limits of one position and the other position. So we cannot go farther away from that. Spain, as presidency, we are supposed to be neutral brokers to ensure that there is a consensus, and we get to a consensus. To be honest with you, there is only 5 points in the regulation that are actually controversial, where we need to negotiate a lot. But in principle, both positions are very close to each other, so we will need to, I mean, I think it's just resolving at political level those 5 points that are a bit more controversial, like, for example, remote identification and biometric identification in public spaces, which is one of the prohibitions, or more or less, that exist, and also the scope and other aspects, for example, related to general purpose AI or foundational models, because there is the two aspects in the regulation, and that's basically our role, and we are committed to do as much as possible to ensure that this is approved as soon as possible, because we all need this legal certainty. I mean, we cannot be for ages discussing on negotiation and stuff.
And Justo, as representative of the startup ecosystem here today, which will be the petitions or the comments or the from the industry in this phase that we're entering?
I think we've mentioned some of them already, but first, and just to continue with the Philipp's answer, I think startups, the same way that in GDPR we had to start with privacy by design, we had to build our products with privacy by design. Now we have to build our AI products with risk by design, and I think that's good. With that, we need those regulatory sandboxes, and we need them as soon as possible in order to be able to test and to try and to see if our AI systems are high risk or not. We need guidelines. You mentioned the operational guidelines, and I think they're critical. I mean, if I put my entrepreneur hat and I read the 144 pages with the latest amendments, it's very difficult to know actually what a startup is being asked against what Google or Meta or other big companies are being asked. And I would, again, and let me repeat, I would request these clear guidelines also for the implementation in different countries in order to disable potential problems with fragmentation. I think those are, there are probably many more, but those are the 3 key areas that startups need to request and work with the government.
Cool. And we're finalizing, so the motto of South Summit this year is today 2030, and as fast the things are going, so how do you foresee 2030 in terms of the regulatory environment for AI?
You start.
Good question. Let me be optimist, okay? Because if we're able to solve some of the issues with the AI Act in terms of flexibility, the definition of the high-risk system, the definition of substantial modifications to the AI system, so that people or startups who already are compliant know very exactly when they might not be compliant in the future. I think we're in a great moment to create a regulation that is fair enough, that actually enables to control the really, really high-risk system, but that is at the end of the day the 5–10% of the total system, so that the rest, the rest of, you don't like the answer, so that the rest of the companies, that the 90% of the AI systems that are not going to be high risk, they can be very safe, knowing that they can continue working, they can try to have the best business that they have. That at the end of the day is what startups want to have. I'm very optimistic for that, but we have to work together.
And Alberto, from your point of view?
Well, I would say that by 2030, the AI standard that the European Union has set will be applicable everywhere, I believe, as I said before. So I think it will be good because, I mean, we will ensure that you guys can continue to innovate through sandboxes, through other areas, and maybe not focusing so much on high risk, if that's the case. And if you focus on high risk, you have legal certainty on how to do it in a way that protects citizens. And I would say that's a nice
That's a good vision.
future
Yeah.
for the EU and for us.
Good. Well, thank you so much, and thank you to the audience. And yeah, let's make sure you follow what's happening, because it's going to be tremendously relevant for all of us, and especially for you, the innovators. So thank you so much.
Big round of applause, please. Thank you, Sofia. Thank you, Alberto. Thank you, Justo. Pleasure having you guys. And kind of interesting, this regulation stuff. As a very good friend of mine normally says, it's like, there's a fair chance that Europe is the only region that still stands at the end of this, because among many things, regulations. Okay, wow, plenty of people. Yeah, we need to build more exits in this place. Okay, just out of curiosity, who here was at South Summit Brazil? Raise your hand. South Summit Brazil? Okay, we have a lot of Brazil. Brazil over there? Very good. Wow, so much Brazil. How was Brazil? Was it good? No rain this year? Okay, well, we brought the rain today. We sorely need it here. Anyway, so our next panel is going to be talking about something that I believe everyone here has experienced after COVID, after the pandemic, how important it is to connect with others, right? There's a reason why, there's a reason why big cities in general and very well-connected cities have a lot of innovation going on. It's all about connecting with people, all about sharing ideas, all about doing things together. Now, to talk about that, we have a very interesting panel from the one and only that made all this possible, and all the people that made Brazil possible. So please welcome our next panel on creating entrepreneurial ecosystems through the power of connecting, with our first speaker, Alexander Borg, Secretary of the Extraordinary Secretariat of Modernization and Project Management of Porto Alegre City Hall. Big applause, please, for Alexander. Big applause, come on. Thank you, Alex. Pleasure having you. Joining José Renato, co-founder and president of South Summit Brazil, and Gabriel Souza, Vice Governor, State of Rio Grande do Sul.
Hello! Hello, Brazil, Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy here in this panel to talk about what I love, Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul. You know, I'm a gaucha española, a real gaucha, ciudadana de Porto Alegre. I'm very happy to be. And, well, I'm really happy to be here with our Vice Governor, Gobernador Gabriel, with Alexander and with SECA, our partners. And we want to talk about the success, the big success being in Porto Alegre, being in Rio Grande do Sul. And, you know, I remember in 2019 when Eduardo Lorea came to us with a message from the governor. And I said, I like this man because he wants to bring to Rio Grande do Sul something to improve, to foster the ecosystem, but he doesn't want something. He wants really to connect the different actors, startups, with the corporates and bring investors to Rio Grande do Sul, because Rio Grande do Sul is the state of the innovation, is the state with great universities, and really is the state for entrepreneurial and here we have our partner, Seca, that if you don't know, he's a unicorn with his company. So I don't want to talk more myself. What I want is just to give the word to our Vice Governor. What means South Summit for Rio Grande do Sul?
Good morning, Maria. Good morning, Zeca, Alexandre, everybody. First of all, we need to say congratulations, because it's an amazing event. We are loving to be here with you. And I'd like something about why Porto Alegre, why Rio Grande do Sul, because South Summit Brazil could be happen in São Paulo or Rio de Janeiro. They are Brazilian state more famous than Rio Grande do Sul, but we are doing at Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul. Why? The main reason is because we are the first one Brazilian state in the innovation national ranking. We have a great vocation for innovation. And, well, we have also a strong university sector. And I'm not talking about only the public university, they are amazing, but also about the private university and mainly the community universities. Through them, we have a lot of academic research. We have 15 technological parks with more than 1,000 startups growing up there. And we have a private sector investing billions of reais on innovation, R&D. And surrounding all of this, we have a government that believes so much in innovation.
Yes.
Mr. Governor, Mr. Eduardo Leite, me, the Vice Governor, each member of our team, our staff, truly believe that innovation is the correct way to get development in our center. So we are very committed to invest in innovation. And for us, South Summit means something more else than only a event. It's the largest innovation event in Latin America. But also, South Summit means touch hearts and minds of the people to think about their future. The future of their children, the future of their teenagers, their own future. Because when we talk about the economic system of our time, we need to talk about innovation. And when we talk about innovation, we talk about human capital. We talk about people. We are not talking about only technology, new solutions, or anything else, but we are talking about mainly people. So we would like to invite you to the next year, 2024. Be with us in Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, because we will do again another edition of South Summit Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Gobernador. And I can assure all of you, that if you want to make business in Latin America, you have to come to Rio Grande do Sul, you have to come to Porto Alegre next time in 2024. And Alexander, you're from the Prefeitura. I love how we work together. We work together, the government, we work together with Prefeitura, we work together, that is huge, with all the big entrepreneurs, the big companies, and with the whole ecosystem, all with the focus to foster Rio Grande do Sul. And I think that investments are really very important. We had lots of investors there in South Summit, Brazil. Tell me, why you think is important for investors to go to Porto Alegre?
Thank you, Maria. Welcome, everybody. Talking for Porto Alegre. The vice-governor talks to a system, to a state, to a people, and can imagine, Maria, one local with a ecosystem strong, for a university strong, for the people with a will to change, with a government changing the game for the innovation. Porto Alegre is this local. With a construct ecosystem structured in people, in persons, with a Zeca. Zeca works 20 years for the construction this ecosystem, for the construction the ambience to invest. Invest in Porto Alegre, invest in state of Rio Grande do Sul. It's invest in the change the America in my English.
Don't worry, we talk all the languages.
Então,
Português.
investir em Porto Alegre é investir muito mais do que investir em pessoas, muito mais do que investir na mudança que nós construímos. A Espanha e o Rio Grande do Sul têm uma conexão muito forte. Nós temos no nosso sangue, na nossa história, a Espanha construída. Nós todos os gaúchos brincamos que o portunhol é a nossa segunda língua. Então, construir um evento que o South Summit Brasil e o South Summit Espanha estejam irmanados por uma ponte e tenham em si uma coisa que possa levar...
Eu posso transferir um pouquinho?
Claro.
What Alexander is saying is the importance of connections that we have. We've been building this bridge between Spain and Brazil, creating a fantastic connection that is bringing so many opportunities to work together and to do business together. That is a fantastic thing that we are doing together within the state and the city hall, and it's fantastic time.
Para terminar, Zeca, é fundamental que a gente entenda. Porto Alegre está pronta porque trabalha junto com o estado do Rio Grande do Sul, porque trabalha junto com as empresas e por isso tem o melhor ambiente de negócios do Brasil.
Porto Alegre is creating
Le entendemos.
Tranquilo. English or Spanish. It's a
The
language.
English speaking, we understand perfectly, Alexander.
Okay, thank you.
Bom, venham a Porto Alegre em 2024 para investir na cidade, para conhecer a cidade, porque sim, nós vamos receber todos de fora, assim como nós recebemos a Maria, e vamos transformar todos vocês em porto-alegrenses e gaúchos.
Cierto. Alexander, I agree absolutely with you. And you know, before I'm going to ask my partner, Zeca, before this, I want all of you to see what has been South Summit Brazil last March in Rio Grande do Sul. Because you know, I love Brazil. I love Porto Alegre and Rio Grande do Sul. I love Guaíba. And that's where we are, in the CAIS and with the Guaíba. Let's the video in, please.
The biggest global innovation event in Latin America.
The most valuable network for entrepreneurship.
This is the thriving future that we're building together.
Secretários de Estado, equipe de governo, parlamentares, empresários, investidores, palestrantes.
Fair trade is everybody's business.
inovações para melhorar a vida daquelas comunidades.
It's amazing how this event is really being able to transform the city and probably all the network around.
I love the video because that's South Summit Brazil. And Seca, tell us, what is South Summit for you? What is South Summit for Porto Alegre?
Well, first it's emotional to see this video, Maria, because what we've been doing together and what you were seeing here is the reason that we are building this fantastic thing. It's we work together. As we say every time, Maria, it's one team. So since the beginning, when we talk with Lorea and you and Governor Eduardo, the main reason that you said here, the most valuable network for entrepreneurship. And the secret behind everything is not just the event, it's the movement, it's a platform. So, and our edition in Brazil, and when you can see here, is something that we've been working together with the whole ecosystem. Since Roger Audic is supposed to be here, yeah, is the guy that has been holding, developing the structure in the ecosystem. So, working together with the government, the city hall, one team from South Summit. There is no South Summit Spain or South Summit Brazil. There's one team working together. That's the thing, that's the secret. And the secret is South Summit is something that has been building by the whole ecosystem to the ecosystem. That's the secret. And the main secret is the heart, the soul, that it's not just business. It's something that we are creating in the proposal to impact the ecosystem, to impact the society. And it's something that brings the energy that we can see from Maria. That's the energy of Maria. You know. I think it's the main secret is the energy of Maria. And I'm so proud to be part of it and to be one of the persons that we are working together. And we can say that we have dozens of people working together. That's the main secret that we have here. And this is fantastic to continue construction, and you have the next year. And we'll be really proud to have all of you with us next year in Brazil, to know Brazil in our state in the south. And it will be really, really important to have this new edition, every single edition better than the other. Okay, I'm really, really, really proud to be part of it.
That's great, Seca, that's great. But this is not the energy of one person, no. This is the energy of Rio Grande do Sul. You know, I'm in Rio Grande do Sul and in Porto Alegre, and I'm at home. But I'm not at home because I'm ciudadana, I'm citizen of Porto Alegre. No, I'm not at home by that. I'm at home because everyone makes us feel at home, and because we are just the same. And what says Seca, that is the spirit of South Summit, that we want everyone to make business, and we will look after everyone for them making business the whole time. And I want to leave you, Vice Governor, because for me it was so important that day that Eduardo Lorea came to tell with that message, that the Gobernador Eduardo Leite really wanted to bring to Rio Grande do Sul something big, something that united the different actors, because the first state of innovation wants also this to be good for everyone, and knows that innovation and entrepreneurship are the key motor to develop economies. So I want you, the last minutes, I want you to tell us what is next, because here, I'm sure that we all will be in Porto Alegre, in Rio Grande do Sul next May, But besides, I want to know what is next for you, so we want to join you there.
I remember in 2021, me, Mr. Governor, Mr. Eduardo Leite, I was the president of the regional parliaments at that time, and we had been here to sign the agreement to hold South Summit. The first time in the history that South Summit was happened outside the European continent. It was a big challenge. Did this in 2022, and we did it. In this year, 2023, we did it again with 22,000 people who had been with us in Southern Brazil, and we will do again. We are going to do again in 2024. In a few minutes, we will do a statement to show the new date of the next edition. Do you know about this date? It's a secret, okay?
But we know them,
But in 10 or 15 minutes, you know, we are going to the Rio Grande do Sul stands here in staging here in South Summit Madrid to do this statement. So yeah, we are so excited to do this. I'm bringing the message from our governor, Mr. Eduardo Leite, that believes so much in innovation. Our staff that is here with us believe together in innovation. So Rio Grande do Sul have a great vocation for this subject, but Zeca told already, and I will repeat, South Summit is not only about an event. It's about idea, a message to society. We need to touch the hearts and minds to do the people think about the future. And the future in our time is about innovation. It's about new solutions. So we need to improve, increase our public policy about this subject in all governments. I'm not doubt about this. And in Rio Grande do Sul we are doing. So we would like to invite you next year, Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, and about the date we will know in a few minutes.
Have a sip.
Thank you very much, Vicegobernador, querido Gabriel. It's really a pleasure to be here in this conversation with you, with Alexander from Prefeitura. We work so well together. Zeca, it's a pleasure really to build together this extraordinary ecosystem in Brazil. The Vicegobernador invites you. I also invite you, come. You have to live it. You have to live it in Madrid. We have to live it, yes, in the cars and with the Waiva there. You will never forget the experience. Thank you very, very much.
Uma foto, né? A Maria no meio.
Gracias. Summit, South Summit, Brazil. A ver,
Come on,
venga.
big applause. South Summit, Brazil. Come
Porto
on.
Alegre.
There we
Muy
go.
bien,
Big
muy
applause.
bien,
Thank you very
Un
much.
placer. Un placer. Vamos para allá. Nada, has estado fenomenal. You've been great. Really. Muchas gracias a vosotros. No, I can understand.
Wait, let's take it there. Please, we can get off stage if you don't mind, please. You can take all the pictures off stage. I know the stage is really cool. There we go. Okay. So let's make the usual shift change. Plenty of space here at the front if anyone wants to get closer. How is it going? Good? Do we have Team Sesame? I see them here. Very good. Okay. So please, those that are leaving, try to keep the chatting outside. I'm always the evil one. Okay. So, we're going to change gears and we're going to be talking about something that is definitely fundamentally super mega important, which is tech talent, which no one has enough of. There's never enough tech talent. And we are digitalizing more and more things, which means that we need more and more tech talent. Now, it's not just finding the tech talent, is there enough tech talent in the specific verticals that we need? For example, who here is a AI prompt engineer? Anyone? No? Who here is a quantum computing engineer? No? Well, we need a lot of those also. But you see, it's hard to find certain verticals. It's also difficult in different markets. Each market is different. So we're going to be talking about what is going on right now in the tech talent market. And also, maybe one of the most important ones is how do you retain talent? We like retaining talent, right? I'll tell you this because one of our speakers has an incredible office, and I'll tell you they know how to retain talent, that's for sure. So please welcome our next panel. Big applause for striking gold, the talent in startups, and please welcome Leticia Gonzalez, CMO at Sesame HR. They have an amazing office, I'll tell you that. And to join her, I want to welcome Beatriz Oficialdegui, Marketing Director at Destinia. Big applause for Beatriz. And to join her, Nacho Travesi, Chief Sales Officer and co-founder of Cobee. Big applause for Nacho. And to run the show, our dear Angel Huigues, B-Startup Advisor at Banco Sabadell. But as they say, and one more thing. We are celebrating, right?
Yes.
Because it's been the 10th year anniversary of B-Startup at Banco Sabadell supporting startups, a whole decade. So to celebrate this with everyone, I want to welcome and show you a video of what these incredible people have been done. So please, big applause, dentro video.
Creo que tienes que dejar ver. Sí.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you, Alex, for your warm welcome. And hello, everyone. We hope you are enjoying this first journey in South Summit 2023. And a big welcome for our panelists. How are you? Okay. Let us begin with this panel discussion where we will be talking about a main topic, a very important topic for startups. We're going to talk about talent. Okay, we will be talking about striking gold, talent in startups, with the three people who are very familiar with this issue and who help us. You're going to help us to gain a little bit understood about how is the talent nowadays in startups, what we can expect for the next few years, and how to reach and join the best talent in your companies. Okay, allow me to introduce them again. Leticia Gonzalez, Marketing Director in Sesame HR. Beatriz Oficialdegui, Marketing Director at Destinia, and Nacho Travesi, CSO, Chief Sales Officer at Cobee. The first challenge that we have for now is that you can introduce yourself, but just in 1 minute, because we have not enough time.
Perfect.
Okay, start with Leticia, maybe?
So thank you for coming and thank you for this invitation. Sesame, no? Sesame HR is gonna tell you a quick that we are thinking. Because for us it's a HR system, but it's not only a HR system that we are doing. We always say we are redefining the employee's experience and also with technology. No? For us it's people and technology combining both to have the great experience for the company. So that's why Sesame working in that way. So.
Perfect. You have a little set of comments. Beatriz?
Well, I'm the marketing director in Destinia. Destinia is an online travel agency. It's a Spanish online travel agency, but we sell worldwide. We started 20 years ago as a startup. Now we are not a startup anymore, although the number of people working in the company is like a startup. We sell worldwide. We sell in 90 countries and 21 different languages. But we compete with big competitors like Booking, Expedia, etc. So we need to get a lot of talent in the company to be able to compete with those big companies.
Super.
Perfect.
Nacho?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation.
Very
Congrats
welcome.
for this 10th anniversary. And about COBE, I will start explaining what is the meaning of the name, because COBE means Company Benefits for Employees. This is our triangle, and we work every time thinking in our triangle, okay? What we are doing is we are trying to simplify the complexity that you find in terms of how we are consuming benefits and the whole compensation of employees. Compensation means more than benefits. It's true that we are starting to attack this pillar, okay, benefits, and what we are doing is we are an app and a credit card that allows employees to consume the benefits with a lot of flexibility. Also, for the companies, what we are doing is we are providing them more flexibility to offer this kind of benefits and also to adapt these benefits to each reality that we have in the company, because probably companies, they don't need the same for employees of 25 to 30 years old or employees between 30 to 40, okay? Mm-hmm. And I have 10 seconds about myself. I am a former employee of Gympass. I was the head of sales for Spain, France, and Portugal. And now I found COBE between my co-founder Borja and my co-founder Daniel, ex-co-founder Daniel. But now Borja and I, we are trying to push our mission and vision. Danny, he's very involved in our activity every day, and that's it.
Okay, perfect. As you say, Nacho, thank you for joining us with this interesting panel. And here we go. I would like to start having a little brief about how the talent market is now. What can you tell us about the current state of the talent market? It's, if we look 5 years ago, do you think that things are better, worse than in this time? What do you think yourself? Up to you.
Okay, so I think it's the change of era, no? Because I thinking that now the employees are the employees now are going to the companies to ask them to interview them. So all the employees now are coming to our companies to say, okay, what do you offer me? Because if you don't offer me, I'm gonna change because another company is gonna give me. It's meaning in terms of benefits, in terms of different forms of work that we have now in this month, like hybrid, presential, or we have on home office. But I think it's this kind of change. I think the talent is of course, changing not only in this mentality, because the new generations are pushing really hard for each company, so we have also to know exactly what they demand, and the companies we have to know, to have all these multi benefits on the company. But I think it's a really challenge now for the companies to understand individually what the members of our company want.
Yeah, such an interesting point about benefits. What do you think?
Well, in my case, I think in the last around 5 years, the talent has changed a lot. Technologies are changing the world, obviously. All the companies go really fast, and we need to go as fast as the society is going. So obviously the needs of each company and the startups are totally different from 5 years ago to now. So we need talent that is ready to go as fast as the society is going. And I think that at the moment, young talent has that mentality as well, and is helping a lot to the companies to go faster, change fast. They are used to that, and the talent, it's really important, and the young talent are helping a lot. So in the last 5 years, I think we are more ready now than we were in the past, because in the past we weren't. I think the companies are have the mentality at the moment. All the companies have the mentality at the moment that we need to change. Society is changing, and that it's essential. In the past, it wasn't like that. A lot of companies were very old-fashioned, so it was really complicated to get really good talent, because the new talent, the good talent, wants challenges. And now that the companies are changing and are ready to get this good talent that actually challenge the employees.
Yeah.
I would like to cover this point through different points, okay? Firstly, it's about the war of the talent. I think that we are worse. We have a worse scenario compared to 5 years ago. That's why the pyramid, it's totally inverted, okay? We have less people that it's acceding to these job employees, and this is one of the points, okay? The second point that I think it's that talent, it's more demanding, it's more competitive, and what companies we are looking, it's the excellence in all the people that we are interviewing, okay? And the last point is that talent, it's more demanding about an employee experience, okay? That means that employees, they don't want just a salary. They are looking for a benefit space. They are looking for an environment in their offices. They are looking for a culture, and they are looking for a project, okay? And they are looking to try to involve in a project. If they don't feel involved, probably this talent they will choose your project, no? And I think that this is the panorama that we can find in terms of talent.
Yeah, so important. I think that about what you say, the companies has to have an eye focus on what the society is moving, this fast movement. Okay. And what do you think, Nacho, you told something about that, but what do you think is the most important thing that motivates the young talent to join a team? And, or maybe what are the key factors to move the people?
Yeah. For me, obviously, it's culture. It's something like, it's very important. For example, in Cobee, what we are looking people that can adapt in our culture. If you are not adapting to our culture, probably in 3 months you will decide to leave, okay? Second thing, that what we are seeing that employees, they are looking for, it's something more than a salary. They are looking for a benefits program, and benefits program not means retribución flexible, that probably a lot of you knows, but they are looking for something more. They are looking for something that involves him, involves her, involves their families, involves their pets. That means that for the young people right now, they are looking for, okay, I would like this base salary, I would like this benefit package that includes, for example, an insurance for my pet, that includes, for example, meal cards, that includes an entertainment card for Netflix, I don't know. But the important thing is that something that can adapt to their needs, okay? And the other thing, it's a remote and an international environment, okay? We are looking for international talent, and that means that we cannot speak, for example, in Spanish. It's true that we have a headquarters here in Spain, that everyone speaks in Spanish, but what we are doing is we are starting to implement some dynamics that everything is in English. And just the last one is to work with the new tools and with the new technology that the market is providing. For example, today we have had a team innovation, that is one of our values, okay? workshop about artificial intelligence, okay? And we spoke about how we can improve our internal processes and how we can improve our external processes. No? And it's important to adapt to these new technologies. Sorry.
No, I totally agree with what you were saying. I think new people, well, it's not just young talent, but everyone, I think at the moment, what are requesting when they are looking for a job is to be listened. I think in the past we were used to go to the office and do whatever they told us, and we just did it. At the moment, people want to be listened, want to be part of the company, and to have a two-way communications in the company and with your boss. It's not about just tell me what to do and I will do it. It's about offering something to the company, feel part of the company. And I think that is really important on the structure of the company, as I was saying before, that the people, even the person that is on the lowest stage, like the one that is a trainee, for example, wants to offer something, wants to feel like they are actually giving something to the company. What they are doing is something that helps the company to keep growing. And I think that is, apart from all the benefits that Nacho was saying, I think to be listened and to feel part of the company, it's, and get feedback and give feedback, it's really important for the employees and the talent to feel like part of the company and get involved on.
Yes, so important.
I'm going to add one thing more because I'm totally agree with them, but I think if we are talking about with tech talent, so I think sometimes, I think all the time, so they are thinking how they can grow from the company, what is the project. So I think it's really important to have a plan, to grow in plan. How is the plan, how they can grow on the company, like in this profile. So sometimes they're going to be managers, sometimes they don't want to be managers, and we have to know, we have to listen them and exactly decide what they want to grow in the company. Because now, in Spain, for example, we have like, I'm in this company for all my life. No, it's not true. No. So we are gonna, sometimes we now stay here, but who knows when we're going to stay, no, in few years. But we have to know exactly how we catch that talent for 2 years or at least for 6 months. So what is the plan for that people in this company for 6 months? We're going to have the revenue that we have on the people on the team. So if we have, okay, so the culture is really important, so everything is really important, but we have to know, like a company, that the talent is moving really fast, and now in this world, no, that you can have talent around the world, it's not limits. So we have to know exactly, this is your plan in the company, so it's your career. So if you like and the culture like it, please come on with us, enjoy the way together.
Okay, I understood about of what you said. The people that are not looking for the long-term careers, not these career plans for long-term, but just a project, right? Just a motivation that to join with you. Okay. I would like to open our Zoom and look up abroad of Spain, international talent. Okay, about international talent, do you think that it's important for the companies to attract the international talent, have locations or headquarters all around the world, or it is possible to attract and join the good talent with just one headquarter, maybe here in Spain? What do you think about that, about the locations, how to attract?
Well, I think nowadays that as you said, the world is so big and so open, and we are so used to work on remote. We need to think broader, right? So we need to look outside of our frontiers and look everywhere. Of course, we have a lot of very good talent in Spain, but as we are looking outside, other countries are looking into Spain, so sometimes it's really complicated for us to get the good talent, and good as well. The salaries are important too, and sometimes to get good talent here, it's okay, but it's cheaper for example, for a German company, it's cheaper to get a tech talent to get it in Spain than in Germany. So it's really competitive world. But I think one of the good things about opening our frontiers, and we have offices in El Cairo, in Brazil, we have people working on remote all around the world, well, Venezuela, etc. And one of the good things about diversity and about working with people around the world is the diversity, right? It helps the company a lot. As I was saying before, if you listen to people, you are getting people from different cultures, different point of views, and that is going to help you a lot to grow the company, to innovate, to get other ideas outside of our culture. If you want to grow worldwide and not just be a Spanish company, you need to have people from outside to get other point of views. We have been in the Arabic area a lot. The culture is totally different, and working with people from the different countries from the Arabic world or Arabic countries have helped us a lot to get feedback and to change things and evolve and innovate and grow our revenue and business in that area. So I think that is really important as well for the international talent. Not just because of how much they cost, but how much they actually help the company to grow thanks to the diversity and innovation.
Yes, different cultures, ages, genders make very rich the company, right?
Yeah.
What do you think, maybe,
So
Leticia?
I think, I mean, now we are speaking about before, like the world is open, no? To have like every talent in every place on the world. So, but I think so now Spain, I think, is a place that we have really good weather. No, we cannot talk about today here in Madrid, but I think it's really good. No, I mean the people is not now like only visit Spain and like or working like a nomad, digital nomad, just to stay here. The people is based here. Just the international talent, so it's coming here to stay with the company, to stay in the headquarters. So I think it depends on your company and the culture. If you want a remote company, of course, you can have it. But if you don't want, your culture is not 100% remotely, you need headquarters when the people can go there to socialize, because where is the power of the relationships? We are humans, so of course we need the headquarters to stay with people, to explain, to just talk with your colleagues, and something like. If you, like a company, wants this kind of culture, of course we need quarters or at least a space when 2 times a week or 1 day or something, you have a space when we're there are feeling like in a company, in an ambient, like you are really involved, no? In like in a company. So
of course.
Yeah. And about talent, I think that when we speak, we are speaking about all type of talents, okay? Because for a startup, it's an obligation and it's mandatory to have the best talent in our startup. It's independent if you are from tech, product, sales, marketing. You need to have the best in class. If you want to scale, if you don't want to scale, you can have other type of people. But if you want to scale your company and to be a unicorn or a Series B, Series C company, you need to have the best talent. About headquarters or not headquarters, I think that this depends on the business. No, we were speaking about this before entering in the panel, and we show that we are very totally different businesses. No, Destinia, they don't need to have headquarters around the globe. In our case, Sesam, HR, and Cobee, we need it because it's a part of our business. And about to attract talent. For me, it's independent. If we have the best talent here, we will try to attract them. If it's outside, I will try to do the best to try to bring to Cobee.
Okay, perfect. After talk about the talent worldwide, you have different situations, but not two different views about that. And we have just 5 minutes, and that. We talk about how to awake the interest of the talent, but we have another big issue. It's how to retain the talent, okay? Because awake the interest is so important, but retain this talent is a very big challenge. Okay, do you think it's necessary or so crucial this mobility that we have on the technological talent? How a company can extend can extend the time of the motivation in the teams joining in a project? What do you think about retaining talent?
I think I say something, no, before, like if you can make a plan, like a growing plan on the company, and you know exactly each member you have in your team, so you're gonna plan exactly this retention of the talent, because sometimes it's not only because we are like people, so we are not the same today and tomorrow, and we only have, of course, to have a plan of growing, but also a plan of let's say benefits, like you can choose in your way that you are growing in this company. So I think something that is gonna retain the people is obviously the culture, the growing plans, the benefits that you're gonna have on the company, and not only benefits that I have the health insurance now. I think they have really value on the mental health also, and also, for example, no, the Fridays free meetings days of Fridays. So, for example, it's not something that the company is gonna spend like more than money that time. I think it's really important time also, but it's something that you're gonna have on adapting to your team, to your necessities, because you are listening all the time the teams of the company. So we don't have more time, but
sorry.
Yeah, in my case, I think that to retain talent, it's something that we need to align to different maps. Okay, the map of the company, of how needs to work to grow your company. That means that because it's totally different the talent that you need in the first stage of your startup that when you are in a scale up, and then if you are in a growth path. Okay, I think this is the first one, no? And then you need to try to find the best talent for each stage of the company, no? And to try to retain, I think that you mentioned before, no? Career path, very clear, try to adapt the expectations with all of them. I think that the talent is changing a lot, and sometimes the people, they are entering the company saying that, okay, I am here just for 3 years because I would like to add value in this part, and then I will move to another company to try to do the same, okay? And I think that the talent is moving more for an specialist side, in the sense that, okay, I would like to respond a need of the market to try to adapt my talent profile to the stage of the company. That's it.
Perfect.
I totally agree with them. And one thing that you were saying, people want to keep learning, and I think that's really important as well. We are starting to specialize a lot, and if you want your company to grow and to innovate, and you want the people that you already have, because you know they are good talent, to keep in the company, you need to actually give them the opportunity to keep learning and to get specialized, so that you will keep the talent. They will feel like actually are doing something different, because we live in a society that goes, as I was saying before, that goes really fast and changes all the time. Everyone needs challenges. We don't want to be doing like our parents when they were in a company and they joined a company with 20 years old, and they knew they were going to be there forever, and they were going to do the same thing for the whole life. Nowadays, no one wants that. Everyone wants to keep learning, apart from growing inside of the company, like keep growing internally and doing different things. So I think that is really important too.
This kind of improvement, right? People are looking for that. Okay, we have just finished. Time is up. So sorry. I would like to continue this conversation with you, but there is another panel waiting for the stage. Thank you very, very much for sharing with all of us your knowledge and your experience. Big applause for them, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And thank you everyone for joining with us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. Photo. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for joining. While we shift between one and the other one, I'm going to be mentioning, by the way, who here knows about the Green Warriors thing? Raise your hand. Ooh. Okay, so part of what we're doing this year at South Summit is not just showing by example, but also inviting you to be more sustainable. So we've launched a new program that's called Green Warrior. And basically what we do is you're going to be getting green stamps for little acts and changes of behavior that you can actually do during the conference. For example, if you bring your own water bottle and you show it to the team, you'll get a green stamp. If you use public transport to get to La Nave, you'll get a green stamp. If you eat vegetarian options, how many vegetarians we have here? Vegetarians? Oh, some vegetarians. So if you eat vegetarian options, you'll get a stamp. And there's another, the Green Warrior test that you must complete, and you'll get another stamp. Those that have all the stamps will eventually get free beer at the South Summit after party on June 8th. Okay? So, easy to change some of those habits, easy to get used to that, and become a Green Warrior. And with this, are we ready for our next panel? Yes, come on, there's a lot of people. Are we ready for the next panel? We need the energy. Okay, so we're going to be talking about how data is changing many things. And one of those things that are changing dramatically is the medical world, right? So we're deploying technology to really change the interaction between patients and doctors, including being able to do predictive medicine, to be able to monitor remotely people, and all the way to deploying very sophisticated AI into the detection and prevention of certain diseases. So precisely to talk about this, we have a stellar panel of specialists that are working in the field to be talking about the power of data and how we enhance the doctor-patient relationships. So for that, please give a very large applause to our first speaker, Michael Geer, co-founder of Humanity. Michael, so good to have you back. Thank you. There you go. You have a green stamp. To join Michael, please, Dr. Ziv Perelman, co-founder and CEO of Extrodes. Big applause. To join them, Gersan Tashbenvetov, CTO at Impress. Gersan, welcome. And last but not least, Arden Tomizon, founder and CEO of Talamos. And to run the show, our moderator, Enrique Linares, co-founder at LetGo.
So I'm super excited to be here today and to share with you what is happening on health and technology with health, right? The world is going to change, and we have 4 entrepreneurs, a CTO that has a large experience and is going to share with us what we're going to see as patients during the last 5 years. Before starting, I just want to ask you, can you raise your hand if you are an entrepreneur, please? Okay, we have a few. If you are an investor here, we have some. And doctors, someone working for medicine? Well, we have 3. Okay, let's see if you like it. It's going to be super interesting. So I would like to start by introducing you our panelists. We have Michael at the very end. He's the co-founder of Humanity. Humanity works to help everyone to have a healthier, longer life. They do that monitoring multiple biomarkers in our body that are connected to aging and try different solutions to move those biomarkers in the right direction. We have Dr. Ziv Perelman, co-founder and CEO of Extrodes. He improves quality of life by making neurobiologic accessible for everyone. They develop a wireless wearable smart technology that helps to better understand and predict your own body. And he's based in Israel. We have Gersan, the CTO of Impress. Impress story is amazing. In only 3 years, they moved from being just an idea to be the #1 chain of orthodontic clinics in Europe. They operate in 9 countries. They have more than 1,000 employees, and they have more than 50K happy, smiling customers. And we have Michael Geer. He's the co-founder of Humanity. They work... sorry, Michael, I already introduced you. I have a different order here. Arden. We have Arden Tomizon, the founder and CEO of Talamos, that empowers health and social care professionals with technology that works to improve mental health outcomes. Doctors accelerate the access of patients to mental health treatments, in some cases from 15 days to just a few hours. And with this, I would like to start with the first questions. and we keep reading in the newspapers, especially with AI, with prevention, that their health is going to change a lot with technology. The relationship between patients and doctors is going to change dramatically in the next 5 years. I would love to hear just your thoughts on what is going to happen and what will we see in the next 5 years. And maybe we're going to start with Michael.
Sure. Yeah, I think, part of it is, I think COVID helped us understand what needs to happen in the doctor's office and what can actually be done remotely. So that was helpful. I think what AI has kind of shown us, and any of us that have played with ChatGPT, with the LLMs, is that it becomes quite magical at a certain point if you feed it enough data. And I think the biggest thing that we're looking at with humanity is, well, one, can we change behavior once that prediction is made and we present it to the user? But the other one is, can we actually open up more of that health data in a privacy-preserving way? So you keep the data completely private, but you actually can train models on it. And I think that's where we're moving towards, and away from the anonymization and send your data off somewhere and you never see it again. And so I think that's what we're going to see over the next few years, is as more and more people understand the prediction power, they're going to understand that they want it, and the demands will come from the patients, the customers, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, Arden, I don't know if you have, mental health is also a very hot topic, right? And it seems that it's going to change a lot. Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, I think the potential for, if we're talking about AI, the potential for AI and mental health is huge, because it's such a complex group of illnesses, in the same way we have groups of physical illnesses. But I think there's two conflicting challenges really that we have in unlocking that potential, that I think the health system has to get to grips with over the next 5 years. And one of those is AI doesn't work on paper notes. And a lot of, certainly in the NHS in the UK, we're still using paper notes, so we need to rapidly accelerate the uptake of digital tools that clinicians have in order for us to be able to start working with these models and doing everything else. And the other is regulation. I anticipate, particularly in health, there will be a knee-jerk reaction to regulation of AI products. They've not yet, with clinical safety, caught up with things like we do with workflow tools. They still, an agile software development, clinical safety is still all based around, you build a thing, it gets approved as being safe, and you never change it. And if you do change it, you have to go through it all again. And so those two things aren't yet fit for purpose, and I think that's where the systems really need to focus in the next few years.
That's also a hot topic when you talk about health, right? Health is extremely regulated. So you need to be aligned with the governments, and that's very challenging, right? You need to change the behavior of the doctors, but you also need to change the way governments look at health, right? We will talk about that in a few questions. I will also love to hear from you, Steve, about prevention, right? I'm very impressed. The fact that we will be able to understand our body without going to the hospital just because we use some wearables, and you're working on that on your own company. If you can share your thoughts on the role of prevention in the future for us as patients, and what we can expect in the next 5 years, it will be super interesting.
So I think that we'll see change with AI in three main aspects. One is the fact that the knowledge moved from the physician for all of us. It started with Dr. Google, but with AI, I think it will be much wider. So this is, I think, one change that we'll see. The second change that we will see, according to my understanding, will be the fact that the shift will move from clinic and hospital into our home. We'll start to get treated and deal with our chronic disease at home. So this will be the second one. And the third one is like what you referred, is the fact that we will expand the boundaries of health, from health to preventive care, and it will be almost similar or closer to wellness. And I think because we will have such a better tools to understand patterns and to better understand our physiology and our body, we will be able to find early markers for disorders or all kind of anomaly in our body earlier than before. And the field of preventive care become larger and larger, because we all prefer to be healthy before we get a disorder than to treat disorders when we already have it. So I think these important tools that give us the ability to notify this pattern will be widely spread and we'll see increase of this preventive care.
How long do you think that I mean, when is that going to happen? I mean, will we, like in 2-3 years, we will all start to measure things at home, or what are your expectations?
I think with what we see nowadays, with all this GPT and BARD and all other AI tools that are available today, it will be faster than the period that you mentioned. I believe that we already start to see it, and we'll see definitely until the next of the year.
Wow.
But the question will be regulation. And here we will have some kind of imbalance because it will be available and people will use it. The question is whether the health system will support it as well. So I see it will be available. We will have this knowledge, but we'll need to see when the health system will be able and ready to acknowledge and use it.
Yeah, Yertan, I think.
I can also add that prevention is crucial, and since it enables the patient to have less, let's say, less expensive, more predictable, less painful treatment. And for example, at Impress, we are going to release and launch a so-called disease detector within our app. It's a tool built on top of computer vision that's capable of identifying different dental diseases, like caries, different problems with gums, and we're going to launch it, and make it open, free of charge for everyone. So, and we want to provide the easy way to check the current status of health. So I believe that such things, future is near. So a lot of other machines, models are almost ready to launch as our ones.
Yes, and yeah, Dr. Sip, you already mentioned that one of the things that need to change is how the relationship between doctors and the new technology, right? I mean, doctors, they study for many years, they have been working for many years, they have their reputation, they know how to do things, they are very good. But now with technology, somehow they need to adapt the way they do things, right? Or if they use new tools, probably their work will be better or faster or easier. I mean, did you see any countries or places, or how can we do that? I mean, is there a place where they have been successful on that mindset change? I mean, I know that in the case of the orthodontic clinics, I mean, you start from scratch, you bring the doctors, and they know that they will use AI, so I guess that's easier. But when you go to a hospital where they have been operating for many, many years, and they have to change the way they operate, I see that as really challenging. I mean, do you have thoughts on that or any? Yeah.
So I think there are several. It's a great question. I think there are several aspects to the how fast the physician will adopt this kind of technology. The first one, and everybody talks about it, is trust. We need to build trust, and it couldn't be a fully black box. It should be with some transparency about the process and the element within the process. So I think trust is a very important step that we need to have. The second one is time. Physicians all over the world are super busy, and we need to find something that saves them time and they don't need to spend too much time for training and to understand it. So if we can make it easier and faster for them, it will be easier to adopt it. And the third one is all the hurdle of the health system. We need to make sure that we have like the full support of reimbursement of the hospital, of the clinic, in order to make it actually available. So I think it will take time, but if we build the trust, it will be stronger for all the other aspects.
Yep. Michael, yeah. I just wanted to maybe double down on what Ziv had said earlier, is because I think a lot of times on these panels we end up talking in the future tense, because there is a lot to come. But there is, as Ziv was saying, like there is stuff that's live now. I mean, humanity's live now. It's actually making people healthier. You know, the guys on the panel, their stuff is going to be live soon. And so I think that's the thing that we might actually start talking in the present tense and saying, okay, what have we accomplished so far? And actually, the answer to the question is how you get more adoption is you kind of put a spotlight on the stuff that's working, so that we have these, everybody knows about AI now because they even know what LLM is. Who knew what LLM was before because of ChatGPT? And so it's that having like that seemingly like maybe not that useful, but actually quite popular tool put on top of the power that is AI, that is predictive power on health data. I think that that's important for all of us to try, that are in the field, that's try to start doing more and more of. And we're trying to do that with Humanity as just like a beacon for, hey, this is what you can do with data. It actually finds out what's going to make you healthier. So.
Yeah. A significant change on that is the first level diagnosis, right, and monitoring. It says that AI will be extremely implemented there, right, because you go to a hospital or from home, you get some feedback, probabilities that you have a concrete illness, something's happening to you, and then the doctor with that data and his knowledge, he can help you. I don't know, for example, in your case, Erden, how did you see that? What was your opinion?
So I think, particularly in mental health care, you've got to consume a lot of kind of data inputs as a clinician in order to be able to understand what's going on with that person. Like most mental illnesses aren't that well understood. You know, if you break your leg, it's relatively obvious that you've got a broken leg. But if we look into mental illness, that's a much more complex decision-making process. There can be physical factors that influence depression, for example. And so any tools that we can give to the doctors to help them better assess the patient and better understand what's going on, I think they will use. And I think, picking up on that last point, for me, doctors are scientists, most of them. They want it, they're interested in the science, they want to understand what's going on, and they want tools. I don't think we can turn up, and I think we are guilty of this, I've been guilty of this, turning up and saying, I've got a shiny new thing, it's really going to help you. And often they treat that with a degree of skepticism. If we turn up and say, I'm really interested in your opinion on this thing I'm working on because I think it might be able to do this, that, and the other, you've got buy-in straight away, and they want it. So I think they are very susceptible to it, and I think it's going to help them improve their decision-making, which is what they want to do. They want their patients to get better. So I think that would be the way around that I would approach.
Excellent. Josan, I mean, you already use AI in your company, Impress, with 50,000 people. So, I mean, I'm sure you went to a level of excellence, right? Can you share with the audience some examples of how you use AI at Impress?
We use it actually for three main things. It's treatment planning, treatment monitoring, and also different disease detection. So, fortunately, nowadays, AI, back in the day, AI was kind of purely science, let's say, but now it's different. So it's plenty of frameworks, plenty of libraries, and that's helped to build more products. And at Impress, you just mentioned that probably for us it's easier to adopt new tools, but actually the same people from the market. So we need to train them, we need to explain, educate, etc. So key here is to have the data, then ability to work with data, with libraries, and then produce some products. So I see that it's supposed to be more and more AI solutions, since AI just showed a lot of amazing results with medical image recognition and interpretation. So a lot of companies already use it, as well as us. We also use it.
Excellent. Yeah, and there are also areas where AI will not be able to help, right? There are things on health that doesn't matter what happens, AI will never be able to do, right? Do you have a point on that, Dr. Siv?
I think several months or a year ago, if you would ask me, I would say plenty of areas that it will be hard for AI to get into. Mental health, for example, all kind of a human-to-human interaction. But I can tell you that I think almost in each one of these areas, I already see solution with AI. I met a great company that made great interaction, psychology interaction, psychiatry interaction, a patient monitoring, and give them also the emotional support. So it seems that in each area that we thought several months ago that it will be impossible to bring AI there, we find solution. Mm-hmm. So I think that, and we connect it with the robotics arm and all the robotic activity and all the new sensors, that it seems that plenty of areas are already covered with AI. So for me, it's hard today to say a specific field that I feel that there is no way that AI will play a role.
Super interesting. I mean, really, things are really going to change. So there is a conclusion here, is that with the help of technology, with the help of AI, governments, they will have more accurate data on the health story of their population, right? With data, you can take decisions, smarter decisions, right? Because you know what is going to happen. You can understand you can track things, right? And you can know if the things that you are doing are in the right or the wrong direction. So we will expect that with this more data, governments will take different decisions, right? And they will use it in a different way. Do you have any thoughts on this? Any experience from Michael, for example?
I mean, I can say, and I think it was touched on earlier, like one of the bipartisan things that a bunch of kind of politicians that focus on health in the US are quite proud of is that they actually pushed forward to digitize a ton of stuff a few years back. And that process isn't fully complete, but it's actually night and day where it was, like 15 years ago. And so I think one of the things is, like you were saying, like we actually just need to digitize this stuff so that AI can work on it. The other thing that we're looking at is, can we actually create, say, like synthetic data from the real data, keep the real data where it is, create the synthetic data? My chief scientist and 5 other people will be like, no, we want the spreadsheet, but actually when you start working with it, you see signal in both. It's just a process, right? And so I think we're moving towards that world where there will be 1 country, then 2 countries, and 3 countries with national healthcare services that say, hey, we decided to actually keep all the data exactly where it is, but we created this synthetic data set. This is open to everybody because it's a public good. Your taxpayer dollars paid for it. Here you go. And I think a few people doing that will start making some of the countries look not so good that they're not doing it. So
that will change everything, right? Because if not only the governments, but also the entrepreneurs they have, and the big companies, they have access to the data, like aggregated data, the way they can impact society, it accelerates.
I mean, we'll see the same thing that we saw with the internet. I mean, Tim Berners-Lee, a few of you have heard him talk over the years. I had the honor to hang out with him, a couple times. We were fighting for net neutrality in a past life. And when he explains what was so great about the World Wide Web, which is the thing that he invented, is that it actually allowed everybody to interact with it. So imagine an open data set, synthetic data set, that everybody that has an idea and some machine learning skills or even like some prompting skills nowadays could actually interact with it. The impact will be massive.
And at the same time, that educates AI, right? So it's more accurate because more data makes more smarter decisions, right?
Yep.
Michael, you also have experience on this topic. Yeah. Arden, sorry.
That's all right. On a population level, I think that's actually where data can have a huge societal impact, right? So if we're looking at AI for individual patients and for individual conditions, that's going to make individual people and individual conditions more survivable. But if we look at it on a population level, governments are going to be able to start making better decisions about how they support their communities. You've got relatively simple stuff, which people already kind of know, like hospitals are really expensive. It's better to be able to look after people outside of hospitals, and therefore you can have a more efficient, better invested healthcare system. But you can also start to pick up marginalised communities, health inequalities. You can start to understand where your areas of social deprivation and your poorer health outcomes are, and look at targeted strategies to support those communities. And then most importantly, monitor whether they're working or not. We've had strategies for disadvantaged groups for years, and then you go, how did that work? They've no idea. Because it takes a long time, they can't see any markers, they can't see whether actually that investment was worthwhile. And I think on a population level, I think that's going to be really impactful. And to Michael's point, I think there's a real opportunity for smaller countries to really get ahead of this curve and say we've got a slightly manageable population. Like I would love to do this in the NHS in the UK, but it terrifies me the prospect of getting them to do it.
First Montenegro, then the UK.
Exactly, right? In theory, we've got a national health service, so we should be able to do it. But I think, you've got to look at the smaller, forward-thinking countries that are willing to kind of make that leap, and then I think the rest of the world will have to catch up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it seems that most of the technology related with health is made on the US, right? Or at some point, companies that start in Europe, in Israel, in UK, they tend to move to the US. In this scenario, can you explain why and what can the governments of other countries that are not the US how can they react, how can we create more value, and related with that, especially for Europe, what do you think that different governments can do to break the barriers that we have on different legislation from one country to the other?
I could say one short point on that, because coming from the US, watching, sorry SEC, but they've basically gotten rid of the kind of crypto market in the US and it's not because of over-regulation, it's because of it's ambiguity. Mm-hmm. So when it's clear what the regulation is and it's clear how you can engage, actually it works pretty well. And actually the FDA in the US works decently well because of that, because they're more clear. And so I think access for startups to actually interact and understand, and for clarity of regulation, that's the biggest thing that we can hope for, I think, from governments, is to move quickly on that.
Super. And consistent as much as they can. Set the rules and kind of stick with them, rather than, I'm worried on the AI side of a big knee-jerk reaction, so everyone will kind of build towards this new regulation, and then they'll go, oh, that didn't quite work. Like they need to set the minimum number of rules that they can, and stick to those, I think.
Excellent.
Complexity. This is the problem both in regulation, but also in reimbursement, in commercialization. In the US, it's quite strict, both the FDA needs and the reimbursement. In Europe, it's more complicated. You have plenty of countries, you have plenty of requirements, both regulatory and reimbursement, and it makes it harder. So I think simplicity, this is the key here.
Yeah. I remember that one of you mentioned Montenegro as a country that is doing things properly. I don't know if it was you, Michael, or can you explain in just 1 minute what is happening there, like as an example, just to understand in a practical?
Yeah, so a bunch of us were down there. We call it a pop-up city. It's just a bunch of people hanging out in the same place for 2 months. But they gave us quite a lot of access for conversation with the different ministers, with the president, with the future prime minister. I might be predicting an election. So it was definitely a dialogue. Let's see where it leads to. But the fact that we were able to have that dialogue, and that we were able to hear both, it was kind of the same thing. If you guys saw the contract for the web, it's like, hey, let's not meet each other in court. Let's actually sit down together beforehand and be like, because in general we all want the same thing. We want ourselves and our families to be healthier. And so when we meet each other in court and we're like, hey, you have too much regulation and you're breaking the regulation, it's two groups that actually want the same thing. So meet beforehand and see how we can move forward better. So I think Montenegro, at least for that first part, was a good example that, hey, we're meeting now, let's see where we want to go.
Excellent. So we are running out of time, so thank you very, very much for sharing your knowledge, your experience. I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, I'm really looking forward to see what happens in the next 1 year, probably, on health, 1-2 years. And please give a big applause to our panelists today. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Let's see if I can climb around here. There we go. Thank you. You guys are very on time. My speakers are very obedient all the time. So, how are we doing? Doing good? Enjoying? Yes? Over there at the back, we're enjoying? Yes? Okay. So, before I introduce our next panel, I want to just mention, you remember we had a conversation on quantum computing and quantum strategy. So we're going to have it after the panel I'm just going to present. So just make sure you stay around, because we kind of flipped it around, but it's definitely happening. And our next panel is talking about something that I think everyone, I don't know if most people have dealt with, but definitely it's coming, and it's coming the big way. How many of you have seen Apple's new AR goggles, right? Over there, raise your hand if you've seen it, or at least seen a video. What do you think of the goggles? Okay, good. Would you be wearing the ski mask all around the place? No? Well, AR, VR, and the whole integration of what we're doing with our digital technologies is bringing to the surface the issue of identity. How do we identify ourselves in the digital realm? It's not just with websites, but how do we do it with decentralized systems? How do we do it in the metaverse? How do we do it with AR and all this stuff? And that linkage is sometimes not that clear or not that easy to perform. And precisely to talk about that, we have two of the great experts that they've been doing and dabbling on this for a very long time. And we're going to be talking about the data bridge, linking the digital and the physical identity. And for that, I need your big round of applause for our next speakers. Alun Evans, Chief Executive Officer at Freeverse. Big applause to Alun. Thank you for joining. And to have a very nice conversation, our dear Dr. Christian Nagel, partner at Early Bird VC. Floor is yours, gentlemen.
Thank you. Alan, so maybe quick intro so that you know a little bit more that what we do. Maybe you, Alan, first, and I do, and then we dig into the interesting topic.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Alun Evans. I'm the CEO of Freeverse. Freeverse is a company, a blockchain infrastructure company focused on creating dynamic NFTs and new experiences and helping companies create new experiences in Web3, whether it's in loyalty or gaming or beyond.
Thanks, Alan. I'm Christian. I'm partner with Early Bird. We are one of the largest European venture capital funds investing in early stage, as the name indicates. We do quite a lot in fintech, insurance tech, including Web3 and software infrastructure. Basically, we invest, and deep tech. So those are the three main areas, investing from very early stage to late stage across Europe. And we are also, to be honest, and here also investor in Freeverse. All right. Let's start. Well, we just got a little bit intro about the new Apple goggle. What happens in Web3? I think it was hyped a year ago. I think you had a lot of chats about Web3 and what things how to develop, but it has gone quiet. What happened? What's your take on the current state?
Yeah, it's very interesting how a lot of these technological focus areas shift over time. And it's true that last year, maybe 2 years ago, Web3 was the next big thing. Blockchain and so on and so forth. Now we've shifted in the recent months to AI, justifiably, right? We've seen the advances of ChatGPT and so on that have really wowed many of us. And now it seems with Apple's new goggles coming out, that focus will shift towards AR and VR. I think many of these technologies are linked. I don't think any of them is going away. If you look back at, take the VR example, for example, I remember, the first VR goggles coming out. I remember the Oculus Kickstarter when it came out, right? And of course that went the way, and it's gone the way of Meta and so on. I think there's always these shifts.
But nothing is taken off of this. Everything basically has started with a little hype and then has come down. So it's always we see this kind of nothing has really taken off. What do you think? What is missing in Web3 basically, or what can make it still scale somehow?
Yeah, I think that this talk about identity is actually a really key issue for Web3 generally, right? And so, how can we link this idea of digital and physical identity, what we're talking about? And I think as our online personas, as more of us begin to understand what an online persona really means and what it involves, whether it's in the metaverse, which I don't like the term, I think it's going out of fashion now, or whether it's in gaming, or whether it's just in linking that Web 2 world, this idea of ownership and how do I present who I am via what I own, I think that is almost the missing link in Web 3. And I think if you look at the classic Gartner curve of technology adoption, we've certainly reached that peak now, and we're going down with Web 3, but I do think we'll come up the other side to that sort of more stable plateau where people begin to realize that actually identifying your way online in a decentralized way makes sense not just for you as an individual, but I think it also makes sense for the companies that are building those platforms as well.
And what on this path, and I agree with you, on this path, what is important here? Is it this bridge in the end, building this bridge, or is it really two separate worlds? What do you think? What will really foster those things?
I think so far we've seen two separate worlds, right? At the moment we have two separate worlds. We have our physical world, and then we have our online, if you like, our digital world. Some of us may have played video games like World of Warcraft, or perhaps we've gone into Fortnite, or we've played around in Second Life back in the day when that was a thing. But those lives have been very much separate lives, and the way we present ourselves within those virtual environments may or may not be similar to how we present ourselves in the real world. Like, for example, Christian and I both dress very casually here, and so by what we own, right, it's presenting our image to you guys, right? If we were both dressed in pin-sharp Versace suits, your impression would be slightly different based on what we own, right? And in the virtual world, that's been separate so far, right? So yes, you can buy virtual goods to decorate your car or your avatar or whatever it is, but that's separate. And I think what we're beginning to see now is efforts to link your real world persona to your virtual persona by what you own in the real world being mirrored, if you like, in the virtual world as well. And so you can have a link between those two so far distinct items and worlds.
Okay. But if you link it, you can't express yourself differently in the virtual world than you are in the real world. Like you wearing a suit and then maybe in the virtual world. How do you see? Do you think this will converge then in the way so that you basically have your one-to-one representation and this is be the bridge then between the two?
It's an interesting point because many of us would say that I like the fact that I don't have to be myself in a virtual world, right? I like being slightly different. I'm reminded now, seeing the DeLorean car that we have out here, one of the original ones, right? And it looks great and, you know, gives us memories of Back to the Future and all that kind of things. And what I find interesting is that the DeLorean brand is now relaunching, and part of their relaunched brand was, well, okay, you can get to buy an NFT of a DeLorean car, and then when you buy the real car, you get that sort of digital version of the car as well, which I think, okay, fine, you know, it's nice to have that link. But it has all sorts of problems with that, right? Because, for example, you know, okay, I get a digital verification, the fact that I bought this DeLorean, this brand new DeLorean, but what if I sell the DeLorean in the real world? Do I get to keep the digital token? Am I forced to give it away? Well, the whole point of decentralization is you can't force anyone to do anything, right? But what if I sell the digital token to somebody else? Am I obliged then to sell the real car as well? And so I think a lot of these questions about how we can actually force the linking, if we should force the linking of the digital and physical identities, I think that's very difficult, and I don't think those questions have been solved yet.
Yeah. Well, the other hand, there's also a use case, basically, owning a car and having a digital representation. I mean, this is good for basically, you know, displaying ownership and so on, authenticity and so on. So there are also use cases for exactly that. But this is obviously nothing new, which is already there. It's a given, and probably this will come. But how, in your example, how do you think this will play out in terms of what's the use case of the guys from DeLorean here, in terms of how do you make it?
Yeah, to be completely honest with you, I don't think they have much of a use case. I think it was more of a jump on the Web3 boom and try and make some noise. I do think that other automotive manufacturers are using Web3 in innovative ways, right? So, for example, our partners, Cupra, you know, the Spanish car manufacturer here, they've created a whole, they call it metaverse, online world, virtual worlds, which they're using both as a way of promoting their brand to the next generation, right, Gen Z or Gen Z for the Americans in the room, right, and also a way of linking, you know, your ownership of a real car. Obviously, they want to sell more cars. That's their objective in doing this. But also linking it to loyalty and presence and marketing and multiple touch points for different things. So their metaverse not only has Cupra, but it has other brands like Primavera Sound. It has some drinks manufacturers in there as well. The whole point is to try and bring people together in an online community where your activities in that community, right, can actually lead to benefits and rewards, whether they're discounts, whether they're access codes, whether they're events in the real world. And I think that idea of linking, that's where I see the use cases of linking your online virtual activity to allowing you to do things that you may not be able to do, whether it's buying stuff or whether it's attending events or whatever it is, in the real world.
Okay. I mean, maybe interesting to elaborate also what you guys are doing. Have we created living NFTs? Maybe that's something to explore and basically display some use cases out of this. So why are they living?
Yeah.
A bit contradictory, but maybe you can explain what.
Yeah. So I think we talked about ownership, right, and how ownership in the digital world is a way of presenting who you are. And when you mention ownership in the digital world, a lot of people think of NFTs, right, non-fungible tokens, which kind of justifiably have a bit of a bad name at the moment. I think a lot of the initial use case for NFTs was very much investment, right? We saw the rise of the play-to-earn gaming movement, which is a bit of a Ponzi scheme. You may have heard headlines of pieces of art being sold for $69 million or whatever it is. I think those use cases are niche, right? People do collect things, right? People collect things in the real world. You know, people do collect stamps and trading cards and art and things like that. But I think the idea of digital collectibles is a very niche use case in the wider digital world. So what we do at Freeverse is very much, I believe very strongly in the concept of ownership, of ownership of digital items and being able to trade digital items for real money. But I think that ownership, the value of what you own, should be based on more than just how rare it is, right? So if you have a living or a dynamic NFT, a dynamic asset that can change and evolve based on how you've used it, then the value of that to other people is very much based on its utility to them, right? So for example, let's take a virtual world or a game. Let's take a car, right? A virtual car, right? So you own a virtual car, and what's the value of that car to somebody else? Well, if you buy it and it's just don't change it, then the value is the same, right? It doesn't change. In fact, it might even go down because it's second-hand, right? But I, as a proud Welshman from Wales in the UK, if I take advantage of the fact that I can paint that car and paint it with a Welsh dragon, right, then somebody, another Welshman, may pay more for that car because I've changed it, right? Or upgrade the engine of the car so it drives faster in the game, all right? So the idea of being able to upgrade that digital asset in the same way that I might paint a real car with the Welsh Dragon, or upgrade the engine of a real car, right, in the real world. So the value of that digital item is based on what I have done with it, rather than how rare it is. And so gaming is a very strong use case. What we're seeing also is that brands are hopping on to the idea of Web3 and dynamic ownership as a way of encouraging loyalty. So for example, Cooper is one of our clients doing this. Another good example in the Web3 world is Starbucks. They're moving, in the States they've transitioned, or they've merged their loyalty program where you buy coffees, but now when you buy coffees, you also upgrade one of your tokens, which enables you to have discounts on more coffees or merchandising or whatever it is. So I think a lot of brands are using this idea of upgrading your digital ownership based on what you do in the real world. And that is essentially, you know, this idea of linking your digital and physical identity.
Mm-hmm. Maybe going back a little bit to the beginning in terms of the Apple Vision goggles. And Apple is typically not basically the front runner in technology, as we all know, but once they have jumped on this bandwagon, which others have been created, it has become very successful. And this is shown with everything they did, with the iPhone, obviously, with the iPod back then, with the Apple Watch, everything. So now the question is, what do you think is behind? Does this maybe accelerate something, or basically start scaling some models here with a new product they have launched?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. I've only read what everyone else has read, but I must admit I'm lucky enough to have a very good friend of mine who is a senior virtual reality engineer at Meta, right? And so I asked him the other day on WhatsApp, given this Meta, right? So what's your impression? What's the Meta impression of the new Apple goggles? And his opinion was that they're incredibly technologically brilliant, right? They're the best VR goggles that have been launched by a very large margin, a very large distance. They didn't expect the things that the eye representation, so it tracks your eye so people can see where you're looking in the room. They didn't expect that. However, he said, what he didn't see was a strong use case, right? All they showed so far is the idea of seeing flat screens in front of your virtual world, right? So you have an infinite desktop, if you like, right? And he is worried that if Apple can't find the killer use case for virtual reality and augmented reality, who can, right? And so we'll see. Maybe they've got some more tricks up their sleeve. As you mentioned, they're typically not the leaders. They typically bring stuff out in dribs and drabs, and so maybe we'll see some killer use case coming out. But I'm personally, technologically it's wonderful, but I can't see us all wearing VR goggles anytime in the very near future, at least.
But do you see anything in gaming or something like this where you see this make happen? This combination of the real world because this is also part of the bridge we're talking about here in terms of this. This can be a bridge, basically, because you're still in the real world, basically, combined with a virtual world and can blend in and over. Can you imagine something there?
I think gaming is the natural home, has been the natural home so far for AR and VR. And I do think that there are certain, I hesitate to call them niche applications, but even so far they have been niche applications. I think certainly if you're selling a pair of goggles for $3,500, you're not going to get wide, mainstream adoption overnight. But I do think there are applications in gaming. I think there are more applications in gaming for this idea of digital identity. Right, beyond, and we may or may not be wearing VR and AR goggles. Perhaps we will. I'm not saying we won't, right? Particularly if they make them lighter and easier to use. But I do see this idea of your digital identity being crucial in games. And so one example is, for a pipe dream that many people have in the gaming world is, can I buy something in one game and take it over to another game, right? Sure, you can. The technology exists, right? It's absolutely there. The question is whether we'll get to the stage where there is a common understanding of how that works. For example, there are difficulties not only in sort of, technical difficulties in how do you render an Angry Birds hat in a top-of-the-range driving game, for example, right? Does it make sense? But there are also even sort of game balancing levels. Let's imagine 2 car driving games. Let's imagine that the top car in one game is a Ferrari, right? And you play for hours and you get your top car, right? And you say, great, now I'm going to take that same car to a different game. But let's imagine that different game is a Formula 1 game where a Ferrari is the lowest possible car you can get, right? So how does the beginner level item in one game match up with the advanced level item in another game? And so this pipe dream of being able to take your digital belongings from one area, one game to another, even if you put aside IP licensing issues and agreements between game manufacturers and art pipelines and development pipelines and so on and so forth, I think there are still quite some considerable challenges there. But I like the idea. I think it's a good idea, right? I love the idea of being able to take my stuff from one game to another, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, are there any questions before we basically close here with the final remarks? Are there any questions here? Burning questions to Alan and myself? No questions, so everybody wants to buy a Vision goggle and then go ahead. No, but maybe back to NFTs. How do you see in general basically the development here? I mean, obviously you're totally into this in terms of where you're with your approach, technology approach, your platform you're building. How do you see this? Obviously, in general, they are down. Everybody's a little bit scared. Or in which direction will it go? Will it go up? Or where are we in the market here? How do you see this in general?
I think the term NFT will, if not die, then forever be associated with this concept of the digital collectible, right? And this way, this piece of art that was worth $69 million, or, you may have heard of Axie Infinity, this play-to-earn game which, went up like a rocket and then fell down equally as quickly. And I think the term non-fungible token will forever be associated, perhaps unfairly, with this, I hate to say it, but a kind of a Ponzi scheme model of people buying things with the hope that someone else will pay more money for something that's rare in the future. But I think the concept of digital ownership will go beyond that, and the ability to actually own something in the new virtual world, whether we're wearing AR or VR goggles, and having that linked or not to the real world, I think there will be a future in that, and I don't think that's going away anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, we also think that basically the technology is so strong that it basically will find applications elsewhere, and I agree with you. Probably will be associated with the art, basically the collectible things we see in the market. Yeah, very good. I think pretty much on time. If there are no questions, final remark from your side.
Final remark? Yeah, the future is all digital.
No, I think it's a good time actually also to start your business. So if you ever think about starting a business, now is the time basically. If you look back, whenever great things have been developed, they have been developed in exactly those times basically, either down cycles or where it's kind of flat and nobody knows how the future will look. So I can only encourage you basically to start your business. And there's funding out there also, so this can also tell you. Please, one question.
Oh, we're out of time.
Okay.
You can grab them in a second and you can ask them questions, but time-wise, please, big round of applause for both of them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kristen. Picture, very quickly, please. So, thank you guys. By the way, I'm a big fan of Axie Infinity. Really, really cool game-wise. Business-wise, it's a different story. Anyway, so, right? Our next talk and final talk of the morning, I think it's really interesting. I've been doing startups for more than 2 decades, and one of the things that eventually happens is that most people are very focused on the now. What's happening now? What are the current trends? Very few people are really thinking about the long term. How do you build strategy? How do you build national strategies? How do you build regional strategies like a European strategy? And as someone that, despite you guys seeing me here, I work in strategy. So for me, this is really powerful. And I always question myself, who the hell is doing the strategy for AI in a country? Who the hell is doing the strategy for quantum computing in a country? Well, I finally found them. I swear. And we're going to have a conversation here today with her. So please welcome my guest, Anna Bofill. She's area head for the Artificial Intelligence and Digital Enabling Technology Sub-Directorate at CEDIA. Big applause for Anna, please. Join us. And I'm going to sit here. So, first of all, let me be, so you are relaxed. These are nice people, right? You guys are nice people. We're nice people? I see they're nice people, so we're going to have a fun time. So finally, I find, we were just chatting and she was telling me, yeah, I'm the one literally writing it and pushing it and talking with scientists. It's like, oh my God, finally we found the right person. So let's talk first about why having a quantum strategy matters. You know, Europe has been pushing around this idea of quantum is strategic for the region. You have the US pushing on one side, you have China pushing on the other side. So why is it so strategic?
Oh, hello, everybody. Why quantum matters? Quantum matters because quantum technologies are really disruptive technologies. I mean, they are, the disruptive capacity of quantum technologies is outstanding, is huge. First of all, because data nowadays is very important for our society, and the huge quantum I mean, the huge capacity of quantum computers will get you access to every analysis of data you can imagine, but in the long term, not now, not now. I'm afraid not now. This is about the quantum, the capacity of quantum computing, but we not only have quantum computing in quantum technologies, we also have quantum communications. And as soon as you've got the capacity of quantum computing to break classical algorithms, then you need something to cope with this threat. I mean, you need quantum communication to secure your communications.
Well, we're talking about cryptography here. So
yes, cryptography, quantum cryptography, post-quantum cryptography, and I mean, you can understand that this is really strategic. The regions or countries who master the quantum technologies will enjoy a huge competitive advantage in comparison with other countries. And this is not one thing that you can develop in a short period of time. You need time to build skills, to build infrastructures, and to invest in research.
Why not? You can see the journalists. We have the quantum metaverse or whatever happening in
No, I'm afraid not yet. Not yet at all. No, no.
Beyond the obvious, I would say, defense, right? Department of Defense capabilities that you have with quantum. Which areas do you see? You're speaking with all these people. Which areas do you see that are more interest in developing and pushing here?
Well, right now, the areas which got the highest TRL levels, I mean, the mature technology levels, are sensoring. I mean, and sensor really has a huge, or very, very huge possibilities. I mean, imagine that you can measure temperature in a very, very fine way, or you can measure electromagnetic waves or electromagnetic fields. All these things are going to I mean, you can manage, for example, to test drugs in persons on wearables. You can't, well, not yet, but you will in the next future. You will be able to build wearables and manage to control the health situation of a person. That will give you some information about the that you can use in the develop of drugs, for example. But another very, very important thing is time. Measuring time. I mean, atomic clocks and quantum clocks are the most precise clocks in the universe. And time is the mother of all measures. I mean, if you measure time, you can measure everything. So with a very fine clock, you would put in the we will know the exactly position of a thing. I mean, it's very important for satellite communications. Yeah. It's very important for defense because your ships will know exactly where they are.
There was a recent news that China was developing this quantum radar, and it scared the hell out of everyone because that means that you can detect even stealth submarines, so nuclear launching stealth submarines, no matter where they are.
Quantum communication so far is difficult to. So there are two segments, the terrestrial segment and the satellite segment. The satellite segment is so far the most developed. Why? Because the in terrestrial communications, distance is the question. I mean, long distance is very difficult to assure the information. You will lose the information, quantum information, because of the distance. I mean, it's more easy that the quantum particles become decoherent. Yeah, exactly, and then you lose the information. It's more easy to do it via satellite. China is developing a network in the coast, a terrestrial network, but they put some quantum repetidores.
Yeah.
Transductors. No, not
transponders.
Transponders, more or less, but not exactly that.
It's not exactly the same.
Yeah, in the secure places, they secure the places and they put the transponders or repetidores. But it's maybe how can I say, devil?
This is prototype still, right?
Yeah, maybe. So I'm not sure it will work in the long. No, it works, but I mean, it's not extremely secure. Okay.
Yeah.
And Europe in that way is developing two ways. In terrestrial communication, Spain is a leader. Is really a leader in quantum communication. You know, maybe you don't know, but in Madrid there is
you're here to tell them that we are leaders in.
Well, in Madrid there is the biggest communication ring in whole Europe. Madrid Quantum Communication Metropolitan Ring. This is the biggest and the first one. Yeah, we are pioneers in the terrestrial communication, in quantum terrestrial communication. We are the first ones. We demonstrated that that there is possible quantum communication in fiber optic, which is
wow.
It's something that people don't know, but it's amazing. I mean, what Spain is doing.
What is it connecting?
Well, different things, but it's in the Castellana. It's part of the ring, and also the fence, so the headquarters of the fence, and other institutions.
We'll need to investigate. So let me ask you a question with this, because quantum is not precisely a technology that's easy. You were saying yourself, like, not yet. This is there, but not yet. So, what's the biggest issue that you find when it comes to trying to get talent around quantum or even advanced AI kind of models, but mostly quantum that we're talking with it?
Well, there are Several things. I mean, first is the interest of young people. There are few, or much fewer than we would like to have.
Let me check. We have a lot of young people listening to this, right? You feel young? Raise your hand. See? We have a lot of young people here interested in quantum. You need to talk to her later.
Well, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. But we need more people that pursue STEM career. That's the first thing. Well, the administration is thinking on helping all these things. I will tell you later. That's the first thing. Second thing is well, quantum is the relatively new subject. I mean, all of us had heard about quantum physics, but as a complementary subject for biology or for pharma, it's not so. It's very recent. And another idea is to introduce subjects related to quantum in other university studies, such as biology or physics, of course, but pharma, medicine. Why? Because one of the more important demands of the industry is a hybrid profile. I mean, a professional who knows about quantum, but also about, of course, about the sector, about banking, about finance, because quantum has the capacity to optimize every process, and that's industry, of course.
And do you need to be, because there's always this feeling that it's complex, right? So if you add that subject in biology or medicine, for example, well, you get to know a little bit about that, but is that enough? Do you need to get a PhD in quantum to be able to work there?
Well, first, you don't need a PhD to work in quantum.
Okay,
no, it's not
good to know.
But no, and
I'll tell you. Last time I asked this question, I had someone from space technology, and I said, like, do you need to have a PhD to work in space tech? And they said, no, of course, no. And then it's like, so what do you have? Well, I have a PhD by NASA, and I have a PhD by Stanford. I'm like,
well,
yeah.
It's not my case.
Feel confident.
I promise you. As you can guess, it's not my case. Well, but. No, I mean, what was your question?
Yeah, do you need a PhD to work?
No, you don't need a PhD. No, and it's not enough. It's not enough to have just an introduction in quantum to work in quantum, not at all. But at least it will, provide you the interest to work in this issue, in this field, and there we try to offer. We will try to boost the offer in the recapacitations course or seminars about.
I was going to ask you, so what exactly as a strategy, what exactly is the administration doing to push this to, like, is it like specializing, or as you were saying, is it like doing a horizontal introduction, or
more
both?
Transversal idea, yeah. Well, first, there is not yet a Spanish quantum strategy. We are working, it's working in process.
It's nearly there.
It's nearly, yeah, well, I hope. But several things. We are trying, as I told you, we are thinking on introducing digital and between them quantum contents in the secondary education, in bachillerato, in FP. We are trying to introduce, or we will boost university official studies in quantum, like kind of quantum scientific or quantum engineering. And also we will try to introduce subjects related with quantum in other studies, as I said, as finance or biology. And if you ask me about how to retain or how to create a talent pool in quantum, it's also the most important thing is to provide environment. I mean, not only in the studies, but the infrastructures, the invest in research that will make interesting for this person to stay in Spain and to work in Spain.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like the other part of the coin, right? The other face of the coin is once you're training them. This is, I would say, the usual thing that happens in this country. We train very good professionals that then eventually go and work elsewhere. So,
Yeah.
so how do we manage to retain them here
Well, I want to say
beyond the weather? Not
Mhm.
today, but
Yeah, no, I'm not speaking about the weather. No, but I'm speaking about people. There, as I said before, there is in Spain. There are in Spain very leaders groups in quantum, quantum communications, in terrestrial communications. So, as I said, in fiber optic quantum communications, we are world leaders. We are world leaders in quantum software, and yes, we are world leaders in quantum software and in and middleware as well, because they are very joint at this stage of the development of the science. And also we are leaders in the quantum-inspired software, which is another kind. What is that? You are going to ask me. I know. Well, you know that quantum computers are, with the speed of quantum computers are much more higher than normal computers. Okay, but when we study how these computers go to the solution of a problem, we can have a guess how could we improve the classical computers.
Yeah.
I mean, the
How
algorithms
much
we
is the
use.
improvement
Yeah,
in
and this
the
is
past?
what we call inspired. Software inspired in quantum.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we are also leaders, world leaders in this.
I'm going to be cheeky. Do we need to pour more money also?
Of course. I mean, if we compare with the money which is investing our networks, I mean, UK or France. Or Germany,
I'm just curious, if you had a magic wand and you could make money appear for the budget for quantum strategy, what would be your number?
I can't say that. You can ask me that. No, but we had to take in account our current situation. I mean, we are not the UK, which published his second quantum strategy weeks ago, the second one, and it's investing thousands of millions of pounds in the strategy, and we are going to publish our first strategy, so it's not the same. So you can't compare.
And connected to this, now we have this huge wave of AI pushed by ChatGPT, which is essentially draining talent from other fields. You were mentioning when you arrived here, it's like, well, some people are already talking about the nuclear winter for quantum. How do you see that happening? Is that for real? Do you think, is it having an impact on the talent that we have?
Well, about the winter, quantum winter, maybe I could say it's already happening. I mean, the hype wave, all the talk about quantum computing and what we can do with that and so on is going a little bit down. Yeah, because it's becoming more real, more adjusted to the reality, which is not in the science fiction. But about the drain of talent, I don't think so, because quantum is such a big field. I mean, you've got such a lot of different things.
Different
in quantum.
skill sets, right?
So that, no, I wouldn't say that.
Perfect. Well, before my colleagues throw me something, we do need to make a break for lunch. So with this, thank you so much, Anna, for your time, for joining us. Please give her a fantastic applause. You enjoyed? That's what matters. Thank you, Anna. Oh, picture, Anna. There we go. Take a picture. Here. Thank you. And with this, we're making the lunch break. So we are taking 1 hour and a half. I'll see everyone not here because I'm going to move stages. I'll be with the startups. So see you this afternoon chasing startups. Have a good lunchtime. See you later.
Hello, hello, hello. There you are. Wonderful. Great to see you all. How are you? You're looking very nicely caffeinated. Put your hands up if you had a coffee. Keep your hands up if you had 2 coffees. Okay, bonus points to all of you. This is great. My personal mantra is ABC, which is always be connecting. But sometimes, particularly after a delicious lunch, it's ABC, always be caffeinated. So I hope that all of you are caffeinated. I hope you're all connecting. My name is Oisín Lunny. As you might detect from the accent, I am from the Emerald Isle of Ireland, but I now live in Spain. I'm very honored to call Spain my home. And I basically help great people, companies, and organizations tell their best story through digital experiences, through podcasts, and through emceeing wonderful events like the mighty South Summit right here in Madrid. It is a pleasure to be here. I hope you're feeling the love as much as I am. Please share the love on social media. Use the hashtag SouthSummit23 to get the world excited about the incredible speakers that we have here on the playground stage. Okay, we are now going to move on with our first panel. It is such an important topic. It's about fueling the future and the possibilities of hydrogen. Now, hydrogen has the potential to be a key player in the transition towards a more sustainable energy system. So right now, we're going to explore the benefits and challenges of hydrogen as an energy carrier. What are its effects on greenhouse gas emissions? What are the effects on energy security and economic opportunities? I do hope you're going to join me in welcoming our fabulous speakers to the stage. I'm going to invite them up one by one so we can give them a big welcome, each of them. Our first guest is the Director of Innovation and Port Cluster Development at Fundación Valencia Port. Please welcome to the stage Salvador Furio. Thank you. Welcome, Salvador, and he is joined by the Hydrogen Director at Navantia, Amos Fuentes. Welcome, Amos. Wonderful stuff. And they are joined by the CEO at Proteo Power. Please welcome Tamara Guerrero. Welcome, Tamara. Thank you. And rounding off our quartet of awesomeness right down, we have our wonderful moderator. He is the CEO at 1S1 Energy. Please give it up for Daniel Sobek. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's great to be here. First South Summit for me. Great to be in Madrid. I'd like to welcome the panelists, Tamara, Amos, and Salvador. And the first question I have is the activities of your company, Proteo Power, and also how it fits into the hydrogen ecosystem. So, Tamara? Yeah.
Yes, well, so first of all, thank you so much for this invitation, because I love to discuss about hydrogen, and I think that today is a very good opportunity. Regarding Proteo Power, it's a company that was born in 2011. We are based in Bilbao, in the north of Spain. And we design, develop, and produce fuel cell systems for different sectors. As you all know, a fuel cell is a system that, using hydrogen and oxygen from air, produces power and water, and that's it. I mean, that's it, because we have no CO2 emissions, no NOx emissions, we just have power and water. Regarding the sectors Proteo Power works in, we have the stationary applications. For example, we are building the biggest fuel cell system in Spain. We are putting a 65 kilowatt system in Bilbao in the new facilities of Petronor. So it's going to work as a backup for the office building. And on the other hand, we also work in mobility sector. And I always like to say that mobility are not only cars. When I talk about mobility, I talk about forklifts, planes, ships, submarines, or whatever. For example, we are working in a project that consists on putting a fuel cell system in a UAV. So the challenge here is not only to design a system that works properly, but also to save mass, because in aerospace, mass is very important. So our expertise is related to the design of the engineering and the balance of plants, and to optimize all processes around the fuel cell to comply with each requirement of each application. And regarding the hydrogen value chain, we are positioned at the end where the uses of hydrogen, because as I said before, we use this hydrogen to produce clean energy with the fuel cells.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. Then, Amos, I understand you're working on hydrogen in marine applications, naval applications. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organization for inviting us to participate in this event. It's my first time, and my first time here in the South Summit, and I say it's quite impressive. So you may know Navantia because it's a national ship builder. We have wide experience in ship design and also in system integration. But now we have created Navantia Synergies, which is a new division of Navantia, which is really focused on clean energy promotion. So what are the assets of Navantia Synergies? So we have all the business related to offshore wind. So we do foundations, we do substations, but we also have gathered there all our assets in hydrogen on the company just to develop this hydrogen business. What are these assets? So we have very important industrial capabilities. So we are thinking being as an industrial partner for assembly of big electrolyzers. We have our engine factory, so we are quite close to the engine designers and the new developments for the new vectors. And of course, we have all the capabilities and knowledge that we have acquired doing special applications for defense using hydrogen. As Tamara has said, we are talking of the S-80 submarine. We have developed this air-independent propulsion system, which basically is a system that allows to extend the endurance of the submarine when it's diving underwater. We can recharge the battery using a fuel cell, which is fed with hydrogen generated from bioethanol on board. So all this system generates power, and all the residues of this power generation is just CO2, which is diluted in seawater, just to have don't affect the steel of the submarine. So our plan is taking all these capabilities, channeled through our new Green Energy Center of Excellence with two ideas. First, we plan to contribute to the decarbonization, providing new solutions based in zero emission or neutral emission fuels, using fuel cells, using engines, just to help to the decarbonization of the sector. And on the other hand, we have a goal, which is having these technologies scale, industrialized, and ready to market by the end of this decade. This is our plan.
Yeah, it's super interesting. And then now we're going from naval applications to ports. So Salvador, can you tell us about your activities at Valencia Port?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, Fundación Valencia Port and OpenTop, we are the research and innovation hub of the Valencia Port cluster. So we are involved in many innovation projects of many different fields, always related to port and logistics. But the Port of Valencia has the ambitious goal to become net zero emissions in 2030. And this is why many of the projects we are involved in at the moment are related to this objective. So in order to reach this objective, it is necessary to apply technologies that are not at the moment mature enough. So, as Fundación Valencia Port, we've been working in the last period for testing candidate technologies and supporting them in their journey to reach the commercial stage. And one of the examples of this work is, in this case, related to the hydrogen application to the port environment. And here we are coordinating the H2Ports project. This is a Horizon Europe project in which the hydrogen versions of two types of equipments that are used in port operations have been developed and are being tested in real operational conditions. More in particular, Hyster-Yale has developed an hydrogen power rich stacker that is being tested in the MSC terminal at the Port of Valencia. And Athena has developed a terminal tractor, also powered with hydrogen, that is being tested in the Grimaldi Ro-Ro terminal, also in Valencia. Also, the solution to supply hydrogen to do this machinery has been developed by the Centro Nacional del Hidrógeno. And in both cases, is the first worldwide experience for this type of machinery. Mm-hmm. So we are expecting to have the results after this period of testing in real operations.
Okay. When do you expect to complete the testing?
It will be 1 year testing.
1 year testing.
So
okay.
To get the better conclusions possible.
Okay.
So during all this year,
okay.
They will be operating in these two terminals.
Okay. Great. Great. So before we move to the next question, I'd like to explain a little bit what we do at 1S1 Energy. So we're developing next generation technology for the production of green hydrogen. Green hydrogen means that we're using renewable energy to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. And our approach, which we are developing both in California and Portugal, is to innovate on materials to increase efficiency, durability, and robustness of the hydrogen production. So that way, we believe we can get to lower barriers for adoption, producing hydrogen at a levelized cost below $2 per kilogram, and also provide a solution that is robust and easily serviceable. So now we're moving to the next question, which is Tamara, what are the opportunities and challenges that you see in this sector? Yeah.
Well, so if we start talking about opportunities, I think that today hydrogen has almost all opportunities because it's the fashion. I mean, when I started working in hydrogen 12 years ago, nobody talked about hydrogen, but today decarbonization is a must in Spain, in Europe, worldwide, and also we need to decarbonize all sectors. Industry, residential, transportation. So I think that there are many opportunities today that we have to take care about it. Regarding to highlight one of the advantages of hydrogen, I think that we have to look on the opportunity we have storing this hydrogen for a long time. We can store big amounts of hydrogen during stationary periods. And this is a very good point because we can use this hydrogen to produce power whenever we want. So I think it's an important good point for hydrogen. And I don't want to say with this that hydrogen is better than batteries or than supercaps or whatever. I think there is room for all, but for sure, hydrogen is an important tool for decarbonization. And on the other hand, regarding the challenges, if I look in my business in the fuel cell sector, I think that we need to grow, and I think we need to improve our capacity of production because we need to become competitive, not only in price, but also covering the necessities of market. I mean, today, we are supposed to produce gigawatts of hydrogen in Spain, but tomorrow we will need fuel cells and other systems to use this hydrogen to produce power. So I think that this is one of the challenges to become competitive and to grow.
Okay. And do you imagine using hydrogen for stabilizing the grid or for emergency backup type of?
In our case, we have solutions for as backup.
Okay.
For stationary applications, but it's also a possibility to combine it with the grid, for sure.
Okay. So almost the same question, what opportunities and challenges do you see?
So for giving a little bit of context, so now the maritime transport represents like a 3% of the greenhouse emission gases. The International Maritime Organization have a target of reducing that level to 50% in 2050, which in reference to the values of 2008. So that means a very big opportunity for technology developers and shipbuilders, because we need the solutions to get into that. So the point here is that the naval sector is a sector which is very difficult to power with electricity. So we have to move into other solutions to meet that target. So one way to achieve that decarbonization target could be, increase the efficiency of the ships, or change the operational profiles and the way of operation using artificial intelligence, many ways. But if we add all of these things, we believe that we are not going to be able to achieve more than a 55% or so maximum of the level which is required. So to achieve the target, then we are going to have to decarbonize the fuels for the maritime sector between 40 and 65%. So that means that where the green hydrogen gets into place. But of course, there's a lot of challenges because the technologies for the maritime sectors are not ready, and there's a lot of uncertainty of getting technologies or systems that could meet their requirements to do so. So we need powers in the order of megawatts. We need endurance in the order of thousands of nautical miles, life spans of more than 30 years. So that's a difficulty in a sector which is very, very low in units. We are talking about 30,000 maybe units of heavy transport maritime. And the other challenge is that unlike the light transport, seems that we are not going to have like a single option to power the system. So the technical solution is going to depend on the size of the platform and the operation. So we are going to have many different technologies, many different fuels. So that means uncertainty and then lack of inversion, because people prefer to wait and see. And the last one is how to efficiently integrate these new vectors in a safe way without a big modification of the platform. So there's a very big gap between fossil fuels and the new fuels that we need to solve. So then what is the right fuel for the maritime sector? So we believe that direct hydrogen is going to cover a very small percentage of the energy share that's going to need the sector. But other fuels derivated from hydrogen with higher density, liquid at ambient or close to ambient temperature, as ammonia or methanol, are going to be the solution for a better integration. They're not going to compete, we believe, between them, so they are going to be taking share from now up to 2050, from other not decarbonized fuels as natural gas, heavy fuel oil, and others. And even in the more optimistic scenario, we think that we are still going to have these uncarbonized fuels working till 2050. So there's a very big challenge, and this is a thing that's not going to be solved in the next few years.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And from the point of view of ports, what do you see as the challenges and opportunities, Salvador? Yeah.
Well, before talking specifically about ports, lower carbon emissions are achieved using renewable energies. And hydrogen is an energy vector for storing and distributing this energy the same way we can do with electricity. It's true that the use of hydrogen still has to be developed for many potential applications, and also implies lower efficiency, as there are losses in its transformation step. But it's also true that, as Tamara said, there are also many clear advantages, as the easier long-term storage, or also the possibility to use already existing networks as the natural gas, or also the easier and faster refueling operation for mobile applications. So there are opportunities there, and Amos referred to the maritime sector. I think in port operations, There are opportunities where all these advantages make a difference. And for instance, there is machinery where the electrification is not easy because they require very flexible movement, etc. And in this kind of situations, hydrogen can make sense and has an opportunity there. And beside this, there are also industries that are already using hydrogen in their production processes, like refineries or the production of fertilizers, etc. And for them, one of the main decarbonization actions would be just to change the color of the hydrogen they are using, going from gray to green. So I think there are a big range of opportunities for hydrogen.
Yeah, that's a great topic and something we're focused on at 1S1. So we're looking at replacing gray and black hydrogen used for industrial production with green hydrogen. So I was doing some calculations this morning and just providing the needs for the ammonia production, which is imperative for growing food, we would need around 200 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity, which is huge, and it's a huge challenge. And that's very sobering. And then if you add to that hydrogen for heavy transport and other applications, that's a huge challenge. The other issue we see is that we cannot afford to have leakage of hydrogen when hydrogen is a small molecule and moves to the upper atmosphere very quickly. And when that happens, it reduces the capability of the planet to process methane in the upper atmosphere. So it may exacerbate the issue of greenhouse from methane. The other issue is that also because it's a very small molecule, it can leak. So we need to design the storage systems and piping and seals that can contain the hydrogen. And so it's a very challenging task, but something we must do. And the way to do it is through innovation. So there's a lot of uncertainty accomplishing this, and as humans, we have issues processing uncertainty, so it's important to not rush to conclusions and also focus on the innovations that solve these problems, and that's what we're focused at 1S1. So in terms of UAVs, that's a very interesting application. So do you expect to operate at higher temperatures in a UAV, the fuel cells, or?
Actually, not. In this concrete project, the main challenge is how oxygen is in air at this high altitude.
Yeah.
So we are dealing with how to compress this hydrogen, this air to work. But we are using low temperature technology. We are using PEM technology. Okay. And on the other hand, as I said, there is an important challenge related to mass, because every gram you can save in aerospace is important. So we are dealing with a very good operation and saving mass.
Okay. Okay. So in doing this, Amos, in doing this transition, do you have a favorite vector or for shipping or?
Well, as I have said, we have these two candidates.
Yeah.
There are going to be more. You know,
yeah.
We are talking, or some applications are talking of using pure hydrogen, cryogenic, maybe liquid. But methanol and ammonia looks like are the references now for the maritime sector. So to me, ammonia has an additional appeal, which is a fully decarbonized vector. So and at the end there's a very big developed industry behind, so it's necessary, for example, to generate for many industrial applications, fertilizers, and etc. So it's going to have many commonalities with the industry, with transport. Methanol requires, CO2 capture, the green hydrogen generation, many more processes in between. So there are more losses of efficiency and maybe more expensive. You know. So they both are going to have their place. But I mean, to me, you know, as in the very, very long future, I believe ammonia is going to be a right solution. But if we look into the short term, it's easier to apply the methanol because, you know, can be used in engines with some adaptations. So that's the reason, because that's the first one we are going to see on the naval sector. Maybe, you know, use it in engines, combustion engines, adapted to do so.
Okay. So methanol provides a better use model and ammonia more efficient means of propulsion, right?
Well, at the end, methanol is going to be is neutral in carbon, which means that globally, you know, in the Excel spreadsheet, you know, it's majority is zero. But locally, you're going to have CO2. So ammonia is going to be zero, you know, no carbon emissions. So that will be the best benefit. So in terms of energy density, they are quite close.
Okay.
But, you know, they have pros and cons. For example, it's easier to embark methanol because you can have the liquid at ambient temperature. It's more complex, you know, the ammonia, because to have a liquid, you have to have a high pressure, low temperature, below zero. So as I say, so there are a lot of challenges, but looking to future, thinking in communalities, in logistics, in no carbon, free carbon system, to me, ammonia is a very nice option.
Okay, great, thank you. And Salvador, what's next for the Valencia Port, Fundación Valencia Port? Yeah.
Well,
after the pilots, yeah.
What we are going to do is to continue following all the different initiatives around hydrogen, because it's something that currently is exploding, and there are thousands of different initiatives, lots of projects, a lot of efforts, a lot of investment. And we want to be there to follow this and also to promote new projects and to develop new projects in order to position Valencia Port as a key player in this energy transition and also in the development of the hydrogen economy.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So, Tamara, any last thoughts to conclude the panel? Or, yeah.
Yes, well, I think that decarbonization is a must. We already knew it. It's not something I learned today. But I think that hydrogen race is a collaborative path. I mean, there are synergies between all players in the hydrogen value chain. For example, in power-to-power projects, in ports, for example, there are many, or airports or whatever. We need people that produce hydrogen, people that have energy storage systems, people that have fuel cells to collaborate all together to get success. So I think that it is very important to know that it is not an individual race, but a collaborative one.
Mm-hmm. Amos?
So I believe that one important thing is developing of technology. I mean, this is an opportunity for Europe. So to have this technology sovereign, we need to take this wave to reindustrialize Europe, to take to develop our technology, and mostly in countries as Spain. I believe it's a very big opportunity to be, you know, the first in the class, and not being, just exporting technology from other countries. And I believe this is one of the main motives that we are, in Avanta Synergies, promoting our Center of Excellence and some initiatives as Monodon, which we have a stand today here, just to promote the technology development. I think is key, and as Tamara has said, we have to work together. We have to put our efforts on the synergies, just to share not only the benefits, but also the risks. There's a lot of uncertainty, and we need to bet in that sense.
Mm-hmm. And Salvador, any last thoughts?
Nothing to add, just to say that, I always learn new things in every event I participate around hydrogen issues. And well, thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. And at One is One Energy, we're benefiting from a project called Important Projects of Common European Interest. We're part of the Hy2Tech wave, and that helps support the development of green hydrogen technology. So that will fund the establishment of a development and manufacturing center in Portugal. So we're very lucky to be part of that, and very appreciative of the support from the European Union. So I would like to thank the panelists. Thank you for your contributions, and it's great to be here, and thank the public for our attention. And I think we can conclude the panel now. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Salvador, Amos, Tamara, and Danielle. There's a bit of a paparazzi moment happening right here on the stage, as you will see. If you want to take a paparazzi photo, now is your moment. We've got the real professional down there. Thank you. Once more, a big round of applause for our 4 awesome panelists. Thank you, muchísimas gracias. Absolutely wonderful. Great stuff. Okay, just a little reminder, do install the app if you haven't already. There's a world of goodness in there, including meetings and direct connections with any of our speakers and any of our delegates. Indeed, connect with anybody, myself very much included. Another thing, spread the love on social media. Use the hashtag SouthSummit23. And right now, we are going to move on with another fabulous and super interesting session. We've got 4 real experts joining us to talk about 3 massive topics for the future. Topic number 1, energy transition. Topic number 2, towards 2030, what's been achieved. And topic number 3, collaborate to innovate. I'm thrilled to be welcoming to the stage 4 absolute experts who are going to really explore this topic in depth. First up, please welcome to the stage a member of the board of directors at NFG, Antonio Arce. Welcome, Antonio. Thank you. Gracias. And joining Antonio, the head of product marketing at Veritas, Miguel Zaralaqui. Thank you, Miguel. Gracias. Rounding up a power trio, we've got the CMO at EODev, Tebo Tayu. Welcome, Tebo. Bienvenidos. And rounding up our lineup, all killer, no filler, we're delighted to welcome back a great friend of South Summit to the stage once again. Head of Innovation Market, Iberia at Endesa, Jose Minguez. Thank you. Welcome, Jose. Great to see you.
Hello to all. Thank you for coming. As he said, we are going to abord 3 important topics, which are in the name of the panel. The first of all is about energy transition. What is energy transition for us? Energy transition for us is divided in 4 very important topics, which is the people. Of course, people is in the center of everything we do, in the center of technology. Decarbonization, which is on the name of the event of South Summit. We have to achieve the goals of reducing 55% CO2 emissions. Electrification, because if we achieve as a utility company, every utility company, we reduce the CO2 production of the energy, but the end consumers don't reduce as well the emissions, we won't achieve our goals. And finally, digitalization. After that, I think we have 3 amazing examples of success that you are 3. So the first thing I like to do in my panels is always that you present yourself and present your company to make it understandable for the people who come here, because there are a lot of people who don't know you, don't know what you're doing. It's a little bit who you are and what you are doing, your company, what is your product.
Okay, I will start then. My company is NFG. And what do? We just use massive amount of data of energy consumers. We are managing around 22 million of customers and the data related to energy consumed. And then after that, what we do is that we define specific patterns of how they are using the energy. After we have those patterns, and then we classify them in those patterns, we identify which is the best use of the energy for each one of those patterns. And then we are able to provide, one by one, a specific pieces of advice, a specific information how they could save energy. This is spoken very, very simple. It has a little bit more complication inside, but at the end of the day, This is what we are doing together with Endesa since 2015 and in several countries now at this moment. Right?
Perfect. My name is Miguel. I come from Veridas. Veridas is a company actually with a very deep mission, a mission that actually translates into all products we develop. Our mission is to guarantee the people's right to use their real identities, both in the physical and digital world. What it means is that we have the vision of a passwordless and keyless future, and we do that by developing our own technology, our biometric technology, to verify identities remotely. With ID document verification, face biometrics, and voice biometrics, we are able to verify that the people behind the screen or behind a phone, they are actually who they claim to be, right? And we have been collaborating with Endesa for a couple of years, providing voice biometrics for the contact center that probably we will develop a little bit. And yeah, that's who we are.
Thibaut.
Hello everyone, I'm Thibaut Talleux, I'm the marketing director of EODev. The goal of our company is to accelerate the energy transition thanks to renewable, affordable and reliable energy solutions using hydrogen. So our main goal is to replace diesel generators in all types of application, whether it's prime power or backup power, thanks to power generators using fuel cell. So in these generators, I will explain later how it works, but the idea is that we produce electricity from hydrogen without any emissions.
Okay, now I would like to talk a little bit more deep on the project with Endesa. First thing I have to say, because this is our goal in the innovation departments, in every innovation department of the company, is that working with Endesa is hard. So I find that you have something unique in your technology that has made you be chosen to participate with us. I would like you to focus on your technology. What do you think you are doing so good that we have decided to choose you for these different projects?
Wow. What are we doing so specifically? I think that what we are doing is that we were able to present this idea as the first one in this market, in the marketplace. So we came with this idea how to handle this statistic crunching of the numbers and then translating that information into actionable actions, actionable activities for the end customers. So of course we made the first prototype, and then after that, once that we prove that, then we start going to a large project, finally going live with this huge number of clients.
Well, I have to say that you weren't the first, and there were many companies trying to do the same that you did, and you have to say that you have right now achieved an international project, so I think you should be a little bit more...
Well, I'm modest, you know.
Don't be so modest.
I'm modest. Yes, we are not the first one, of course, but perhaps we are the first one that we are able to commit on and deliver really the utility, what Endesa wanted to achieve with this type of projects. And with the help of the innovation team, we are not only providing this service in Spain, we also moved to Portugal, and recently we are going to start doing this in
We will talk at the end, the collaboration, we'll talk about that, but you don't have to be modest. Your technology has been proven to be one of the most of the world, competing with international companies.
Yeah,
and
you are right.
And this is a really good achievement.
Yeah, you're right. Before going to get the award of doing this for the Italian market, for the Enel Corporation, we have to go through a POC, a proof of concept, with one of the biggest and listed companies in the world, providing and matching that the type of services had at least the same quality of that type of company could provide, and we succeed. Perhaps we even get a little bit ahead of expectations. Oh, yes, we are here. Thank you.
Yeah, I will say that we earned the trust of Endesa mainly for two things. First, technology, and second, results. I say technology because we have very good technology. We have the second best engine in the world, and it's not a thing I say because I'm from Bilbao, which I'm not. I'm from Pamplona. It's because actually the US government says that, right? In the name of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, our biometric engines, both face and voice, have been ranked at the second best in the world, which is impressive, and actually that delivers specific results. And in the case of Endesa, which we are collaborating in the contact center to provide seamless authentication just with the voice. We are speaking about eliminating around a minute of conversation per call, so we can authenticate users just while they speak, while they answer a simple question, instead of having to ask them several questions. Well, who are you? What are your name? We just ask them, what would you like? And with just 3 seconds of voice, independing on the text or independently on the language, we are able to authenticate that user. And it's around 60 seconds per call of reducement of average handle time, which is a lot.
Amazing. And how about you?
So we're not the first ones either to have the idea of producing electricity through hydrogen, but we've probably been the quickest and the first company on the market delivering concrete solutions when most of our customers are doing like POC and prototypes. So I think it was mostly because of this, and also that we've been working on the very same applications that Endesa is interested in for their business lines. And of course, the reliability and the track record of the products over the last years.
Okay, now we go to the second topic. Today is 2030. The first thing, what do you have achieved? Because it's very important in innovation to project yourself in the future to really have the vision. Today is 7th June 2030. Looking backwards, what have you achieved?
What we have achieved really is that we have helped at this moment a huge amount of customers to save energy. The number of tons of CO2 that has been avoided and these sort of things, I cannot disclose it because that belongs to Endesa. However, what I can tell you is that the average amount of energy that a customer saves using our services without changing equipment, that is the easy way of doing that, goes between 10 to 15, right in that range. So that could seem a little amount of energy, but if you multiply that little amount of energy for the millions of customers that are now using the services and saving that energy, then you start to think which is the contribution that we have made in 2030.
Yeah, in terms of contribution, I can speak also about energy, but with these two guys on the panel, maybe I'm not the best one. But of course, every time you are able to identify someone remotely, you're able to move to the digital a lot of physical processes. And that means people not needing to move, people not needing to take their cars. That means less pollution, less CO2 to the atmosphere. I don't know if you've seen the news, I think it was a couple of days ago, it was public that the Spanish government actually enables people to have their electronic certificate from their homes, and that's thanks to our technology. So people don't need to go to their government branch to ask for the electronic certificate. From their home, they're able to extract it, and that's a lot of energy savings. But of course, from my point of view, what is most interesting is from the human point of view, meaning that, for example, accessibility, right? Probably, I don't know if there's people here with issues in that sense, but you cannot imagine how passwords, OTP codes, CAPTCHA codes can harm people with certain disabilities, elder people, etc. Right? For elder people, trying to remember a password could be very hard. For someone with a blind impairment, actually completing a CAPTCHA code is not hard, it's impossible actually, right? Mm-hmm. So being able to generate a solution that actually allows people to be identified in the digital world by their own means, by their face, by their voice, without needing to remember passwords, without needing to having a last version of smartphones, just seamlessly, actually I think is one of the most important, let's say, things we accomplished in this recent year.
Definitely. This morning we talked about that, how important one is in the energy transition and not leaving anyone behind. Yeah. And I think that's a great point in what you pointed out. There are minorities of customers, but they're suffering. And I completely agree with you, and I think the digitalization gives an opportunity to have products and services to improve the quality of life with digitalization.
Very similar what we do in Endesa, we did in Mexico. In Mexico, the pensioners, in order to earn their pension, they needed to go to the branch twice a year physically to say, I am alive here, I need my pension, right? Maybe in the mentality of Europe or Spain, going to the bank branch is something quite easy, but in Mexico could mean hours of traveling. We're speaking about older people, we're speaking probably in COVID, where going outside your home could be putting your life at risk. So together with BBA, for example, we implement a way of providing proof of life through the phones. Again, because we are text and language independent, doesn't matter your language, it doesn't matter you speak pre-Hispanic language as in Mexico, some places it doesn't matter you have a latest smartphone, internet or not. Nowadays, I think there's more than 300,000 pensioners in Mexico already enrolled in a system called biometric proof of life. So just calling by a phone from their homes, they can provide proof of life and earn their pension, which is great.
Very interesting, thank you.
Well, I like the date of 2030 because we have set ourselves a goal at EODev is to save 30 million tons of CO2 by 2030. And just to let you know how we do that is to explain you the technology. Today, if you are off-grid or if the grid is not powerful enough or if you need backup power in case of grid failure, you use diesel gensets. The way it works is basically that you burn diesel to produce electricity. The big difference with our technology with the fuel cell is that you have an electrochemical reaction in the fuel cell that gives us electricity, and the only byproduct in the reaction will be water and heat. So there is no greenhouse gases like CO2, but there is also no air pollutants like NOx or fine particles. So the idea, of course, is about climate change, but also about public health, because we are both tackling CO2 and fine particles. And also, if we want to reach that, as you said, is to make this technology as accessible, as affordable as possible. So for now, it's a quite expensive technology because it's new and very innovative. But in the next year, we want to make it available because we believe that an innovation and a new technology only makes sense if it can be spread to as many people in the world.
Completely agree. And in this perspective of being in 2030, what would be your failures and learnings, lessons that you could apply to? I guess there are a lot of entrepreneurs here. This is more complex, but don't make it in order if you want. Just,
in terms of lessons learned and pitfalls and good things, I think that perhaps the more important thing is that you really want to make the difference. You really want to impact in something relevant. You have to look really for a huge partner, which is the one you could partner with again. So something that really could impact a huge number of people, numbers, etc. Otherwise, for sure, you will do something. Perhaps you could grow, for sure. But if you really want to make the difference, you have to be able to believe, to build trust with one big player to help you to foster this potential into real actions.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat the same as Antonio because for us, in the case, for example, of Endesa, it's true that we have been in the market for a while, but we bring up this new product of voice like a few years ago, and we were struggling to find the first customers. We knew it was a good product, but you need to explain, convince, and contact centers are a big thing that hard to explain, hard to understand. And having Endesa trust us and give us the opportunity to deploy and having those results actually help us to bring tons of customers right behind, right? And actually also to learn what are the things you should start doing. For example, when I say 3 seconds of voice, it sounds a little, but then you ask someone, what is the reason of your call? And they say, bill. And it's half a second. And what do you know? Right? So at least you test it, and then you need to ask something else, and what you ask, and so on and so forth, right? So test a lot, because then people actually play with your technology different than you conceived. You think they're going to do something, and they do the opposite. So it's just you need to find someone who trusts you and push it like crazy.
I have a very interesting pitfalls on that, but I won't say today. What about you?
Well, the hydrogen economy is quite particular. There's lots of developments happening since a couple of years. So I think one of the main lessons I would keep is about timing. Because if you have a very good idea, but you are too ahead of the market, you end up not really being able to deploy and sell your product. So you need all the value chain and all the other people in the industry doing things that will enable your solution to work, to develop at the same pace, and you need partners. You need industrial partners. You need to be trust among your customers, especially with in the scope of energy. Many people are still afraid of hydrogen. So you need to build that trust. You need to show them that your product is reliable, and you need partners and companies like Endesa, because in the end, they are your end customers. They are the one knowing your business. They are the one knowing what they need. So you need to take all these inputs into account from the very beginning of the development of the products.
Well, we have covered the first topics, energy transition towards 2030. Now we are going to talk about collaboration to innovate. And I have a very tricky question here. Why do you think Endesa needs you for this energy transition? And again, if you need to... No, I'm explaining my question because there are a lot of entrepreneurs who come. They want to do projects. They contact by all measures, LinkedIn, email you. Sometimes there are someone even they email you every week. I want a meeting with you. And of course, from our point of view, there's a limited amount of resources. I wish I could attend everyone, do all the projects, but the question is, what does your company get? Why do we need you? What does your company get here? So I think this is an important point from the point of view.
I think that the important point is that one, you have built trust. You have built a huge number of bridges and relationships inside the company. Then you get more or less part of the organization, and then you add the flexibility and the quick to the market point that it happens to be hard to achieve for a large organization. So in Endesa, they are perhaps the smartest people I've met with, but the difficulty to get that brilliant idea to the market, it's what perhaps we can help in that stretching that type of link. That's why once that we have started working in large environments, we are able to even to deliver more value, helping those type of intelligence bringing down to the market.
Yeah, probably because if you take out Veridas, you will need to explain to a lot of customers why they cannot authenticate themselves with the... No, I'm joking, but yeah, I believe from a point of view, more or less the same. We are very agile. We have proprietary solutions that can be adjusted to every use case, and I think for that sense was key to earn the trust of Endesa, because we were very transparent, we were very expert. We were explaining the facts as they were. Everything is not perfect. We were going little by little, adding more customers, more Endesa customers. Now we have around 200,000 customers that authenticate with the voice, right? So it's something that people is expecting already. You expect to authenticate yourself with your face everywhere, right? When you access your phone. And you can, as Endesa, you cannot take out that from your customers, right? And I think that's one of the things probably why Endesa needs companies like us, or Veridas in this case, because you have a lot of own customers that are expecting to be identified in 3 seconds in the contact center, and if not, you will have some complaints, I believe.
Well, I would obviously share what's been said before, and because we'll obviously be more agile, our company is less than 100 people, so we are able to develop a product from the initial need from marketing to the start of production in maybe 18 months, which is something that doesn't match the process of large companies. It's not only about Endesa, it's the same everywhere in the world with all large companies. And also because what we do, it's not your core business. So at some point it's better than your focus on your own activities, and that you use the products and the solutions that you need to improve your efficiency, to improve your energy transition, and that you work with actors like ourselves, and just like ourselves, we focus on 2 products, 1 technology, and we don't want to do anything else and be the expert in that domain.
Yeah, I think there you have a great point about what is our core business. And there I have an example very good with you. We are developing an innovation project together with a university, and we expect to put all the results inside of your product. So here is a very interesting line between what do we consider our core business and we do not, because there only collaboration, from my point of view, only collaboration succeeds when two parts get something. If not, there will never be a collaboration. And this case is very clear for us because we know we have a very good data analysts which are analyzing the data together with the university, who is helping us to develop these machine learning algorithms. And we have very clear that in our roadmap right now, your product is the product who is the face with the customer. So there we have this collaboration. And my second question about this was, what do you get in this collaboration? What do you get? How does Endesa contribute to your product, to your project, your goals as a company?
Well, at the end of the day, it's a win-win situation because we enrich the capabilities that we are able to provide to the end customers, and on the other side, you have a channel that the customer already recognized that is worthwhile. So the information that we are channeling them is also returning to Endesa, and also is helping us to provide more and more capabilities than later we extrapolate to other countries where we are serving. So it's like a virtuous cycle of moving things forward. And at the end of the day, the thing is that the people, the customers that are using this service have quite a lower range of churn than the other people that they are not using it. So there is a self-paying component in doing this internal collaboration.
Yeah, I'm going to probably repeat myself, but of course, for us, being one of the first customers in voice biometrics was a huge learning in all sense. I'm thinking one specific thing, which was, well, kind of, I don't know, say funny or interesting, right? Our voice biometrics have an additional capability of detecting pre-recorded voices. We spoke it in the backstage. And we deployed all in Endesa, like we have the full Ferrari for you, right? But actually, when we were analyzing calls, we understood that nobody was calling to Endesa with a pre-recorded audio, right? Well, it was kind of stupid, right? So we was kind of deploying unnecessary resources. A necessary resource may be needed for banking industry, which is more critical, but to be able to adjust the solution to the different use case, to the industry, energy industry in this case, to be able to analyze a huge amount of data was essential for us, and that could be a very good learning curve for us.
Well, it's pretty straightforward, but without our customers, we're not much. And working with companies like Endesa is even part of the innovation process. You know, when we started our power generator, we did the first batch of 20 units that we sent on the field to end customers to get that feedback. And then you integrate these inputs and this feedback and you learn. And this is how you achieve to have the best product. Half the company is made of engineers who are all very talented, but sometimes you are a bit afraid that you are going to make an engineer's product, you know, that is not going to fit on the ground with the people using it every day. So yeah, it's crucial to have this kind of partnership. It's very rewarding. And it's also a great reference to say that our solutions are being used by companies like Endesa.
Well, we are running out of time, so I would like to close with a final question very, very briefly. What would be your advice to the entrepreneurs, people who are thinking to start or they have a project? Your short advice. 2 minutes?
2 minutes. This is has been said everywhere, but believe in what you are saying. Don't be ashamed of dreaming and go for it. You have your idea, and select the partner who share the same emotion.
I will say fail quickly. I mean, we are entering new markets, and sometimes you fail, but you need to fail quickly instead of deploying or wasting a huge amount of resources thinking how we will be the best. Start quickly, fail quickly, and learn quickly.
All of this, and also, well, never surrender, but set your set goals. Set your set goals in the long term, and try to have in mind the path to reach that goal. So disorganization, but also be opportunist sometimes. It can be helpful. And what you have in mind will also grow and evolve in the time with the people you are going to meet, with the partnership you are going to make. So keep your end goal in mind, but be open to opportunities.
Well, thank you very much. We're one minute ahead, but I think with this such good advices, I think we are done. Thank you all for coming, and I hope you enjoy and have profit from this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful stuff. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much. That was absolutely great. I'm keeping an eye out for the cameraman. Sometimes he likes to surprise us with a paparazzi moment. That is not one of those moments. Okay, my friends, if we haven't met already, my name's Oisin Lunny. My personal motto is ABC. Very easy to remember because it's mine. And that stands for Always Be Connecting. So, before we welcome our next superstar, now I promise you, superstar guests on the stage, many of you will know about it, I would like to invite you all to indulge me with a little bit of a networking exercise. So this is where we get to step outside of our comfort zones, this circle here, and step into this circle over here, which is totally unconnected, and this is where the magic happens. It's a Venn diagram where there's no connection, so basically you have to step out of your comfort zone to where the magic happens. And we're going to make some South Summit magic happen right here. I'm going to invite all of you, just while our VIP speakers are backstage, we've got a few minutes, and your challenge is to speak to somebody you've never met before in your life. OMG. And in the space of like 3 to 5 minutes, try and figure out the reason why you are here talking to each other and how you can help each other. Can you help each other? And then how can you do this? In the space of 3 or 5 minutes. So it's a challenge, it's outside of your comfort zone, but the results, they might be where the magic happens. That's up to you. Okay, your 3 to 5 minutes starts now. Happy networking, my friends. Hello, my dear friends. Bonus points to all of you who are rocking the networking right there. Great to see. Okay, as promised, we do have some legit VIPs joining us now. They're going to talk about a topic that's very close to all of our hearts here, the Metropolitan Forest, our landmark project for a greener Madrid. What is not to like? And I'm absolutely thrilled to introduce two legends, the founder and chairman of South Summit, Maria Benjumea, and the first deputy mayor for the city of Madrid, Begoña Villacís. Welcome to the stage. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Muy bien. Oh, thank you.
¿Qué hablamos en español?
Me da igual, en
How
inglés si
many
quieres.
English talking
Well, I
are
don't
here?
care. I'm
Many
totally
English
ready.
talking here?
I mean, some politicians do speak English, so I don't have a problem at all. So
No, you
where do you
know.
feel more comfortable?
I know you
here?
speak very well. I only want to thank. I'm here because I want to thank this lady for all that she is doing. And I say she is doing and not she's done, because I'm sure that she's going to be keep on doing and doing things for all of us, for the ecosystem, and for everyone in Madrid, because Madrid is what it is today in a very big parte for her. So I really am impossible more thankful. And we've been doing South Summit, and she's been always a huge support. Always, always, whenever and wherever I've said, Begoña, we are going to do this, she's there. Begoña, we need your support because we have know how to do it, she's there. Always, with the biggest smile and making things happy. For this and for everything in Madrid.
Thank
Begoña,
you. Thank
it's
you,
your
Maria.
time.
Well, let me speak a little bit about Maria, because the first time I worked with her, well, the first time we met, I was like totally surprised. You know, there are like some people in Madrid that actually make the city work, and she's one of them. She's one of the persons that I was like, I was totally infatuated with her, because she started with South Summit in a really, really difficult moment. The biggest recession, I believe, in democracy, and we're talking about 2008, you know, that recession. And she wanted to start the project in the middle of the recession, which is totally crazy. So that's Maria, and this is South Summit right now. We need people like this. I've worked a lot. I've worked a lot these past 2 years. I've been so honored to be the deputy mayor of Madrid. It's such an honor for me. It's like, I love this job so much. I love this city so much. But let me tell you something. No matter how much we do, the real secret of Madrid is a very powerful civil society. That's a key point. And what you have to do as a mayor, as a deputy mayor, as a governor, is just your ears need to be wide open to their projects, to their ideas, to all the imagination, because people they won't start doing things that you just have to do, you know, let things happen. And that's what we've done for the past 2 years. And we don't have that much time anymore. There's a lot of traffic jam is raining in Madrid finally. But I do want to speak to you about something that we started these past 2 years. It was a dream that I had when I was little. And you know, when people talk so much about politicians and politics, you know, now that I'm not a politician anymore, let me tell you about politicians. Please trust in them, because we're not bad people. We're just like you. We are the people. That's how it is. I mean, in the United States, they know this by fact, and it is a reality. And what you can do with politicians is to make dreams come true, which is actually what's happening right now in South Summit. So I did have a dream when I was little. I saw that, you know, surrounding Madrid, we had like nothing, just by like poor earth. We have like depositions. We have like degradation, you know, surround the city of Madrid, and we do have problems with the desertification. You don't get to hear so much about that, because when we're talking about pollution and we're talking about climate change, actually it's the northern countries which are like setting the points. But we, the cities that are actually in the south of Europe, we do have a problem with desertification, we do have a problem with pollution, we do have a problem with climate change. So we thought that the answer to that was to build, when we were running for elections, we're talking about 2019, everybody was coming up with like huge bridge, huge tunnel, you know, like gray infrastructures. So we came out with a green infrastructure, the biggest that was going to be built for the next 10 years in Madrid. And that is the Metropolitan Forest. We're talking about 75 kilometers of forest that are going to surround the city of Madrid. We're not talking about that park, we're talking about a forest. The difference is that we are not going to use palm trees, we are not going to use, I don't know how to say platanos in English, but you know, we're not going to bed for like not autochthonous species that actually do grow very fast. So when you run for the elections, they're big. We're going to bed for generations, not elections. So we're going to bed for pinus, hensins, you know, very slow-growing trees, but are trees, the trees of Madrid. Because it needs to be sustainable for us. So right now, by that point, we have 75 hectares that are actually growing in the city of Madrid. 16 of them are all actually open for the public to visit, so I highly recommend you to go to visit this. And it's going to be one of the biggest project that is going to be done. For me, if you ask me, it's the project of this government. It's the biggest project that we built. And actually, United Nations have chosen the Metropolitan Forest of Madrid as one of the samples of the world. And you probably think, you know, how come I never heard about the Metropolitan Forest? Who knew about the Metropolitan Forest here? Raise your hand. One. And it's the biggest thing that is actually happening in Madrid. How come only one person heard about it? Because we're about to finish. Because sometimes we just talk about politicians. We don't talk about politics. We don't talk about projects. We don't talk about ideas. But that's the most important thing. So it is the very first time that the city of Madrid is going with the nature and not against nature. And this is what I'm leaving to you. Please take care of it, let it grow. And I hope the next 10 years we meet again under the shadow of one of these trees. Thank you so much.
Big applause.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you both so much for everything you're doing. That was absolutely wonderful. So, encantado, absolutely wonderful. What an honor to introduce these two amazing folks to the stage, two wonderful people, and really thank you for all the work you're doing. I may have mentioned earlier before, I actually live in a forest myself, and so great to hear about the encinas being planted. They are great trees, and a forest will really benefit everyone in Madrid and our children and our grandchildren. That is some great cathedral thinking there, and thank you, Maria and Begonia, for everything you're doing and that great long-term vision. Okay, my dear friends, we are now going to move swiftly on with another awesome panel, and this is all about reconstructing construction, building for a greener future. Now, this is going to explore the transformative changes happening in the construction industry, and our four experts are going to discuss innovative strategies for decarbonisation, circularity, and new design methods to create a more eco-friendly and efficient construction sector. And I'm thrilled to be welcoming our four speakers to the stage. First up, we've got the Director of Engineering, Subsidiaries and Project Support at Sacyr Engineering and Infrastructure. Please welcome Silvia Lureda. Welcome, Silvia. Thank you. Wonderful. And joining Silvia is the founder at High Deal, Thierry Lepuerc. Thank you. Welcome, Thierry. And joining Silvia and Thierry, we have the CEO at Materials Nexus, Jonathan Bean. Welcome, Jonathan. And rounding off our quartet, we've got the Associate Dean in IE School of Architecture and Design. Please welcome our wonderful moderator, Cristina Mateo Rebollo. Thank you.
Well, thank you. After such an enthusiastic opening, we feel full of adrenaline. So thank you, South Summit, and thank you, Maria Benjumea, for organizing this event, and thank you for inviting IU School of Architecture and Design to moderate with these brilliant people, which, as the presenter has said, they are actually 3 representatives of this very ever-changing process of construction, which is kind of transforming itself as we speak. So for that, I'm going to try to ask each of them to tell us what it is, the role that they play within the value chain of construction, because this is not only about construction, but it's about the process of transformation that the construction industry is actually at. So perhaps, Silvia, you can tell us what's the role that you play and Sacyr plays actually in the value chain.
Okay, Sacyr, the role I play in Sacyr, I am responsible of the engineering department and also in charge of the support lines of the business. That means procurement and machinery. So these 3 departments are involved in the projects since the beginning, since the bidding process of a project and since the birth of a project. So it's quite interesting because we see the whole life cycle of a project from those point of views.
Fantastic. Thierry, with your company, which is actually a platform for advocacy in the use of green hydrogen somehow. So what is the role that you play as a CEO and also as the role that you see that the company plays in the construction process?
Yes, I'm the founder of HyDeal. HyDeal is actually a developer. It's not just a platform. It's a company which is set to produce hydrogen from 2026 onwards. And hydrogen is very important in construction. So you would say how? It's very important because there is no green steel without hydrogen. And that's a very important thing. Green buildings will only come because you'll have green steel. You have as well, at one point, green cement. And that as well needs hydrogen. And then those green buildings need energy itself, either thermal energy or electric energy. And yes, green hydrogen, we'll tell you a bit more about that, is going to be fundamental in this complete decarbonization venture of the construction industry.
Thank you. We'll get back to what it is that green hydrogen is. And we have also Jonathan Bean. He's CEO of Materials Nexus. What is Materials Nexus and what role does it play in the construction value chain?
Sure. So materials like concrete, steel, glass in construction obviously contribute to about 50% of all of the CO2 emissions. And so what Materials Nexus is doing is to find completely new formulations of these to enable us to achieve kind of our targets towards net zero and to accelerate that. So, you know, we've spoken a lot about in this panel about hydrogen and green hydrogen, and one of the major challenges behind green hydrogen is the use of a material called iridium, and this comes from South Africa and Haiti as the 2 most kind of popular locations, and 1 gram of this iridium material produces 27 kilograms of CO2. And so what Materials Nexus is doing is using AI, machine learning technologies to find completely new formulations to enable us to produce things like green hydrogen more cheaply, steel more cheaply, etc.
Okay, so you have a lot to do with the rest of our players here, which is great because at the beginning one could think, what's the relationship between the 3? Well, there is a big relationship between the 3. When we were preparing for this talk and we were talking, one of the things that I wanted to ask them is, what are the main changes that they see lately in the construction sector and in the industry? After COVID and with digitalization, things have changed a lot. So Silvia, you said that you have an overview of the whole process. Sacyr has an overview. What do you say that it's the main kind of changes that you see?
Well, considering that climate change is one of the most or the greatest environmental, social and economic challenges that the world is facing, some changes are taking place. Though we think that they are not been implemented as deeply and as fast as they should if we want to achieve 2050 environmental objectives. Some of the changes we are perceiving, we are starting to perceive that in the bidding processes, sometimes in some geographies, we are required, some measures, some sustainable measures are required, such as circularity or maybe some sustainable certificates. But this depends on the geography you move. For example, we are perceiving that in Europe, Australia, and as specific examples, we have a contract in the UK, for example, where we are working on a project in Velindre Hospital. This is an oncological hospital. We are designing it, and I think that's the most advanced building we are going to build. I mean, the main parameters that we are taking into account to design it is like it's going to be with a maximum efficiency. We are working on, we have to measure all the CO2 footprint of all the materials we are using, and all the energy that is going to consume the building is going to be from renewable sources. So I think that in some geographies you perceive that they are moving forward. Also in Italy, some certificates are very well valued in our tenders, and the same happens in Australia. But I'm afraid that this doesn't happen in some other places. We perceive that some clients from Canada or United States, they are not that much concerned about sustainable issues. So I hope that they move forward a little bit faster and try to get to know that this is a need.
Yeah, we were talking about geography as a very interesting element to take into account. So when we talk about reconstructing the construction sector, it changes a lot according to different countries. Thierry, what's your view on this aspect, geography? And Silvia was mentioning regulation and the type of contracts being requiring certain kind of principles. What's your experience?
The construction industry is a slow-moving industry. Because you have processes, you have materials that have been designed now. Obviously, regulation is changing, and especially on energy consumption. But overall, there's no revolution, and that's the problem.
You want radical changes?
Well, it's not just me. It's every one of us. We know, I mean, just a figure, in 1960, 80% of the world's energy mix was fossil fuels. In 2020, 80% of the world's energy mix was fossil fuels. Hasn't changed a bit, even though we've had 28 COPs. Nothing has changed. And this idea that we're going to solve that with conferences is not going to happen. And it needs to be, yes, not incremental. Now, lots of people here in this conference are talking about innovation. We all know that there is incremental innovation and disruptive innovation. And what is in need right now is something completely disruptive to move to zero carbon, not a bit less carbon, zero carbon. And that means that you have to redesign the whole thing, or you have to start with the materials, the equipments that are indeed zero carbon. Now, a major issue is not regulation. Major issue is market, pricing. I was discussing with a representative of Acciona a couple of weeks ago, who was telling me, we're not going to put any green steel in the constructions that we're building. I suppose you're doing the same thing with Sacyr, except two things happen. We're obliged to do it, and then we have to pass on extra cost to the users, but politicians don't want that. Or green steel as at the price of gray steel. And that's as simple as that. And what is a challenge, and what we're doing at Ideal is precisely addressing it with this project that we're developing in northern Spain for ArcelorMittal and others, which is to say, how can we have something which is like coal, in this case, because steel is being produced from coking coal, which is
at the same price or even cheaper than fossil fuels. And that's the huge challenge that we have. And it's binary. Unless we get there, we won't be there. Now, what is fundamental is not just the cost of producing those equipment, it's the infrastructure as well that goes with it. And I'd like to say that what is happening here in Spain, you're talking about geography, Spain is the place. Spain is the first country where the National Gas TSO has announced 4,000 kilometers of pipelines, of hydrogen pipelines, crossing the whole country and connecting to France as well. First place in the world here.
We don't talk enough about that.
Yeah, you should. You should. I mean, this is a total game changer. It was announced by Enagás in its Día del Hidrógeno in January, and they showed it. And it's public, by the way. I'm not talking about something which is not public. It's an absolute revolution. And it's the model. And when Europe says we want 20 million tons of hydrogen by 2030, now that was announced by Repower EU a year ago. 20 million tons of hydrogen by 2030 means 1 trillion euros of investment decisions to be made in the next 24 months in order to reach those objectives. They say, hey, we haven't heard about it either. But this is the challenge. And all of this, when it happens, it's going to be an overnight, a massive change. So the challenge right now is to solve that equation. And fundamentally, it's an economic equation, but it's also political will. And what we have seen right now in Spain, and then again, I don't want to enter politics here. I guess it's getting a bit complicated these days. Yes, the country is moving. And talking to, as a Frenchman, when the French president was summoned by the Spanish Prime Minister to Barcelona in January, saying, now let's sign this thing about the pipeline connecting France and Spain.
Marseille.
To Marseille, Barcelona to Marseille. Spain showed its leadership. So there again, congratulations, Spain.
Okay. Let's move a little bit to geography, but let's talk about what's happening. How is from where you sit, you are based in Cambridge, in the UK. How do you see the role that you play about research materials in the whole kind of changes that the construction is facing? And how do you see yourself as an agent of change, if so?
So from where we sit, technology is the key thing which enables a lot of this stuff to happen, in that obviously it's important to get politicians, large corporates aligned, but if you can offer completely new solutions, then that offers a completely different direction. And so, we really do believe that through the use of our machine learning technology, we can actually find completely new formulations which gives people these new options, and therefore can give you the benefit of both worlds of kind of potentially reduce time in terms of construction and reduce cost of materials. When we look at the world stage and what European Union, UK government, US government is doing in a number of different directions in terms of funding this, there's a huge number of initiatives, and for me it's a question of kind of perception. 200 years ago, the European continent was kind of the engine of growth of the world, whereas now it's very, very difficult to build things, there's lots of planning issues, and I think it's a question of like, how do we get back to that sort of positive mode where we are kind of achieving these amazing things, and I kind of think artificial intelligence, machine learning is a key element of that.
Okay, so going back to something that has been moving in the conversation, which is the changing power, and in a sector like construction, we know that the end customer is not so much the changing factor. It's a B2B business above all. But we were talking a little bit as well about changing people's perceptions and maybe creating some changes in the demand. And Thierry, you were quite strong about Spain has been quite a leader in this, and yet maybe the public opinion hasn't actually had resonance of that sort of leadership. So I wonder if there is something that can be done to change that perception in the end customer. You were talking about it's a market issue, it's a regulatory issue as well, and the political will. Is there anything, I'm asking you, Thierry, what do you see that is actually the trigger that could actually make those more radical changes or disruptive changes needed for the people, the end customers, to demand also, green construction.
You're right. It should not be, could not be just this high-end, top decision makers starting investing and doing things, and the rest of the population not knowing about anything. It should be driven by the people and driven by the, as you're right, the consumer. Now, you have different ways of looking at it. One is to say, and I'll give you an example. Javier Gonil del Castro, the CEO of Fertiberia, was saying, Fertiberia is the largest fertilizer company here in Spain, and we're working with them to supply. And they're already actually producing hydrogen in not too far away from here in Puerto Llano. So green hydrogen used to produce green ammonia, used to produce green fertilizers, used to produce green hops to put into a Heineken bottle, which is green. That's the marketing. They're saying Heineken is going to market a zero carbon beer. Now, is that very meaningful? I'm not sure. Now, if you're telling communities, and this is, for instance, what we're doing in Asturias with Alsa. Alsa is, as you know, a very large bus company, and it's saying, if you supply us with green hydrogen at a price which is lower than diesel, or at the price of diesel, we're going to transform all our buses to green hydrogen, and people will see it. Not just because it's greenifying or etc. and eating government money, no, because it's making people's lives easier, because it's going to be a safer, cleaner, and yes, more economical option. And this is the essential marketing that needs to be done. It's not to say, you have to repent. Lots of people in Europe are saying, we should repent. We have had a good time. Now is the time of scarcity, of suffering, of atonement, and everything. And this might work in some urban circles. It doesn't work for 90% of the population. And we've had the yellow vest in France, and people are saying, we're not ready to sacrifice our difficult way of life to solve that. So the message that has to be done ultimately by business and government, say, your lives are going to be improved, better lives. And I'll finish that. I'm just mentioning that there's one place where it's resonating a lot. It's Africa. Spending a lot of time in Africa. In Mauritania, I've been 4 times in the last few months there. When you're telling Africans that they're going to produce 10 times more energy, that it's going to be clean, it's going to be green, and most importantly, it's going to make it possible for them to immensely improve their lives, that's a totally different story. And the problem that we have there again with this greenifying thing is the punishment side of it, which means that people don't want it. So it has to be sold as something where people can look forward to it, to see all the benefits, including the economic benefits, the jobs, the opportunities, and yes, abundance. Ultimately, people are for abundance. I know that it's a dirty word today, abundance, but when people are poor, which means there are a large number of poor people around this planet, they aspire not to be poor, but to have a better lifestyle. And promising this better lifestyle is something that we, as the green industries of the world, should be promoting. It's better. It's green and better.
Okay, Jonathan, from the perspective of the work that you do and your company, and in relation to this change of mindset of the end customer, how do you see that? Because in a way, what you do, which is actually new material, seems like quite far-fetched from the end consumer. But you were actually, before we were talking about insulation for materials, for construction, and how that can actually have an impact in the price. And so maybe you can tell us a little bit about that, how immediately you can actually see gains, and that can be actually a change gamer. So could you please tell us a little bit?
So the discussion was related to vacuum insulation panels, which some of you may know about. But one of the benefits of this technology, certainly in colder countries, less relevant in Spain, of course, is that you can make your wall thicknesses less, and so therefore you can increase the size of your kind of area of your property. And when you think of that, basically your area of your property is ultimately the thing that it sells for, that's a significant benefit for obviously the people that construct the building, but also if you live in the building, it's a huge benefit. And so, you know, the way Materials Nexus thinks about this is very much in the form of creating demonstrations for people that shows that these technologies are better. I think it sort of points to Thierry's point that really, I think selling on the basis of green is not a sustainable strategy for your business. I think ultimately you have to sell because your product is better, and then hopefully it's cheaper, or will become cheaper in the new world. And so that's really kind of what we're targeting. We're sort of working out what the value adds are and then kind of pushing those forward.
Thank you. We have about 6 minutes, and we would like to open to the public as well. But I have a very important question, Sylvia. I would like you to tell us, thinking of the future, what does it look like for a company like yours? And what are the challenges your company is facing looking at that future, which needs to be, you know, more eco-friendly and efficient, especially in the sector? How do you look at the future, and how does your company look at the challenges of the future?
I will start by the challenges, because it's the difficult part.
Sure.
For the construction sector, I think that the main issues we are facing is the workforce and the shortage of labor. We are finding some labor shortage in some regions, so this is something that we have to solve by, you know, teaching people how to get some skills for the workers we need. The second challenge, I think, is the uncertainty of the economy and the cost of materials. I mean, in our projects, we are not free to choose the materials we use. The client usually tell us what kind of materials have to be used in the projects. In the building ones, maybe in a highway is different. We are the ones responsible for the design. But when we talk about these materials, I think that administration should push so that all the construction sector would use, for example, the green steel or the green cement. I think they have to push that from the governments so that they can be used. And the third challenge would be, about the productivity. I think also we are a very traditional sector, and we have to push for innovation and try to find technologies that help us to be more to increase that productivity. And about the future and the good things that I think we are working from Sathir's point of view, I think we have been working in innovation and sustainable measures. We have been working on how to, for example, reuse some waste material to put it in the surface of the layers on the roads. We have a couple of products that we have put in the market, Rarekis and BioRoad. These are two additives that come from waste. The first one comes from the waste of some end-life tires, and the second one comes from some oil residuals. And this makes a longer life for our roads. And so we think that the future is challenging, but also it's enjoyable and motivating for us, because I think there's a long way to do, and it's a very traditional sector, and I think there's time to innovate, but we need all to go in the same direction: stakeholders, investors, administrations, suppliers, and of course us.
Thierry, the future is looking good. How do you are kind of advocate for disruptive changes, so do you see that possible?
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen because all the elements are there, including the fact that you have, it's very simple, the cost of hydrogen is sinking. Just a word on hydrogen made from what? Solar, in this case, mostly here in Spain. Another piece of information which is not fully known is that the total installed capacity in solar PV today is close to 1,000 gigawatts per annum. 1,000 gigawatts per annum. For those who are not aware, the total installed capacity of power in Europe is 500 gigawatts. So you have today the capacity to produce twice the total installed capacity in Europe in just a year. So this is going to come very quickly. Now, the challenge that we have as an industry, as ourselves, is transforming these electrons into molecules that can replace oil, gas, and coal in all their uses. But the abundance is there, here in Spain, in Portugal, and across the Mediterranean.
Okay. Jonathan, the future is looking good. How is the construction industry looking to you? What are the main challenges you see? We have over a minute.
Yes, well, you know, I was going to try my pidgin Spanish, but el futuro es fuerte.
El futuro es bueno. Okay, so we have time for maybe one question or two questions, if anybody wants to ask. We have 1 minute. So that has to be fast, just as fast as Thierry is suggesting.
Okay, whoever asks the fastest question gets a prize, the prize of my gratitude. Who's got the fastest question in the room? We've got less than a minute. Any questions? No pressure or anything. I don't mean to put you under pressure. 41 seconds. We'll have a lot of fun with 41 seconds. Okay. I think you may have answered all the possible questions.
No, maybe they feel a bit too exposed because we've been just giving them a minute. Well, I will use the last 30 minutes to say thank you to my panelists, and I think that we've agreed that there needs to be still plenty of collaboration. There is room for improvement, but well, definitely we are at the right place in Spain, and we need also the approach, the benefit of researchers and people who are actually at the forefront of researching materials, closely working with the industry and the academia, and the overall power of big companies such as Sacyr. And of course, hydrogen, green hydrogen is coming and is a reality. So with that, thank you very much. Give me an applause for all my fellow panelists. Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Muchísimas gracias, Cristina, Jonathan, Thierry, and Sylvia. That was absolutely brilliant, very informative, and full of great takeaways. Oh, a momentito, my friends. We have a paparazzi moment here. I'm so sorry, yes. We like to keep our speakers on their toes by just announcing the paparazzi. If you are a colleague, if you work with these brilliant people, now's your chance. Go on, go. Right, that's it. We're running a tight ship. Get your paparazzi in. 3, 2.5, 2, 1.5. Everyone good? We got paparazzi? That's great. Okay. Everyone done. Good. Big round of applause for our wonderful speakers. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, now, my dear friends, we're going to have a bit of a room changeover. If you're staying here, I can recommend it. We have an amazing fireside chat coming up. But first, I have 2 words for you. If you are leaving, please make your way to the exit so that new people can come in. I've got 2 words for you right now. Those 2 words are free and beer. Free beer, my friends. Free beer. What? Exactly. Thank you. Free beer to anybody who is helping us in the fight against single-use plastics. We have so much microplastics in the sea. We do not need any more. Get yourselves one of these bottles, like this Doppler bottle. Get yourself one of the South Summit reusable bottles. Go to any of our water stations. Fill up with water. You'll be saving the planet, and you will be earning green points as a green warrior. You'll get these points, and points mean free beer. As an Irishman, I can't believe I'm saying this. Free beer. My goodness, if we launched this in Ireland, I think the event organisers would be in trouble. Okay, free cerveza, it's all good. We are now going to move on with our next wonderful session. Now, I live in a forest, my friends. I live in an old masía in the middle of nowhere. It is a great privilege, but we had to do a lot of work to get electricity, and we had to put a bunch of solar panels. We hired somebody to do it, and we have a bank of batteries that keeps us alive. It keeps everything running. So my life depends on batteries, and our next session is all about electrifying the industry industry and scaling up batteries. It's about battery practice, supporting batteries from mining to recycling, manufacturing of battery cells. What does it mean to electrify a full industry? How are we going to catch up in Europe when scaling these solutions? I'm thrilled to be joined by two experts in the field. What they don't know about batteries is not worth knowing about. Please welcome to the stage the Global Battery Practice Lead at SAP, Stefan Fester, and the Head of IT and Organisation at Cellforce Group GmbH, Hannes Schreier. Thank you. Welcome to the stage. Big round of applause. Thank you so much. Awesome. Great to meet you both. Yes, we need more batteries here. Okay, the stage is yours, my friends.
So thank you for the introduction. So there's no fire behind us, but it's the so-called fire chat. We want to talk about electrifying the industry. This is, I think, one of the most important topics at the moment, how to electrify the industry. My name is Stefan Fester. I'm the SAP Global Battery Practice Lead, and I have with me Hannes Schreier. Hannes.
Yes.
Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation, Stefan. And I think from the audience, this topic is way too important, and I hope it fills up a little bit. Yes, I am head of IT at Cellforce. Cellforce is a daughter from Porsche, and I'm within the industry since 3 years. And I've been working 6 years prior to that for Porsche. So Porsche, the car manufacturer, and been before that 10 years within consulting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So a lot of competence. It is. Sorry, a call coming in. I think we are all in agreement that we are facing global warming and we have a serious issue with our climate. And one of the reasons is the carbon emission. But the industry relies on energy and electricity. And there's one way to overcome this issue by using renewable energies. But if we go with renewable energies, we don't have a constant delivery of this kind of electricity. And therefore we need batteries. What we see today is the highest demand for batteries is in the vehicle industry, in the car industry. And what we see is there's a huge growth. There's a forecast that we will have a demand of 2,500 gigawatt hours by 2030. To give you a better feeling for the number, a classical gigafactory, this is a factory that produces battery cells, has a capacity of around 40 gigawatt hours. And this means 40 gigawatt hours equals 500,000 cars. But the demand is 2,500 gigawatt hours, so it's enormous. So at the end, we need more than 65, 70, or even more gigafactories on the planet. If we calculate the current amount of existing gigafactories, I think we are around 20, maybe 25. So there's a long way to go. And the current capital market is 1 billion, but by 2023 we see a capital market of $184 billion. So this is enormous. What we see today is that the majority of the companies are located in China. But not only the companies, also the raw material comes a lot out of China. And even more important, if you build a gigafactory to produce cells, 95% of the machines also come from China. That means we have a very high dependency on China. So, Hannes, what is your view on the European battery cell market? How do you see this market? What is your view?
I see a huge impact which is happening currently. We see a lot of initiatives growing in the market, and this market is a multi-billion euro market. Yeah? And what we see is huge battery manufacturers at scale, meaning 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 gigawatt manufacturing sites being installed right now, but we also see smaller players in the market who are specializing on special appliances, applications within the battery cell market. And on the other side, you have a very strong development within the battery cell development itself. So that's also our challenge in Europe, especially, that we get the right people and the people who know stuff about battery cells, chemists, for example, engineers, for the machinery, to attract them to Europe and to build up our own capacity here.
Yeah, absolutely. So there will be a lot of innovation in chemistry and factors and size of batteries for sure. So as you said, what we see on the market there are some startups, and you are actually a startup. That's the reason why you are here, right? You are a startup, even if you are a daughter company from Porsche, but still a startup. And we see some subsidiaries coming to Europe from the well-established ones from China. And if you look to Europe, there is actually, I would say, one big player in Volkswagen. So Volkswagen decided to set up a startup. It's also a startup. The main difference to other startups is it's funded with 20 billion euros. So this is the biggest single investment of Volkswagen to set up a network of gigafactories around the globe. So, and Cellforce is also a Porsche investment, so also Volkswagen. So could you give us a better overview? What is Cellforce all about?
So what is Cellforce doing? It's quite an unknown brand because we are there only for 2 years now on the market. We were founded as a joint venture between Porsche and Custom Cells, a local battery cell developer in Germany. And we are actually seated in Germany, near Stuttgart area, next to Porsche. And what we do is we specialize in the development and mass serial production of high premium battery cells for high performance cars. So that's our goal and our mission also, and that's the role the Cellforce plays within VW. You want Porsche to be enabled in the future, not also to be distinguished by the cell and by the performance. And this is only to be achieved when you have a high performance battery cell manufacturer in the background.
Yeah, I think this brings me to the point that the classical, I would say, relationship between the car manufacturer and the tier 1, tier 2 supplier is that the power is with the car manufacturer, 100%. But with batteries, it changed now. So some of the big OEMs, they still have the strategy to just focus on R&D, cell chemistry and stuff, but not mass production. And the second thing is to have the battery management system under control, how to charge, discharge, and manage the battery. This is key for one of the OEMs. But we see a trend in the market that the power between the OEM and the tier 1 supplier is not the same like in the past. So the tier 1 supplier, even the cell manufacturers, are more powerful than ever. So, and as you said, why is it so important to have the own cells for a premium car like Porsche?
Yeah. You heavily rely currently on battery cells from China, North Korea, and that's a huge risk for Europe, and that's also my motivation, or the motivation of our company, to reduce that risk in the supply chain. And I think it's very important for Europe that we catch up on battery cells, because we do the engine currently. We're the best in doing engine, that's what I say. But the engine will be different. The power source will be different. So we need to be leader also to be able to control the value chain within the automotive industry. We need to be the leader also in the battery cell. And the value of a battery cell within a car is very high. Up to 30–40% of the overall cost of a car is a battery cell. So it's very important for Europeans to be more independent from Asia, to be able to fulfill their commitment within the battery chain at the end.
And you're talking about the battery chain. So it's a complete ecosystem, right? So it starts in the mining, the raw material, first chemistry, raw material, battery cell, battery assembly, then the charging, then the recycling. So it's a huge ecosystem. Yep. So what are your main partners in this ecosystem?
So back in history, we started with very few people. Now we are around 200, just to give you an idea of how many people are working for Cellforce. And you cannot build the best cell, which is basically our slogan, just alone. So we rely on a huge network of partners within universities, within the industry. To name a few, like BASF, the chemical company, is, for example, providing active materials for our battery cell production, but is also partnering within recycling. So one main aspect of becoming a global player for battery cells is a green mindset, and of course sustainability within the company's DNA. I think you won't find any battery cells producer out there who's not claiming that, yeah? But you need strong partners for that, and we find these partners in the industries, and we are also closely working together with European machine suppliers to be able to step by step drift more apart from our reliance on Asia at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think one important thing, if we talk about batteries, is data and exchange of data. So the European Commission puts a lot of pressure to the whole ecosystem to make sure that it is a circular economy. So it is clear that there will be some regulations coming saying that the recycling rate must be up to 60–90% in the next decade. And for that, we have alliances like the Global Battery Alliance and others, and they use a battery passport to document and to track all the data from the mining over the usage. So what is your take on battery passport? What are you doing there?
Yeah, first of all, it's a huge challenge, yeah? Not only to be able to manage all that data as an OEM, which we, as a supplier of battery cells, we're just a part in that ecosystem, right? So, but also for us, our responsibility is to keep track of everything coming into the battery cell at the end, and this in a data point of view. Our goal is at the end, when we produce a cell, battery cell is like, a pouch cell is like this big, that we want to know exactly where it comes from, which suppliers are in there, which materials are in there, what's our carbon footprint for this battery cell, and you can imagine it's very hard to fulfill these requirements. You can have the best IT infrastructure in the world, but you're still reliant on all your suppliers out there, and these suppliers are international, and they're from Asia, from South America, from the US. So it's not only you changing, it's the whole network that needs to change with that. And these requirements are very hard to meet, but I think we are on a good way. We saw some great presentations also from BMW, who are showcasing their battery passport for the first time. And we also have, as Cellforce, a little advantage here. We have a greenfield environment looking at the IT side, meaning we can set up the solutions as we want, so future-proof, and we don't have to look back too much, no legacy systems, etc. That's very important when it comes to the aspect of data sharing.
Yeah, very good. While you're talking about IT, what I'm saying when I'm talking to other customers, they have all one thing in common. They don't have time. They simply don't have time, and they must scale up in no time. And you said your advantage is that you have a greenfield environment. So what is the strategy to grow the IT while your business is growing?
Yeah, so normally when you're a spin-off of a bigger enterprise, yes, you want to make a decision at the very start. Build up your own IT infrastructure or rely on process-proven and very strong processes from your mother. Yeah? And we made the choice back in the days to start on a greenfield, and that it slows us down to be reliant on such a big corporation like Porsche, like Volkswagen, etc. So that's our greenfield approach, and the choice was 2 years later, right. We need the pace, we need no huge processes around implementing stuff. Yeah? Our people expect fast solutions, quick solutions. Our customers expect the same, and our market and partners also need to do that. So that's the reason why we chose that, to be able to be more free. Also, I mean, the plan for Cellforce can go anywhere, right? So so we start with Porsche, of course. Porsche is our mother, and we are owned by Porsche. But we need to stay flexible for the futures, because battery can be applied not only in cars. We of course, you have bikes, you have tools, whatever. There's very much demand on the market, not only in cars, which is of course the highest volume, but the other stuff is quite some fun too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You were talking about flexibility, and the big. I would say all the big factories, gigafactories, are relying on SAP and SAP software. But we are also famous for the complexity. We support huge systems. Why did you choose, and what kind of SAP did you choose to use?
Yeah, so we made a quite early business decision to introduce SAP as a SaaS solution. So the background is we have heavy cloud strategy. So basically, we do not want to build up anything on-prem. We don't have the resources and the time for it, and not the skills also. And also, that's not our future. When it comes to building a plant, which we are currently doing, so we are building this plant, which will be ready by 2024. We will have some stuff on the edge, yeah, but that's all. SAP offered us a product which grows together with us. Let's put it like that. Yeah. So SaaS solutions, standardized processes, which is very important in a heavily regulated market on the one hand, and also fits our IT strategy. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons we choose SAP. At the end, it's all about your employees. Which enterprise solution do they know? Which do they know from their previous work? I think that's also a point to consider. You cannot force a solution which no one knows or wants on people. But at the end, we choose the product RISE or GROW, how it's called now, because it scales up with the processes. You can start small, and at the end, you can develop it in a product-centric approach. Not completely free in a standard matter, but adapting to your needs.
I think standard is also a very important topic, because standard force you to take a decision as early as possible, because why should you have different process for finance, controlling, procurement, whatever? It's more or less standard. You should focus on other topics that differentiates you, right?
Yes.
And this is important. And the second point, as you said, growth is important, and we saw some startups going with whatever kind of solution, and while they are growing, while they are successful, then they came to a point where the current landscape solution was not sufficient enough, and this is the worst moment, the worst point to switch the vendor, right? This is one of the big things, and that's the reason, as you said, why SAP invented the GROW with SAP for scale-ups, because we have the experience, but we are also able to narrow it down to that what a startup really needs, right? This is also important for us. So, Hannes, what is your conclusion when you think about the battery, the market, Second Life, and so on? What is your conclusion in total? So why is it worth to be engaged in this wonderful business?
I would have it as a radar, on the radar. What we see are huge investments. I think that we see a lot of companies also growing right now in Europe. At the end, we all have the same problem. We need to be profitable on the long term. And being profitable in such a industry, capex, heavy market, it's quite a challenge, and will be a challenge for a lot of these players that you mentioned within Europe, but also within Asia. And I think the conclusion is you need very lean and quick developing processes within your organization. You will grow, yeah, we grow faster than we want sometimes, but we are growing heavily. But you need to be able to react to change, and to be able to gain the competitive edge as Salesforce, we need to have the best battery on the market. So the market catches up quite fast, yeah. And then we have 2-3 years to be able to release a new product line to the market, to be able to outperform the market and put our battery cell in a Porsche. Yeah? Yeah. And that's my conclusion. Yeah? Be fast in the market, adapt.
And where do you see Salesforce in, let's say, 5 years? It's far away, but what do you think?
It's hard, because we already 13 times tripled our size when I started, from the business case, yeah, not from the people, but from what we wanted to do. I see it as actually as one of the premium automotive suppliers in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, very good. And I think one important thing to mention is whoever invests into the battery business or is active in the battery business, the cars is only one use case, and we are talking about circularity. That means there are more use cases for Second Life. So once the usage, the lifetime of a car is over, then the batteries will be taken for store energy, the energy storage system, and so on and so on. So there is a lot coming. So thank you, Hannes, for your insights.
Thanks, Stefan.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Wonderful stuff. Okay, we need to have our paparazzi moment. If you just look at the nice, if you stand up, stand together. There you go. I'm not going to photobomb. I'm not going to lower the tone here. Okay, there we have. with the real deal photographer here who's just taking great photographs for everyone.
Thank you.
Remember, if you would like to take photographs, share the love, get people excited about South Summit, use the hashtag SouthSummit23, tag South Summit on all your social media platforms, and let's get the world excited about the kind of brilliant conversations that we are all lucky enough to be listening to and participating here, right here in La Nave in Madrid. Okay, we are now going to move on to one of the hottest topics in technology, in humanity. We're of course talking about artificial intelligence, but what about regulation? Well, right now we're going to explore European regulation and the rest. And I'm thrilled to welcome our speakers. We've got a power trio of experts who are going to take a deep dive into this right now. First up, please join me in welcoming to the stage an expert in AI, a postgraduate studies at MIT and Harvard Business School. Please welcome Rafael Areces. Welcome, Rafael. Thank you. Excellent. Great to see you, Rafael. Bienvenidos. Muchísimas gracias, amigo. Fantastic. Make yourself comfortable there. We're next going to welcome the product director at Substrate AI. Please welcome Francisco Hernandez. Welcome, Francisco. Thank you. Great stuff. Okay. We have some very popular guests joining us right now. Rounding off the power trio, we've got the Director General for Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Ayuntamiento de Madrid. Please give it up for our wonderful moderator, Fernando Herrero. Gracias. The stage is yours, Fernando.
Muchísimas gracias. Bienvenidos. Vamos a cambiar a español porque la inteligencia artificial rápidamente traduce sin ningún problema. Así que vamos a hacer en esta reunión de debate, hemos invitado a dos personas que saben mucho de inteligencia artificial, que colaboran con nosotros, con el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, en nuestro centro de inteligencia artificial que tenemos en Chamberí y que está siendo un verdadero éxito, no por lo que hacemos nosotros, sino porque tenemos colaboradores abiertos a todos, que son tremendamente brillantes. Tengo una presentación que me he dado cuenta que han equivocado y han puesto aquí el vídeo de mis vacaciones. Esto es una cosa... No, aquí está. Bueno, vamos a hablar hoy de regulación de la inteligencia artificial. Y como lo que más nos preocupa a todos es que hay mucha gente que se ha asustado con la inteligencia artificial y el desconocimiento, pensar que es magia, genera miedo, y el miedo lo que está generando es prohibición. La regulación es una prohibición atenuada, no nos vamos a engañar. Así que lo primero que yo quiero es tratar de explicaros qué es la inteligencia artificial. Y yo soy muy viejo, casi soy de la época de Leonardo Torres Quevedo. Bueno, no de él, pero afortunadamente conozco a un bisnieto suyo, un amigo mío brillante. Y fijaos lo que decía Torres Quevedo de las máquinas inteligentes. Las máquinas son inteligentes porque regulan su propia velocidad, se defienden del peligro por medio de válvulas de seguridad y frenos automáticos. Fijaos lo que para él era inteligencia. Utilizaba la inteligencia como un adjetivo, una máquina inteligente. Eso lo hacemos nosotros muchas veces y no nos da ningún miedo. De hecho, los coches ahora son inteligentes, los edificios son inteligentes, incluso Madrid es una ciudad inteligente. No tenemos ningún miedo. El pánico surge cuando empezamos a utilizar inteligencia como un sustantivo, cuando aparece el concepto de que vamos a crear una inteligencia artificial. Y eso nos ha puesto a todos los pelos de punta. ¿Pero qué hace una inteligencia artificial? La verdad es que tampoco le teníamos tanto miedo, llevamos hablando muchos años, hasta que cambió el mundo. Vamos a acordarnos de esta fecha, el 30 de noviembre de 2022, hace muy poquito. Hace muy poquito se liberó ChatGPT, todo el mundo pudimos utilizarla, una inteligencia artificial generativa. Había ya muchas otras, pero a todo el mundo se le pusieron los pelos de punta. ¿Qué es eso de una inteligencia artificial? Permitidme en unos pocos minutos explicar lo que es. Veréis, los ordenadores hasta hace muy poquito funcionaban con lo que se llama un algoritmo. Yo le programaba y le decía lo que tenía que hacer con los datos. Oye, yo quiero pasar de Celsius a Fahrenheit. Ah, bueno, vale, dame un dato, multiplícalo por 1,8, súmalo 32 y ya tienes los datos Fahrenheit. Absolutamente determinista, nadie le tiene miedo, porque aunque yo no sepa cómo funciona, igual que pasa con la televisión o con los aviones, sé que no es magia, sé que es así y ya está. Pero de repente empezaron a aparecer unos sistemas, los sistemas inteligentes basados en redes neuronales, que eran completamente distintos. Voy a hacer una estructura como de una ecuación matemática, tremendamente compleja, con muchas sumas y muchas multiplicaciones, pero esa suma y esas multiplicaciones no las pongo a priori, lo dejo vacío. Esto es una locura. Lo dejo vacío. Le digo cuáles son los datos de entrada, le digo los datos de salida y él aleatoriamente, por lo menos en la primera etapa, se pone a probar. Y cuando algo funciona, deja ahí el numerito. Entonces coge el primer dato, le suma un 1, lo multiplica un 3, y así lo hace muchas veces y le da un resultado. Aquello no se parece en nada al resultado que tiene que dar y sigue probando y sigue probando. Ese es el planteamiento de las redes neuronales, muy simplificadas. Ese es el funcionamiento, se cree, el de nuestro cerebro. Y el caso es que funciona. El caso es que en grandes estructuras consigues hacer un algoritmo que no sabes cómo es, no es determinista, o es determinista pero no lo has determinado tú, y funciona. Y ese es el planteamiento de las redes neuronales. Luego salen las convolucionales, luego aparecen los transformes, es un poquito más complicado, pero no lo hacemos nosotros, se hace a sí misma con los datos. Y ahí empieza un poco el miedo. Oye, que esto no lo ha programado nadie, que esto ha salido él solo. Esto da un poquito de miedo. Permitidme que cuente una cosa más. ¿Qué es lo que puede hacer la inteligencia artificial y lo que no? Para quitar ese miedo. Ahora mismo, cuando tú abres ChatGPT y le dices, escríbeme un poema, resulta que te lo escribe y te quedas helado. Dices, ahí va, si lo ha hecho y mucho mejor que yo. O hazme un dibujo y lo hace. Y te quedas impresionado. Cuando te dicen, espera, déjame que Fernando te explique cómo funciona y ya verás cómo no es tan complicado. Yo tengo un montón de información, esa información la meto en una gigantesca red neuronal y el tipo, la inteligencia artificial, se pone a buscar patrones, se pone a leer libros y libros y libros y va buscando palabras clave en cada libro. Y las casas de mi pueblo son pequeñas y coge casas, pueblo, pequeñas, lo va juntando, casas lo junta con pueblo, casas lo junta con pequeñas, casas lo junta con grande, casas una encima de otra lo junta con pisos, etc. Así, muchas veces. Luego yo le pido esa información y con esa gran estructura de información me da un resultado que es probabilístico. Le digo, escribe un poema hablando de una mujer que se llama María y él empieza diciendo María y busca cuál es la siguiente palabra más probable y que seguramente es. Y la tercera palabra más probable es bonita. Y la cuarta, y María tiene rizos. Y va juntando palabras y resulta que funciona. ¿Y qué es lo que puede hacer y lo que no puede hacer una inteligencia artificial? Veréis, los sistemas de funcionamiento del cerebro se basan en 3 planteamientos o 3 formas de funcionar, que son la deducción, que lo habéis estudiado todos en el colegio, estaba explicándoles que nosotros de pequeñitos ya hicimos un programa que funcionaba y hacía deducciones. La deducción se basa en que a mí me dan una regla y la aplico. Seguro que lo habéis estudiado todos en el instituto, si sois de mi edad y no habéis sufrido la ESO y esas cosas, y te decía lo de todos los hombres son mortales, esa es la regla, un caso concreto, Sócrates es mortal, Sócrates es un hombre, por tanto Sócrates es mortal. Eso se llama la deducción y es lo que nos funciona a todos, no tiene ningún problema. Eso para un ordenador, ningún problema. Es el algoritmo que os he dicho. Perfecto. Tenemos una segunda forma de funcionamiento que es muy interesante, que es el de la inducción. El de la inducción ya es un poquito más rebuscado y para los ordenadores no es tan fácil. Consiste en ver muchas veces que Kant se paseaba a las 5 de la tarde por la calle del pueblo y entonces yo soy capaz de inducir que cuando Kant se paseaba por el pueblo son las 5 en punto. Decían que era el tío más disciplinado del mundo. El día que Kant tenga un catarro y no pueda pasear, habré roto la regla y no me funcionará el modelo, pero casi siempre funciona. Eso es lo que hace ahora una inteligencia artificial. Hace un análisis de muchísimos datos y es capaz de hacer inducción. ¿Y qué es lo que todavía no hace? Hay una tercera forma de funcionamiento del cerebro que se le llama la abducción y que es muy difícil, casi ninguno la usamos nunca. Es lo que hacen los grandes genios cuando descubren cosas. Os pongo un ejemplo. Cuando Becquerel está usando papel fotográfico y deja el papel en un cajón donde no le daba el sol y pone una piedra al lado y al día siguiente ve que el papel fotográfico está velado, una inteligencia artificial o cualquier humano hubiera dicho, ¡ah! Se me ha estropeado, este papel estaba estropeado, es la conclusión lógica, se me ha estropeado porque le ha entrado la luz, no me he dado cuenta, es la conclusión lógica, y eso es porque me he basado en toda la experiencia anterior. En mi vida he visto una piedra que se llama uranio y que emite radiación. Becquerel dijo, ¿y si la piedra emite radiación? Le dieron el premio Nobel, junto a los Curie. Cuando Pasteur se le estropea un cultivo, a todos nosotros, o a una inteligencia artificial, hubiera utilizado todo el conocimiento anterior y hubiera dicho, se me ha estropeado el cultivo porque no lo he cuidado bien. Pasteur dijo, ¿no será que le ha caído un hongo que mata las bacterias? Inventó la penicilina y le dieron el premio Nobel. A una inteligencia artificial, de momento, no le darían nunca un premio Nobel. Pero eso no es muy relevante porque a ninguno de nosotros nos darían un premio Nobel. O sea, pueden hacer casi todo lo que hacemos nosotros. ¿Nos va a afectar la IA? No lo neguemos. Toda la gente que nos dice no pasa nada, no es verdad. Va a haber unos cambios brutales. Cuando del carro pasamos al coche, fueron unos cambios brutales. El conductor de carro tuvo que aprender a conducir un coche y eso no es fácil. Todo el mundo intuía, cuando el carro aparece el coche, todo el mundo intuía que hay que cambiar de criar caballos a arreglar máquinas. Eso sí, lo que nadie intuía en su momento es que iba a cambiar el planeta. Todo el mundo sabía que cuando se digitalizó el papel, teníamos muy claro que iba a haber ordenadores y iba a haber todo en digital. Lo que nadie sabía es que nuestros hijos iban a estar bailando en TikTok o que íbamos a encontrar pareja en las redes sociales. Nunca se puede predecir cuál es el futuro. Y eso lo que genera es que sí, la IA va a cambiar el mundo. Los cambios son tan profundos que nunca ha habido un tiempo más prometedor ni con más peligros potenciales. Esta frase, que es de Klaus Schwab es muy famoso, es el que ha montado el foro de Davos y tal, y tiene muchos libros de estos. Es la frase que más he leído yo en todos los informes de inteligencia artificial. Y todo el mundo se pone los pelos de punta. Pero no es verdad. Era el mejor de los tiempos, era el peor de los tiempos. La edad de la sabiduría y también de la locura. Historia de dos ciudades. Una época que todo, bueno, eso fue el pasado. Los cambios que cuenta Dickens, bueno, no vivió esa época, pero los cambios que cuenta de la independencia de Estados Unidos, la Revolución Francesa y las guerras napoleónicas, ese periodo de la historia que cambió el mundo para siempre, es más corto que lo que ha tardado Internet en extenderse en todo el mundo. Para haceros una idea de cómo el mundo puede cambiar, y ha cambiado ya, y no pasa nada, nos hemos adaptado. Pero nos da miedo. Y nos da miedo, y fijaos en lo que estamos haciendo en Europa. Desde 2017, desde que OpenAI se puso a picar código, mirad lo que ellos picaban código, miramos lo que nosotros hacíamos. Recomendaciones destinadas al derecho sobre los robots, comunicación para una estrategia europea de datos, libro blanco sobre la inteligencia artificial, el reglamento del Parlamento Europeo para la inteligencia artificial. Nosotros, reglamentos. Somos el segundo país que tiene más veces la palabra inteligencia artificial en nuestras leyes y ellos picando código. Cuando aún no hemos sacado en Europa el reglamento, que es un reglamento, ni siquiera una directiva ni una recomendación, sobre inteligencia artificial, que va a marcar lo que se puede hacer y lo que no se puede hacer, el 30 de noviembre de 2022 sale ChatGPT, lo ponen en abierto y el mundo volvió a cambiar para siempre. Y aquí es donde quiero dejar paso a que Francisco y Rafael nos cuenten si tenemos que regular, si no tenemos que regular y qué es lo que hay que hacer. Rafael, cuéntanos.
Sí, bueno, yo primero agradeceros a todos y deciros que no es la primera vez que se habla aquí de regulación. Lo único que pasa es que en esta reunión es donde vamos a hablar solo de regulación, porque es que en todas las demás reuniones a las que he asistido desde las 9 de la mañana, pues se ha nombrado regulación. Tenemos ahí es el miedo primero que hay, ¿no? Bueno, yo voy a hacer una como muy rápidamente, porque tu exposición ha sido, lo ha dicho todo, pero para que tengamos un momentito, yo lo que voy a hacer vamos a hacer como dos visiones, ¿no? Un mundo con una regulación como hacia la que podríamos ir, siguiendo un ejemplo como la GDPR, por ejemplo, y otro mundo en el que no hubiese una regulación mucho menos restrictiva, ¿no? Bueno, vamos a empezar por la no restrictiva. La no restrictiva y libre completamente, donde no hay casi regulación, es la que estáis oyendo todos los días, en todos sitios, y ese mundo se acaba. Y es el catastrofismo que está está hipervalorado. Ese mundo no hace falta que os diga. O sea, como todos vamos a desaparecer de aquí, pues no hace falta, ya os lo imagináis. Ese es uno. ¿Y el otro cuál podría ser? El otro podría ser, pues bueno, un poco el ejemplo que hemos estado viendo de la GDPR, que tardó unos 10 años, más o menos, ¿no? Si los vemos desde aquí ahora mismo, nos iríamos al 33, ¿no? Mientras estamos viendo que las newsletters salen noticias directamente sobre desarrollos de IA cada horas, cada muy pocas horas globalmente. Bueno, pues ¿eso qué podría significar? Eso lo que significaría sería que nosotros seríamos los grandes reguladores. Estados Unidos lo hace muy bien porque nos deja por delante, ya en la IPA ya se había columpiado un poquito, ¿no? Y entonces ha estado ajustándola todos los años. Nosotros no, vamos a ser Europa. ¿Cómo va a ir Estados Unidos directamente a sur de Asia, a Australia, con una regulación pura propiamente? No, regula Europa. Y nosotros vamos a hacer un poco lo que hizo la regulación de protección de datos para el estado de California, que es la última de 2018, donde hizo lo que vio la GDPR y la ajustó directamente, hizo un poco el proceso contrario. Bueno, ¿qué es lo que significaría eso? Pues hombre, que nosotros, no sé, ¿qué pensáis vosotros? Si a alguien le compensa las multas o le compensa el desarrollo, ¿qué van a hacer gente como Irán, por ejemplo, o China o Rusia? ¿No? ¿Qué van a hacer con eso? ¿No? Entonces, yo creo que no podemos darle demasiadas ventajas a la gente geoestratégicamente, ¿no? Y en medio, entre una visión y otra visión, ¿no? Lo bueno que tienen las visiones es que no tienen repercusiones globales, legales, ¿no? Porque no merecen. Pero entre una y otra es donde está nuestro debate. Y es ahí donde cada uno tiene su idea particular y cada uno aporta su idea particular. No quiero, es que me dan un micro y yo. Entonces, para que Francisco, y continuamos el debate.
Francisco, a mí me gustaría que contases cómo España está tratando el tema de la regulación y cómo nos ayudará ese sandbox que quieren hacer, ese entorno controlado para, en teoría, corrígeme si me equivoco, un sandbox es realmente un eufemismo por saltarme la regulación.
Bueno, la idea del sandbox nos la hemos traído de lo que suelen hacer en Estados Unidos, ¿no? Que es primero poner una caja de pruebas para ver qué tal se adaptan las empresas a determinadas regulaciones. Y es una lección aprendida con respecto a lo que pasó a la LOPD, porque si lo recordáis, pasamos de no tener ningún tipo de regulación sobre protección de datos a tener una de las leyes más restrictivas del mundo. Y claro, eso fue un proceso bastante caótico para las empresas y para la gente en general. Bueno, pues aquí se va a hacer de otra manera. Tenemos un sandbox en las que se van a seleccionar una serie de proyectos y de diferentes índole para ver diferentes tipos de riesgo, para ver qué tal reaccionan ante este tipo de regulaciones, ¿no? En el cual vamos a ser pioneros, otra vez en Europa, ¿no? Es verdad que en Estados Unidos están picando código, aquí estamos también haciendo pues, cosas que sabemos hacer, que es hacer leyes, ¿no? Hemos hecho muchas leyes sobre este tema. Y ahí también tenemos, bueno, el mundo nos está mirando y seguramente seamos una referencia para la regulación de inteligencia artificial para muchos países, ¿no? Así que, bueno, nada más que me quiero enrollar para dar pie al debate.
Sí, bien.
Si nosotros nos ponemos muy restrictivos, pero además considerando que con toda justicia, y hay alguna región del planeta que no se ponen nada restrictivos y entonces generan unos desarrollos mucho más avanzados, ¿cómo evitaríamos el que quisiéramos consumir esos desarrollos tan avanzados?
Te voy a contestar de una manera. Yo tuve la oportunidad hace 2 semanas de hablar con uno de los responsables de la Cámara de Comercio de Italia, aquí en España, y le preguntaba sobre cómo se habían tomado sus empresas ese bloqueo que han tenido de 1 mes y medio. Sin poder usar...
En Italia prohibieron, lo que menciona es, prohibieron ChatGPT.
Durante 1 mes y medio, ¿no? ¿Y qué tal lo habían vivido eso? Y ya os podéis imaginar que mal, porque al final se habla de una tecnología que te puede hacer más competitivo y a ti te obligan a competir en un mundo globalizado y, sin embargo, te impiden utilizar algo que te puede hacer competir mejor, ¿no? Con lo cual, pues, hemos visto que si una regulación se aplica solo a un territorio, va a ser muy complicado. De hecho, lo estamos viendo, por ejemplo, con Google. Google ha liberado su sistema de inteligencia artificial BART en 180 países, ninguno de la Unión Europea. Quizá porque, a ver, yo no he hablado con ellos, o no lo dicen directamente, pero al final la Comisión Europea le está poniendo una multa de 1.000 millones cada 2 o 3 años. Con lo cual, claro, pues dicen, imagino que no quieran arriesgarse a que dentro de 2 años le digamos, oye, que esto no se podía hacer. 1.000 millones.
Y sobre eso que dices, Francisco, yo os voy a dar un pequeño truco, ahora que no nos oye nadie, que no nos oye nadie. Lo que hicieron en Italia, o lo que ha hecho Google, o sea, tú coges, no solamente sería que geoestratégicamente en alguna parte del planeta alguien lo desarrolle, que es tu pregunta, sino personas dentro, aquí, pueden hacer lo que les dé la gana, porque tú te haces una VPN, te conectas en Estados Unidos y tú estás desde Madrid viendo Bart desde Turín haciendo todo lo que tengas que hacer con Google, con ChatGPT y demás. Quiere decir que le estás dando ventajas a determinada gente cuando lo ideal sería que todos hiciésemos las cosas de la forma técnicamente posible, porque muchas veces tampoco vas a pedir unos estándares a la industria que no pueden cumplir, ¿no? Pero siempre dentro de algo que no perjudique especialmente a nadie. Creo que hay que asumir unos costes de refinamiento de la algoritmia, habrá que asumir una serie de costes que tendrán que ser, cuanto menos, tendrán que ser mayores los beneficios que esos costes. Pero bueno, ahí es donde tendremos que funcionar.
Y tendremos tiempo para otro tema que a mí me intriga mucho, que es, lo hemos oído todos, los sesgos. Ahora con la inteligencia artificial, que como he explicado muy resumidamente, aprende de todo lo que había, de todo el conocimiento pasado, hay gente que plantea, en el pasado hay muchas cosas que se hicieron mal, y en la literatura está reflejada, pues había épocas donde no había tanta igualdad, o había más discriminación, o muchas cosas, vamos a arreglarlo. Entonces hay gente que plantea arreglar o corregir los sesgos de cientos de años, y lo que hace es reprogramar, poner su teórico modelo ético de funcionamiento. ¿Eso puede encajar? ¿El que alguien de repente ponga una ética creada de la nada?
Tú puedes hacerlo con datos sintéticos. O sea, tú realmente puedes ajustar, puedes regularizarlo. Y entonces lo que generas es pues, que no haya sesgos en cuanto a los típicos de siempre que hablamos, ¿no? Pero, efectivamente, ahí surge ese fantasma que acabas de decir tú. Es decir, si yo puedo matemáticamente hacerlo, ¿no? Porque ¿en quién voy a tener que confiar en ello? ¿No?
Hay alguien que se ostenta...
Tendrá que ser desde dentro de lo que sea factible.
Un don, que es el don de yo sé cómo tienen que comportarse todos los ciudadanos.
Sí.
Antes nos lo decían que eso pues venía de una inspiración divina, ¿no? Te daban las tablas que te las daba Dios. Pero ahora es un otro humano que tiene un don que nosotros no tenemos, que es, os tenéis que comportar así. Y lo pone. ¿Y qué pasará?
Bueno, antes de las IAs generativas, esto también pasaba un poco con la producción de algoritmos, ¿no? Cómo quitar los sesgos para, pues, por ejemplo, no tuvieras un algoritmo que discriminase en función de rasgos que están superados, ¿no? Hombre, mujer, colores de piel, todo ese tipo de cosas que tenemos superadas y son fundamentales. Ese tipo de cosas tienen que estar. También es verdad que estos modelos fundacionales, como el de OpenAI, no están al alcance de cualquier empresa, ni de cualquier industria. Es decir, cuestan unos cuantos miles de millones, mucha gente trabajando para poder hacer un modelo fundacional como el que ha hecho OpenAI o como está planteando hacer Google, ¿no? Eso es lo que la Unión Europea también tiene que resolver, ¿no? Que está muy bien trabajar en una regulación para hacer esos modelos más justos, fundamental, pero tiene que ser una regulación que no signifique un bloqueo que impida que aquella industria se desarrolle también.
La verdad es que el tema es interesante. Y otra pregunta, casi estamos haciendo preguntas para que la gente se vaya a su casa reflexionando, ¿no? Hablábamos antes del famoso debate sobre cómo programar el algoritmo de un vehículo que evita un accidente. ¿Tiene que ser un ente externo a la empresa quien diga cómo tiene que ser ese algoritmo? ¿O hay que dejar que cada empresa decida y que luego los consumidores elijan? Porque el consumidor va a elegir desde el punto de vista egoísta. La empresa va a elegir desde el punto de vista del consumidor, que es un individuo. Se supone que un ente externo va a ser muy consecuencialista y va a elegir el beneficio de todos. ¿Qué hacemos?
Quizá un espacio abierto donde todos los stakeholders, que conocemos la palabra, discutan cuáles son los beneficios, cuáles son los perjuicios, los daños que podemos tener, si funciona o no funciona. Es un espacio donde yo creo que no hace falta tener un policía en la puerta. Pero, efectivamente, sí tenemos que... esos stakeholders tienen que ser precisamente muy diversos. Tiene que estar la parte legal, tiene que estar la parte económica, tienen que estar implicadas todas las zonas, que todas las partes están implicadas.
Sí, bueno, trasladarle a la tecnología debates éticos, debates morales, es muy complejo porque al final va a tomar una decisión que, al final, si buscas sistemas inteligentes, no pueden ser infalibles. Si son infalibles, no pueden ser inteligentes. Entonces, ese equilibrio es al final responde a tu pregunta. Al final, siempre te vas a equivocar bajo el punto de vista de alguien. Y es lo que tenemos que asumir, que la máquina tomará decisiones que en algún momento no nos parecerán acertadas.
Y ¿Y quién tiene que asumir la responsabilidad en el caso de que haya una contingencia o un accidente cuando sea una máquina la que lo gestione todo?
Es un legal muy interesante y muy bonito. Hay una ley que era la del producto averiado, pero claro, cuando tú hablas de un producto averiado, que es una IA, que sabes cómo funcionan, a mí me da un poco de vergüenza, ¿no? Hablar de esa forma. Igual cuando dices, para evitar los sesgos hay que explicar la caja negra, empezaron por ponerle mal nombre, ¿no? Entonces, cuando estás ante esas cosas, pues creo que habría que tener una conversación profunda sobre ello. Yo abogo claramente porque se haga más desde dentro que, por supuesto, desde fuera.
¿Más de dentro? ¿Tú
Yo soy más partidario de dentro, es decir, lo que sea posible, que puedes hacer unos estándares lógicos para la industria que pueda desarrollar cosas. Y desde ahí verlo. Y ver los daños que se pueden producir en una caja de arena, mucho mejor nombre, por cierto, caja de arena, mejor, el sandbox. Pues, y ahí sí poder hacer la experimentación correcta.
A ver, el futuro de la sandbox es que al final habrá una norma que cuando se termine un proyecto de inteligencia artificial habrá que certificar que efectivamente cumple con los estándares que se han definido. Sí. Es decir, llegaremos a ese punto, ¿no? Que habrá que certificarlos, como se hace en otros ámbitos de energía, salud y demás cuando se desarrolla otro tipo de sistema, ¿no? Así que, bueno, estoy de acuerdo.
Bueno, pues como habéis escuchado, no hemos llegado a ninguna conclusión. Hemos planteado 5 preguntas diferentes. Y el objetivo no era llegar a una conclusión, sino que la gente se le quitara el miedo de lo que es la inteligencia artificial, pero sí que abriera los ojos y sobre todo las mentes a que tenemos que tener mucho debate, tenemos que reflexionar mucho porque no es fácil llegar a una conclusión. Muchísimas gracias, de verdad, Francisco, Rafael. Ha sido un verdadero placer. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias, Rafael, Francisco, and Fernando. Absolutely wonderful. We got a paparazzi moment here. We got a professional photographer in the house. If you would like to take a photograph, now is your chance. Oh, that's it. Okay. Well, look out for it on social media. Muchísimas gracias. Great stuff. Absolutely fascinating. Muy bien. Muchísimas gracias. Okay, my friends, my goodness, we have reached the grand finale, and what a grand finale it is. This is one of the most fascinating topics I think I've seen on a conference agenda. Such a rich area around innovation, around design, around learning from nature. So nature is the real technology, and when finding alternative materials and manufacturing processes even our very best teacher. So right now we're going to explore how biomimicry is helping scientists, designers and manufacturers to create sustainably and even more efficiently. My friends, it is time to explore some wild ideas and look at biomimicry for alternative materials. It is a real honor to introduce our 4 absolute grand finale speakers to the stage. We're going to start with the co-founder and co-CEO at Notpla. Please welcome to the stage Pierre Paslier. Welcome, Pierre. Fantastic. That's it. Very welcome. Make yourself comfortable, Pierre. Great to have you here. He's going to be joined by our dear friend, the CEO at Lux. Please welcome Antonio Espinosa de la Monteros. Welcome, Antonio. Thank you, thank you. Gracias.
Thanks.
Bienvenidos. He's going to be joined by the Director of Innovation at the Biomimicry Institute, Jared Yarnell. Welcome, Jared. Thank you so much. And rounding off our quartet of awesomeness here at the playground stage, we have the ICREA professor at UPC. Please give a big warm welcome to our wonderful moderator, Casper Mott Poulsen. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. It's going to be a very exciting session, I hope, because we have 3 very exciting gentlemen here with me. First of all, we have Pierre from Notpla, we have Antonio from Fluix, and we have Jared from Biomimicry Institute in the US, and myself, Casper Mott Poulsen from the UPC in Barcelona. And I will try to chair this session and also tell a little bit about why I'm here. But first, I think I would like to give the words to the gentleman here. So maybe Pierre, you can start to talk about your company and what you're doing there, and
sure.
wild ideas that made you found this company. Yeah.
So I'm a co-founder of Notpla. We are a packaging startup. We develop alternatives to single-use plastics. We are all using a lot of kind of like plastic that ends up being kind of like thrown away. And in a way, it's the wrong material for the job. It's indestructible, whereas if you look at nature, the peels of fruits are essentially kind of like fertilizer for the earth. So the idea that we had was if we can make packaging more like a fruit, we have something that is like by nature more circular. So we've been looking at lots of materials, but we've kind of like honed in on seaweed. So we think that seaweed is quite an incredible biomass to use for packaging. Seaweed grows extremely fast. Some of the seaweed we use grow up to 1 meter per day. So it's one of the fastest growing organisms on the planet. It doesn't use fresh water or fertilizer to grow. It sequesters carbon. And at end of life, it's naturally biodegradable. It doesn't require any human intervention. So we're essentially developing from London a range of different packaging solutions, from takeaway boxes to little kind of like energy gel sachets for races, flexible films, rigid materials, cutlery, all made from seaweed so that we can have something that if we lose track of it, it never creates a long-lasting waste. And in terms of where we are at the moment, we've kind of like finalized the industrialization of our products. So we're now kind of like active in 8 countries in Europe. In the last 18 months, we've replaced about 3 million single-use plastic units from being kind of like used by our products. We have big partnerships with delivery company like Just Eat or sports retailer like Decathlon to try to help those brands switch from like plastic to a more natural material like seaweed.
What, just to ask you one question, what is the main difference between the typical bioplastic product and then your product?
Yeah, so actually it's interesting because bioplastics are still plastics. Basically there's 2 criteria for defining what a plastic is. So if you take a polymer, you can have natural polymers, but you can have kind of like non-natural polymers, and those are like the plastic category. So if a bioplastic, you say, take PLA, one of the main bioplastics made from cornstarch, it's a plastic because you take it from like the starch level and then you polymerize it like by a man-made kind of like process, and that like chemical transformation is not happening in nature, so that's what makes it a plastic. So there's this category of native polymers, things that are existing abundantly in nature without any kind of like chemical modification, and those are the groups we work with. Polysaccharides that come from trees, from like plants, from seaweed, proteins, all of these materials are basically here for about 100 million years, and we can use them knowing that like they're never going to create a long-lasting waste at the end of life.
Yeah, so just to clarify the semantics here, so there's bio-based plastics that are made from some biosource, and then are completely biodegradable bio-based plastics like
correct
yours, right?
Yeah. Like the worst case is like you take petroleum kind of like derivatives and then you make plastic with it.
Yeah.
That's kind of like fossil fuel, and that's kind of like an indestructible material. But like the most virtuous case is you just use the things that are already abundant in nature, and that's a bit the opportunity with these native polymers, is that basically nature has been using those building blocks for a few hundreds of millions of years.
Cool, thank you very much. Antonio, maybe you can tell about your company.
Sure. So I'm one of the co-founders of Liux, which is a sustainable mobility company. And one of the things which I think is the one that relates to this panel is what we're doing is we're changing the materials with which mainly our cars are built, which are in general metals. And we're building cars with bio-based materials, in our case with a composite, which behaves similarly to carbon fiber or glass fiber. But in our case, both the fiber and the resin are bio-based. And so we're using a linen fiber and a bio-based resin. Basically trying to get back to the origins, and instead of mining, and we were commenting before, doing all sorts of super complex and energy intensive processes. We're trying to keep it simple, get to very abundant, very sustainable, recyclable, light materials. And actually, we have already proven that we are competitive with metals in terms of price. We reduce weight 30% compared to similar pieces. And we reduce carbon footprint at least 50%. So that's what we're doing.
So your first product, is it already on the market, or will it come on the market, and what will it be?
So we presented the first prototype, functional prototype, our first car in November last year. Now we're developing the second one, the second car, which is the one we're going to be industrializing. And the idea is we have to be in the market in 2025.
And that is for a full car, or will you make the door of someone else's car?
Full car.
Okay.
Full car, yes.
So it's very ambitious goal, right? Are you going to
Yeah,
make, you're going to make all the materials yourself, or you're going to...
No. We assemble part of... but yeah, I mean, the design is fully ours. The battery packs are modular. You can extract them easily. You can upgrade them. You can give them a second life. We're working a lot with 3D printing for the modes of production of the cars. And yeah, I mean, don't imagine a gigafactory. The product itself, the car is very simple. It's a two-seater, small car, very efficient, very light. And the factory we're planning is a very small factory. Don't imagine a Tesla gigafactory. It's quite a more simple thing.
Okay, and we are talking in the beginning or the end in 2025? I mean,
beginning should be.
Okay, so we have 18 months and
I
we'll
don't
see
know
your
what
car
I'm
on the road. Super excited, super exciting. I don't want to stress you. Sorry. So Jared, can you tell us about what you're working with?
Yeah, happy to. So I'm the Director of Innovation at the Biomimicry Institute, and we support startups and startup founders like these guys over here. And we exist because we like to say that a sustainable world already exists in nature all around us. We just have to learn from these millions of years of evolution about how to bring that into our human-built environment. And there's a couple themes that I think we already touched on, but I'll try to summarize. And some of the things to think about in nature is that almost all of the energy, not all, but almost all of the energy that fuels natural systems comes from the sun. Even the food we eat, that was initially captured by the sun. Almost all chemical reactions in nature happen in water, and almost all of those reactions happen at room temperature. But if we think about our current manufacturing processes, they're often heating things up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, or they're using all kinds of crazy acids to create new chemicals and new materials. So what we look to do is we look to support researchers and then also early stage startups that are trying to reinvent this material palette. How can we create new materials or chemistries that kind of follow some of those themes so that we don't have to worry about what happens to our materials at the end of life. It will decompose, and entropy will take that away and turn that into a new building block for new materials down the line. So yeah, I'm excited to share some more stories of biomimicry with you all today.
Thank you very much. And I'll just tell a little bit about what we're working on, and this is related to energy. And maybe you don't know this, but in the end use of energy in EU, 25% is used for powering something, electric energy. 25% is used for transportation. But then we have 50%. What is that? What are we using half of our energy for? It's heating something. So half of our energy use in EU is going into heating. And most of that energy is from burning something. That's wood or coal or oil, most of it. And in my research group, we are trying to develop alternative ways to creating stored chemical energy. If you look at how the oil has been made in the beginning, it was a plant like this one that absorbed sunlight, transformed the CO2 into cellulose, and that is what we later burn, that stored chemical energy. And then when we try to use it, we burn the plant, we burn the oil, and we create emissions. In my research, we are trying to get away from burning. We don't want to burn anything. So we're creating a new material that is based on a molecule. It absorbs light, it's converted into another molecule. And when this molecule can store the chemical energy for up to 20 years, and then when we trigger the heat release, the energy release, it's converted back to the original molecule. So we can create a cycle of two materials where the only input is light and the only output is heat on demand. And by that, we can create an emission-free system, sort of inspired by nature, based on a bio-based chemical that we are developing. And that is sort of one of the projects we are working on and trying to get ready for creating a startup company maybe in the coming years. But right now, it's still in the university domain. So coming back to the panel here, maybe Pierre, you were one of the founders of your of your company. Now we're thinking about. Now I would like you to think about the wild ideas. I mean, what made you create this company? What was I don't know how many years ago when you started. I mean, you told me now you have 70 people. You have made 3 million packages this year, but maybe 5 or 10 years ago, there was a 5 or 10 years younger Pierre with a wild idea. What did you think back then?
Yeah, so actually, like, the project started in our kitchen with my co-founder. I used to be a packaging engineer working for L'Oreal, making kind of like hundreds of millions of single-use plastics. And then I realized that was not for me. I quit that job and I came to study at Imperial College in London. And the project really started with this kind of like this interest in how we could make man-made fruits, how we could kind of like leverage natural materials, limiting ourselves to kind of like cupboard food kind of like ingredients. So the very first kind of like prototypes were made in our kitchen with essentially the recipe for making fake caviar. Yeah. So this spherification, you use an extract from brown seaweed and you kind of like mix it with a salt, and all of a sudden you can create little droplets. And later, like in the 90s, Ferran Adrià created a whole range of kind of like molecular gastronomy techniques. But all this technology kind of like just stayed in the food space. It was used for like fancy desserts, but not really kind of like for anything else. And an interesting thing is that the more we kind of like learn about seaweed, we realize that it was a very kind of like used material up until the kind of like petrochemical revolution. In the UK, where there is no longer any kind of like seaweed extractors, in the 1800s, about 100,000 people worked in the seaweed industry in Scotland, and the 3 kind of like big plants closed in the 70s. So we used to use nature a lot more for a lot of kind of like the things we use every day. And I think that that kind of like realization that after kind of like the frenzy of creating kind of like every material imaginable from like petrochemically derived kind of like materials has now kind of like come to bite us. We are just going back to a lot of things we used to know how to do. So I think that there was something exciting about creating a form factor and kind of like using materials that are inherently kind of like already in nature, because then, as you said, like it's the bulletproof, like if I lose track of my material, I know I'm never creating a long-lasting waste. So I think that wild idea was like, if we make something that you can literally kind of like make in your kitchen and eat, probably that's never going to create any harm. And that was the kind of like the exciting part.
Oh, cool. So what was the, if you should call it, the eureka technology moment of your startup? I mean, what was it? Was it an invention? Do you have any technology that allows you to do this? And can you tell us a little bit about how you discovered that?
I think that like actually the eureka moment for us was we made those first kind of like transparent bubbles containing kind of like water or kind of like different drinks in our kitchen. And like we literally were showing it to our flatmates and we're like, whoa. And so we're like, okay, that's going to be the name. So it's called Oho. and at that point, we found it interesting, but it was like so far from being like resolved or anything that we kind of like closed the project, move on to the next kind of like student project. But we still made a little video that like shared that kind of like recipe with the whole internet as Creative Commons. People could just kind of like replicate this in their kitchen. And to our surprise, that video went completely viral. We had like over 100 million views on kind of like social. And we're like, wow, people are really excited about alternative materials. And it feels like probably like big companies aren't really delivering that kind of like mix of alternatives that people aspire to have. And I think that's like the eureka moment was just like, people are really into this thing. Maybe we should kind of like double down and make it happen.
Yeah, I saw that video. And I was not sure if it was real or if it was kind of fake technology. It was so unreal. These water bubbles is like, and then you make it happen. Really cool. So, Antonio, can you maybe also if you go back in time, what is sort of the dream that made you create your company?
So my case was during COVID. We were about to close my previous project, my previous company, which is called Awara. It's a social enterprise also in the field of sustainability and social impact. We didn't close it finally, but at that time we thought that maybe we would have to close it because 90% of our sales depended on restaurants. So with everything shut down, it was impossible to no business left. So I started thinking, okay, now what am I going to do? I cannot work in a big corporate. I'm useless for them. So I'm going to have to start something from scratch again. Yeah, one day I was super depressed, actually, at my room during COVID, in one of these lockdowns. And I Googled what are the most polluting sectors in the planet. And I found that most of graphics talked about the same industries, which were food and beverage, clothing, fashion. And then three that were very common were industry and energy generation and transport. And so for some reason at that moment I thought industry, building, energy generation, electric, transport, cars. And so we should try to build cars in a more sustainable way. 25% of equivalent CO2 emissions come from transport. 70% of that 25% comes from road transport. So I thought maybe building a super sustainable car would be something cool. And so I started talking to people about this idea. Everyone told me it was a stupid thing, impossible, ridiculous, impossible to compete, super complicated industry, etc. But then a friend of mine told me about some crazy guy from Alicante that had built a car and presented it in Le Mans in 2017. He had built in a garage there 1,000 horsepower hybrid supercar, crazy, like something quite mythical. And I got his number. I went to Alicante and I met my partner. And he was the first guy that I met that when I told him, okay, I want to build the most sustainable car on the planet, he said, okay, let's do it. He liked the idea, so we started a conversation. He had the whole experience on the design and development of transport in general, boats, trains, cars. And I came with this sustainability vision, product. And so we joined forces and we started working, and 2 years after, we're here. So it's kind of not very planned. Things come and we just surf the wave.
Cool. So I've been living 12 years in Gothenburg in Sweden. It's the home of Volvo Trucks, the biggest truck company in the world. And if I talk to them, they have a turnover of about 8 billion euro or more. And I talk to them about new materials. They say, we only want something that has been tested for like 20 years. And now you are here 2 years later, and you are putting in new materials in your super futuristic wild car. How do you choose your new materials? What are you looking for, and how did you make that selection with less than 1% of the budget of Volvo Trucks?
So I guess having less than 1% of that budget makes you think differently. So the briefing for us, the briefing we gave ourselves was very specific. We need something that is abundant, something that doesn't depend on a complicated mining sector, something that is can be light, because electric cars need light materials for efficiency, something that can be fully recycled, and if possible, something that comes from nature, something that comes from organic sources. And then the last requirement was something that you can produce at scale, which is the big thing. It's easy. It's not easy. But you can make a prototype, but you need to scale it, which is a big challenge here. And so we've been working with several different materials, analyzing what others are doing, and as we don't have many shots, we had to be very certain with the first one. And we've been testing it with the University of Valencia and ITEX specialized laboratories, and the results are quite amazing.
Cool. Very exciting. I think we are almost running out of time, so I think we will have to go to Jared here. And maybe if I can ask you now, this session is about alternative materials. Can you give some example of wild materials coming out of the work that you're doing?
Absolutely. And I'll try to connect it to these guys over here. So most of the solutions we support are coming out of years of university research. So I think that's a really interesting thing. Often we think of startup founders, we think of engineering or digital technology. Most of our founders and research are actually coming from biology and biologists, which is really interesting. So one of the ones that I'm thinking of is these biologists were studying mantis shrimp. So mantis shrimp, they look like kind of like peacocks underwater. They're these beautiful shrimp, and their punch goes faster than a bullet. So they can punch extremely fast, and they punch these really hard shells over and over again, and their club doesn't break. So scientists were wondering, well, any other material would break. Why doesn't this club break? So when they started to look at the internal architecture of that at the micro and nano level, they realized that it's structured in such a way that it dissipates stress and it dissipates the energy in the most effective way possible. Like, we think that evolution has gotten that club to be as efficient as it can be. And that pattern is actually seen in other plants and animals around the world as well. So there was an amazing discovery, and now that's being applied in the composite carbon fiber sector. So now a big problem with composites and composite products is how big do you need to make this? Can you lightweight these things? So this company has found a way to lightweight some really incredible carbon fiber solutions. Some in automotive. One that I'm really excited about is that they have the potential to lightweight wind turbine blades, and the length of a blade is the limiting factor for how much energy can be made. So if you can make that lighter, you can make it longer. So yeah, there's just some really incredible technologies, and it all started through this deep understanding of biology, and I think that's a wild idea.
Yeah, cool. Sure. And you've been working with, I don't know if it's tens or hundreds of companies working in materials and biomimicry. What is if there's someone out there working with technology or science or entrepreneurs wanting to bring new materials to market, what is your advice to them? What if you should sort of tell it in 1 minute?
Yeah, that is such a good question. Love to hear what you guys
What's your top advice?
Yeah, I think my top advice is to look to seemingly unconventional places for new material or chemistry innovations. Like, love what you were saying. You were in a lab, but also kind of going back in time. We see a lot of our companies, our successful companies, come from what would be really considered unconventional spots. They were marine biologists, or they were chemists. They were studying how ants work and how ants communicate, and finding new algorithms that could be made based on pheromones and scent rather than based on electronics and electricity. So I think there's a lot of really interesting aspects if you just kind of take a step back and look at things from a unique perspective, because that's really where I think technology breakthroughs come from.
Maybe one way of thinking about it is to ask questions that other people have not asked before. I mean, you decided to, other people have made cars before, even very fast cars or even very cheap cars, but maybe not a biodegradable or bio-based car, right? And the same with the form factor, and maybe the materials were sort of known, but the form factor and the concept was a new application or new way of doing that. I think maybe that's a common denominator with what is being done here, is that it's not so much about what you do, but also the questions you ask and about this.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would say also that there's a lot of bias. We were talking about this before. When you talk about bio-based materials and these kind of things, it's something like you're going back to the basics, because you're going back to nature and things you touch and are quite evident. And so people tend to think that this is too simple. If it's so simple, somebody would have done it before. You know? So I think we need to get rid of these biases, because, as you say, the process was invented long ago. It was used for a specific industry, and you just took it to yours, and you're doing a revolution here. So sometimes it's just very, very handy. It's not something ultra crazy sophisticated. It's like believe in what you're doing, because most people just have their own structure and they just don't want to believe things can be done differently.
Totally agree, and I think that this idea that the world is always changing, so like the situation has evolved, and the reason why no one is doing it is because no one has been the first one to apply this insight. But there's plenty of stuff that beg to be done, and it's just a matter of kind of like going for it.
Absolutely. When we go into sort of scale up for your new technology, what are the challenges you're facing? Just the last question. How hard are we? Should we stop?
We have to close the stage.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Then I would like to thank all the three gentlemen and also for you for your attention. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I am fascinated by this, but we do want you to keep on the stage, line up nicely behind the logo, and this professional photographer is going to make you look absolutely gorgeous. That I promise you. Okay, now I understand this is the last session. There's no more sessions, so in theory, we could let it continue, but we have to close the stage. There is beer to be drunk, and we're going to have a fiesta down at Plaza Santa Ana. One more time, a big round of applause for Casper, Jared, Antonio, and Pierre. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, my name's Oisin Lunny. My motto is ABC, always be connecting. Please connect on LinkedIn. Let's connect over a beer. Excuse me, a thirsty work. I definitely need a beer. I'm going to see you here bright and early, 9:30 tomorrow. Big thanks to Blanca, Marcel, and the entire team for making everything here at the playground stage just perfecto. Thank you to you for being here. I will see you for some drinks. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.